School and Rose in Bairnsdale does Lily Rose Hall Kraus.
Certainly that's happening more and more. I know some of the schools that I'm involved in, the one in Billawheeler, a lot of their stuff comes from Trinity Lutheran actually on the Gold Coast, or St Peter's Lutheran in Indooroopilly, and Grace College at Rothwell. So more and more of it happening when you're a small school. I was in Kingaroy recently, and the year 11s and 12s at the Lutheran school there, mostly doing trade subjects, so they don't have them on site. They have them at the TAFE College.
So a logical place to be.
Unsurprisingly, the TAFE College in Kingaroy is absolutely outstanding, given that the former Premier of Queensland, Johannes Bjelke-Petersen, lived in Kingaroy.
Yes, so still 30 years later, his impact is being felt.
And his daughter-in-law is the principal of the school.
Yes,
so
only in Queensland.
Settle down, mate.
Maybe not.
You lived there for a long time. So Brendan Shaw, not colours that we're familiar with, but sculling very nicely in the quad scull there. Doing a good job from Tasmania, as we said, from Devonport. David and Merv Tippett. Merv, the senior member of that duo. Sophie Grave, Meg Castles, Olivia Yates, Catherine Greenhill, Matilda Spalding. And they would have the pleasure of racing on beautiful Lake Barrington quite regularly, I'm sure. Trinity Lutheran in a great battle for second and third, but second will get you into the semis, and anything further back will not be desirable. Ali Sims, Scarlett Wood, Isabel Clifford, Ruby Hodges, Sophie Clifford, Eric Rowan coaching that crew, Lowther Hall, Bridget Vukasic, Sophie Cryan, Claudia Craik, Grace Ivers and Chloe Sharp. Jeff Walker coaching. Redlands, Michaela Sanger Larson, Katarina Kroll, Charlotte Scamps, Sophia Maxwell, Zara Naismith. Is the coxswain coaches Ingrid Holtauer and Users Beaton. And in Somerset College, Amelia Fink, Natalie Brown, Georgia Daly, Eliza Strong, Lillian Tan is the coxswain, and the coach is Olivia Sena. Brendan Shaw, nice lead through 1500, 5 minutes 58, and have got to look back, and it's certainly looking like another race that may well be in lane order, Richard.
Yes, the last couple of races have been won from the inside of the course still. Strathcona taking out the last three. In fact, two of their crews in lane 2, one in lane 3, but very strong performance there from the various Strathcona quad sculls who are through to the semis, and now it does look to be like Brendan Shaw and certainly Trinity Lutheran, the two to qualify here. So one crew from Tasmania and one from Queensland.
Redlands is having a nice battle with Lowther Hall for third place, but no match for the leading two schools at the moment.
No, and third and fourth will go through again this somewhat convoluted progression system. Third and fourth take you to semi-finals 4 and 5, from which you'll go to the D or E finals. Remembering that tomorrow's races begin with the minor finals in the school events at the earlier time of 7:40 Eastern Standard Time, as will be on tomorrow.
I reckon on Monday, if your lovely wife Stephanie says the word semi-final to you, that you'll end up in the fetal position and you'll be looking for counselling.
It mightn't take till Monday, I can assure you.
So a good win coming up to Brendan Shaw in Station 2. Trinity Lutheran, both predominantly green, although it's blue and green by the looks in the Brendan Shaw crew. Across the line they go first. Trinity Lutheran, coached by Eric Rowan, will be in second place. Third will be the crew from Lowther Hall. Fourth then Redlands. Fifth Somerset College. 8:01.12. That's a whopping 13 seconds faster than the previous repechage. 9 seconds between first and second. 8.03 between second and third, and 1.08 between third and fourth.
Yeah, the time's interesting there, noting that it was a Strathcona Division 2 quad that won the previous repechage, but that presumably is the top-ranked crew, or the only crew in the race from Brendan Shaw College of Devonport, so they are through to the semi-finals as well, and there's one repechage to go in the schoolgirls at Cox Quad Scull, and that race about 2/3 of the way through at the moment.
With lane 2, Albert Park College from Melbourne, a new school there, Virginia Lee, heavily involved. Radford College in lane 3, Loretto Ballarat in 4, Lowther Hall in 5, and Melbourne Girls College in lane 6. Virginia Lee and Minnie Cade, both international representatives in rowing, very heavily involved in the program at Albert Park College, and that crew may not be in the lead. They're not far away, however, but I think Radford College and Loretto Ballarat may be the two most prominent crews here.
Yeah, Albert Park, they're in second place, it looks like, but certainly Radford College are race leaders, then Loretto Ballarat. So it is one crew from the ACT, and then an armada of Victorian crews trying to chase them down. But yes, Albert Park College, certainly a growing program there. They train on the
Albert Park.
The wonderful is of the Albert Park Lake, which so the Grand Prix track surrounds the lake at that time of year, which is actually approaching fairly soon. I think they're not actually allowed to access their facilities for part of that time when the Grand Prix is on, but a great...
so people should not complain about a megaphone early in the morning if they have a Grand Prix there.
Absolutely not. You've got a few Formula 1 cars doing laps around you instead. It's very different. But yeah, the Grand Prix finally returning to Melbourne after 2 years of cancellation and... in fact, it was cancelled on the opening morning 2 years ago, which is about the time we knew the world had gone crazy and people were queuing up to get inside Albert Park. And suddenly everyone else knew, but the people in the queue had never been told the event was cancelled.
Wonderful footage on the news that night of people blowing up the Lux, I can tell you.
Yes.
Now, Radford College in the lead here, and a big shout out to Vicky Spencer, who was running the program at Radford College and has obviously gone to England with her husband Andy Randall. Andy, the new women's chief coach in Great Britain, and Vicky has left a wonderful legacy at Radford College, and another Radford crew heading towards a semi-final here in Repechage 6 of the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull. Lovely photo on social media yesterday of Andy and Vicky's two girls walking along in an airport carrying little carry-on luggage behind them, and almost made me feel like going home.
Bit of a sprint coming up here in the last few strokes too. Albert Park College pushing up on our race leaders from Radford College, but they both look like they'll go through. I think just lifting slightly to make sure they stay ahead of the crew from Loretto Ballarat. So it'll be Radford College first and Albert Park College in second place in the 6th repechage of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull. Eva Levashova and Tish Speed there in the Albert Park crew had great success as a double scull at the head of the Schoolgirls too. But now moving into the quad. Third place Loretto Ballarats will just miss out in the semis. And then it will be Melbourne Girls College ahead of another crew from Lowther Hall who were in the previous repechage as well. So we go from the 6 repechages of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull to the 4 repechages of the Schoolboys Coxed Quad Scull, from which we will determine the field again, yes, for a series of multiple semi-finals in this race. The first approaching its conclusion here, repechage 1, race 511, has a crew from Radford College again contending for the lead in lane 2. Next to them, St Augustine's of Sydney in lane 3. Kenmore State High School lane 4 from Brisbane, Caulfield Grammar lane 5, and Canberra Grammar lane 6. So only 2 to go through here from this first repechage of 4, and pretty tight here as Chris McCarthy rejoins me in commentary, and 3 into 2 here in the last 100 metres of this race, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely, and only one of these crews will go through. It is the Radford College who have led most of the way through the race, or at least through the latter stages of this first repechage of the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull, and they will do it by about a boat length over the crew from St Augustine's in Sydney. Be Radford College, a crew of Connor Jacopino, Campbell Cruder, Hunter Jolly, Oliver Fox, their Cox, Izzy Farris, who goes straight through to the A final. They'll be joined by St Augustine's Cody Murphy, Liam Kilpatrick, Tom Faflin, Alex Baum, and their Cox, Ryder Taylor. Then Kenmore State High School will go through to semi-finals 3 and 4. Just
Canberra Grammar in
behind the
third.
crew from Canberra Grammar in 3rd place. Caulfield Grammar rounding out the field, Casper Tabane, Joshua McVean, Oscar Tilley, Sterling Perrott and their Cox, Harsmith and D. Martin.
So he's unofficially in race 511. Radford College and St Augustine's going through to the semis of the schoolboys. Cox Quad Skull, 3rd place. Canberra Grammar, 4th. Kenmore State High School from Brisbane. And 5th will be Caulfield Grammar as they come across the line now in that first repechage. And in a time of 7:07.60 for our winning crew from Radford College. 3.20 seconds ahead of the second place crew. So we go back down the course where these repechages will come thick and fast for the next few minutes at least. A couple of A finals still to come later on. In fact, not too far away from the finals of the Open Women's Quad Skull and the Open Men's Cox 8, which promise to be some pretty interesting racing. But some repechages still in the school events first of all. And this is repechage 2 of the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull. Redlands from Sydney in lane 2, Nudgee College from Brisbane lane 3, Northern Beaches Secondary in 4, St Peter's College of Adelaide lane 5, and Ballarat Clarendon College again there in lane 6.
Was the Redlands College combination through the 1,000 metre mark who had the ascendancy. Daniel Close, Patrick Walker, Harley Vanderplume, William Thomas, their Cox Fletcher Logan and their coach Brendan Martin. That is the crew on your screen with their hats backwards all together in lane 2, who are making the best of it in this second repechage of the schoolboys Cox Quadruple Skull, aiming to progress through to the semi-final, which I do believe is this afternoon.
Yeah, these events, Chris, were redrawn. We had the time trials on Thursday with that data issue, so they were moved to, yesterday was Friday, I think, wasn't it? Friday afternoon's program.
Remind me again.
We ran the heats for a second time in the traditional format. The repechage is now held with the semi-finals to be on later this afternoon, just before the sprint regatta.
So these boys getting an extra run down the course. This was the time originally scheduled for the semi-finals, with the semi-finals being squeezed in this afternoon ahead of tomorrow morning's finals in the Australian Schools Championships. It is still the crew from Redlands at the head of the field who narrowly lead by about a boat length or so to the crew from St Joseph's College, Nudgee in Queensland, Max Strickland, Ronan May, Will Enders, George Curry and their Cox Orlando Reid. At this stage, those two are looking like the likely 2 qualifiers through to our A semi-finals. St Peter's College and Ballarat Clarendon in the centre of the course. Those 2 crews locked together and will look likely to progress through to our semis 3 and 4.
Nudgee College in second place here, not competing in the 8, so I'm not sure this may actually be some first 8 rowers from Nudgee College in the Quad Skull, although more likely you would think to be a year 10 crew, but in any case looking likely to progress. Hello to Gary Merritt watching us up in Queensland too. Great to be getting some messages through from those taking part in the coverage from various parts of the country and indeed around the world. Drew again yesterday, we know, was at home in Melbourne. We had some Argentinian contact earlier on today as well, so it is fantastic to see the coverage being well received. We'll try and get some statistics later on about what the overall numbers are up to for viewers at home, but Nudgee College and Redlands here, Chris, the top 2 crews still ahead of St Peter's there, the South Australians 3rd and Ballarat Clarendon in 4th place.
Yeah, so the crew from Redlands have been our start to finish leaders in this second repechage of the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull, and they'll do it by a boat length over the crew from St Joseph's College Nudgee in that distinctive blue boat in lane 3. Redlands College across the line in first place, Nudgee in second, Be the crew from St Peter's College, Adelaide, just pulling away from a battle in the middle of the race with Ballarat Clarendon. So St Peter's going into third, Ballarat Clarendon in fourth place. Be the combination from Northern Beaches Secondary College in the centre of the course that comes down in fifth place.
So the unofficial results there in race 512. First place, Redlands lane 2. Second, Nudgee College lane 3. The top two crews to go through to the A and B semi-finals with the Schoolboys Cox Quad Skull and remain in the hunt for the medals. Third place, St Peter's will go to the minor semis along with Ballarat Clarendon 4th and Northern Beaches Secondary in 5th place in a time there of 7:15.36, so some 8 seconds slower than the previous heat and a margin on the line of 2.78 seconds, so around about a length there for Redlands over Nudgee. To Repechage 3 of 4 in this same event, and just the 4 boats in this race, and all 4 on the course. So Radford College again from the ACT, been busy in these school events, racing in lane 2 this time around. Wesley College, which would be Wesley from Melbourne, who are there in lane 3. Rockhampton Grammar School, lane 4, and also Ballarat Grammar in lane 5.
And Radford College with the long history in the Coxed Quadruple Skull. It is a boat that they race very regularly in the ACT, and we see them coming up to a lot of New South Wales regattas and dominating the field in this event. And Radford College, they won the first repechage of this event, and their crew of Christopher Bush, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, William Gregory, the coxswain Ben Heatley, and the coaches Craig Muller and Michael McCormack. That's the crew that is currently leading our third repechage of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Skull, and leading it well by about almost 2 boat lengths over the combination in the centre of the course from Rockhampton Grammar, just half a boat length from Ballarat Grammar, and back in fourth place at that halfway timing point, Wesley College. So top 2 through to our top 2 semi-finals, where they'll be able to contest for an A or B final berth. And bottom 2 crews through to our 3, 4 and 5 semi-finals, where they'll be able to contest for a D or E final berth.
Yeah, so a slightly smaller field here in the school boys Cox Quad Skull than in the school girls, so that's why there are a couple of fewer semi-finals required in total, but the top 2 from each of these will move through, along with the top 2 from the winner, in fact, from our heats yesterday, to produce a field of 12 semi-finalists, if my maths is correct. So 8 today plus 4 from yesterday gives us 12 to go into just 2 semi-finals, as logic dictates, and then the rest beyond that will be in semi-finals 3, 4 and 5 to continue later on this afternoon as well.
So at the 1500 metre mark, the crew from Radford College really are doing it fairly easily at the head of the field and just lowering their rate of striking. But it did look like the combination from Wesley College moving up on the field. It does look like the Ballarat Grammar combination sitting in second place, so they were in third at the 1,000 metre mark, sitting just outside of those top 2 qualifying spots in a tight battle with Rockhampton Grammar, but a decisive move there in the third 500 metre mark has put them almost 3 seconds into the silver medal position, and 3 seconds into a qualifying spot for the one of the favourable AB semi-finals. But Radford College, we see on the screen, looking very relaxed, almost as if they're out for a training row here on the waters of Lake Ngambie. That's the combination: Christopher Bush, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, William Gregory, Ben Heatley, their coxswain, Craig Muller and Michael McCormack. They're the coaching team of that boat, who is doing it so well at the head of the field.
Just keeping a watchful eye on the crews off to their bow side. You can see the occasional look across there in the Radford College boat. So determined to do just enough, I think, to stay in top spot or even stay in the top 2. Ballarat Grammar, you're right, Chris, have certainly come home very strongly, gone past Rockhampton Grammar School, and to have forced Radford College to go for a bit of a lift here late in this race as well. They both look pretty much certain to qualify, barring a major catastrophe in the closing strokes. Rockhampton Grammar School there in third place and Wesley College in fourth. But certainly Ballarat Grammar have been very good over the second half of the race, and they'll easily in the end move through to the semi-finals of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull.
Radford College have seen the danger. They've just lifted their rating slightly to maintain that almost a boat length lead over the crew from Ballarat Grammar on the near side of the course. So it'll be Radford College lead as they've led the whole way down the course to win this third repechage of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. They'll go through to the AB semi-finals along with Ballarat Grammar in second place. Rockhampton Grammar in third will go through to the CD semis, and Wesley College will join them in those races this afternoon.
So unofficially there in repechage 3 at the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. First place Radford College of the ACT. Second Ballarat Grammar through to the A and B semi-finals. Third Rockhampton Grammar School. Fourth Wesley College. And the unofficial time at this stage makes this the fastest of the repechages. 7:05.69 and 2.40 seconds ahead Radford of Ballarat Grammar in that third repechage of 4 in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. So there is one repechage still to go as they are on the course in repechage 4. It is Kinross Walleroy leading the race, but the full field from lane 2 is the Cranbrook School of Sydney in lane 2, Kinross Walleroy lane 3, lane 4 is Trinity Grammar, lanes 5 and 6, 2 crews from the Northern Beaches Secondary College in Sydney.
And not a whole lot between our top 4 crews at this stage as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. It was Kinross Walleroy in the lead. That's the combination of Henry Malloy, Ethan Shaw, Magnus Cleary, George Wakeham, and their Cox Henry Baker, coached by Benjamin Watt, and they look to have maintained that lead through to the 1,000 metre mark, just ahead of Trinity Grammar in Victoria, moving up into second place ahead of Cranbrook from Sydney, and Northern Beaches Secondary sitting back in fourth place, but not a massive margin there to round out the field. So Kinross Walleroy and Trinity Grammar in the top 2 qualifying positions at the halfway point in this final repechage of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull.
Just the one crew it appears there is from Northern Beaches Secondary College, I think. So it looks like the lane 5 combination, not... oh no, they are across now, but must be well back in the field. Yes, that's the crew on lane 5. So fourth place is Northern Beaches lane 6, ahead of Northern Beaches lane 5. That's at the other end of the field, certainly it is Kinross Walleroy, who lead this from Trinity Grammar, and then Cranbrook of Sydney. So 4 crews here from New South Wales, 3 from Sydney, 1 from Orange, and Trinity Grammar, of course, from Melbourne. They're in second place on lane 4, and in a very good race for second place.
Yeah.
Nothing between those 2 bows, it looks like, but certainly Kinross clear by over a length.
So Cranbrook were leading at the 500 metre mark, a change in the lead at the 1,000 to Trinity Grammar in Victoria, but Cranbrook just a fraction of a bow ball behind there at our last camera point, and we'll see them come through the 1,500 metre mark in just a moment and see if Cranbrook can have a bit of an upset in the third quarter of the race. As, maybe Trinity Grammar just moving slightly too early and spending all their tickets early in the race. But Trinity Grammar just holding on at the 1,500 metre mark. It's really close. So it should be a fantastic race for these crews as they vie to get into a semi-final where they can contest for a position in the A or B final tomorrow morning. But Kinross Walleroy, no doubt about it, out in front. But know for certain that they can't relax at this stage, as there is a pretty serious race hotting up behind them that could possibly push up and threaten them should they choose to shut things down.
Yeah, they'll certainly have to keep working. Will Kinross and Cranbrook over on the far side look to be lifting as well. They were ever so narrowly behind Trinity officially there at 1,500. There was 0.43 of a second in it, so 3.37 seconds from first to second and under half a second from second to third. So Cranbrook and Trinity Grammar both going out after each other. And also, as Chris suggests, putting the pressure on Kinross Walleroy, who've got the best seat in the house. This battle is fought out either side of them. But we'll have to keep moving into the closing strokes. But I think Trinity Grammar need to go here. Cranbrook certainly putting the pressure on as they come through with about 175 metres now to race.
Yeah, Cranbrook, for my money, looking the tidier of the two crews. And from what I can see at this point in the race, just edging their bow ball in front as they approach the red boys. It couldn't come fast enough for Kinross Walleroy, who can feel the pressure of the race going on for second behind them. I think they've done enough in the early stages to hold off any challenges from these two crews. Kinross Walleroy leading by 3/4 of a boat length from Cranbrook. Trinity Grammar in lane 5 rather, really pushing up and trying to hold on to that second place that they held in the middle stages of the race. It'll be Kinross Walleroy in first place. Cranbrook moving through Trinity Grammar to hang on to that second place and second qualifying position through to the AB semi-final. Trinity Grammar just coming off in third place there. The first of our Northern Beaches secondary crews in fourth place, and the second of those crews approaching the line shortly for fifth.
Repechage 4 of the schoolboys. Cox Quad Scull provides some of the the closest racing of the day for second spot. A match racer virtually between Cranbrook and Trinity Grammar. Their lead changing several times, but Cranbrook were there when it mattered at the finish line. Kinross Walleroy have taken the win out unofficially. Out there at least in first place. Cranbrook second by just under a second it was in the end as they crossed the line. Then Trinity Grammar in third place. Northern Beaches secondary lane 6 from lane 5. The two crews from that school in the race. So it's Kinross and Cranbrook through to the semi-finals of the schoolboys Quad Scull. We're back out on the course this afternoon in that race, and probably unsurprisingly given the speed on their late, that is the fastest of the 4 repechages, although only by a second or so quicker than Radford College from the previous race. So that is the 4 repechages now concluded as Northern Beaches secondary come across the line of the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. And we move back to championship finals racing for the next 2 races at least, and we can see the boats lining up there at the start in the final of the Open Women's Quad Scull. Field of 5 in this race, again replete with the requisite number of composite crews, it would seem, although not as much as some of the previous events. Lane 2 is ANU and the Huon clubs. Lane 3, UTS Haberfield. Lane 4, ANU and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And lanes 5 and 6 side by side there. Some rivalry, I'd suggest. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, and lane 6 is Sydney University.
Some interesting lane seating going on in this race. So we had a race for lanes yesterday for the Open Women's Quadruple Sculls, of which only 3 crews attended. That was the ANU Composite on the far side, UTS Haberfield in lane 3, and ANU Composite in lane 4. They finished in that order, awarding the ANU Composites a lightweight crew the advantageous lane 2, the Sydney Tasmanian Institute of Sport and New South Wales Institute of Sport crew in lane 5, and then the Sydney University crew in lane 6, both not attending that race for lanes, and as a result being awarded the least favourable lanes on the northern side of Lake Ngambia. It doesn't appear to be phasing them though. We did see some interesting steering off the start where the crews had to point their bows well into the wind, taking off almost at a 45-degree angle. But it doesn't seem to be phasing either the Sydney Rowing Club crew or the UTS Haberfield crew, who are both starting very strongly indeed. The UTS Haberfield crew, Michaela Franz, Olivia Bartram, Laura Goulet and Emma Fessy at the head of the field as it stands after the first minute of racing. The lightweight crew on the far side of the course, Eve Muir, Annika Reardon, Sophie Gerapetritis and Alexandra Moylan, the combination from Huon, Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Australian National Uni and the ACT High Performance Program there, who had quite an impressive race in the race for lanes, and we've seen some of those girls have very impressive races in the lightweight doubles and quads earlier on in this regatta as well.
So despite saying this was a race replete with composites, 3 Sydney clubs with a crew each of their own here, at least if the entry list is still correct. UTS Haberfield lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club lane 5 and Sydney Uni lane 6. Those are 3 crews, and it would be the Sydney Rowing Club wearing very similar colours to the jumper of Chris McCarthy alongside me going through first.
Oh, have you noticed the New South Wales jumper, Richard? The Sydney Rowing Club shirt and hat is on it as well, though.
Old habits die hard, yes.
The Sydney Rowing Club crew, Talisa Noak driver, Lauren Graham, Harriet Hudson and Sarah Hoare. 3 out of 4 of that combination have already won gold medals at this regatta here. So Talisa Noak driver in the under-19 women's single scull, Lauren Graham in the under-23 women's 4 and 8, the 8 just this morning, Harriet Hudson in the open women's double scull, and then Sarah Hoare also taking a medal in the open women's single scull. So Talisa again this morning in the under-19 women's quad, so we'll be looking to make it a second quad scull national championship this morning, and a 4th, I believe, quad scull national championship for Sydney Rowing Club in the same day.
Yeah, not that you're keeping score, Chris, but yes, it has been a successful day, and that's a great combination, that Sydney Rowing Club crew. Obviously, the young 19 or under 19 Talisa Noak driver at one end, and the experience of Olympic 8 member Sarah Hoare at the other end of the crew, in company with Lauren Graham and Harriet Hudson there for the Sydney Rowing Club. So great strength within the one club boat there, and they do have what looks to be a bit over a boat length now, their lead on the rest of the field. Possibly Sydney University now looking to move up into second place, but we'll get a look. It may still be UTS Haberfield, in fact, on the other side of the course, narrowly in second spot, but a great race certainly behind Sydney Rowing Club.
So at the 1,000 metre mark was the Sydney Rowing Club crew in the lead, just 2 seconds ahead of the Australian National University Huon Composite, the lightweight crew on the far side of the course, who led UTS Haberfield in lane 3. Sydney University back in 4th place, but I would suggest would be some late movers in this course. A very experienced field there of Georgie Gleeson, Rena Meredith, Eleanor Price and Jamie Ford. Rena Meredith, another one of our Olympic bronze medalists from the women's quadruple scull at the Tokyo Olympic Games.
Who was busy presenting medals this morning. So
I swear she was standing in front of us not half
she
an
was
hour
not
ago.
long ago. It was a race down under the water, and it may need to be the presentee rather than the presenter in a few minutes' time.
Just outside the medals at this stage, but I definitely wouldn't write them off. So sitting in 3rd place now as they approach 1,500 metres road, just half a canvas behind the combination from ANU and Huon Rowing Clubs. Still the Sydney Rowing Club with about just over a boat length lead at that timing point. Sarah Hoare in the stroke seat, Harriet Hudson in the 3 seat, Talisa Noak driver in the 2 seat, and Lauren Graham already winning a sweep gold medal this morning, and now a sculling gold medal to complement, hopefully, given after another 500 metres road.
Positions still unchanged, although maybe Sydney Uni have moved up. They have indeed from 4th to 3rd now. So as suggested, that medal for Rowena Meredith looking increasingly likely here. The combination there in lane 5 for Sydney University have gone past UTS Haberfield in the 3rd 500 metres of the race. So it was Sydney Rowing Club first in 5:11.38 by 1.5 seconds from the ANU Huon lightweight combination there over on the far side of the course. And the other 2 Sydney clubs, Sydney Uni and UTS Haberfield, certainly battling out for the bronze medal at the very least. And then we go back to the crew on lane 4, the combination from the Australian National University and also Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club there in 5th place. But the medal's about to be determined here as they come through 1,750 metres. The Sydney Rowing Club still in front, but Sydney University giving chase hard down lane 6 as well.
Yeah, so Sydney Rowing Club, the early race leaders, but not having it all their own way. There are definitely challenges coming from all sides here. Sydney University just under a boat length behind and really lifting the rate as they approach the last 100 metres of the course here at Lake Ngambie. Huon and ANU on the far side of the course, currently sitting in 3rd place, but wanting that silver medal. They look like they actually might have just got their bow balls in front of Sydney University Boat Club. It's still Sydney Rowing Club with the lead, but the finish line can't come soon enough for Harriet Hudson, Sarah Hoare, Talisa Noak Driver and Lauren Graham. It's Sydney Rowing Club out in the lead. ANU and Hewen moving through Sydney University Boat Club in the closing stages of the race. It'd be Sydney Rowing Club to win the Open Women's Quadruple Sculls. ANU and Hewen in second, ahead of Sydney University Boat Club in third place. UTS Haberfield just out of the medals in fourth. And the second of the Australian National University Composites with the Griffith University Surfers Paradise finishing in fourth place.
Finish line certainly couldn't come fast enough. Well called, Chris McCarthy there. The Sydney Rowing Club hold on, but a link from first to third in the Open Women's Quadruple Scull. A fantastic finish. Sydney Rowing Club will take the gold medal. ANU and Huon with the silver, and the bronze will go the way of the Sydney University Boat Club, ahead then of UTS Haberfield fourth, and across the line now the ANU Griffith University crew in fifth. The unofficial time 6:55.57, and the margins there 1.20 and 1.02 between our top three. A brilliant finish in the Open Women's Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia. Well, they've all drawn breath after that fantastic finish in the Open Women's Quad Scull race. Sydney Rowing Club, the narrow winners there, just coming into the pontoon. So we'll have presentations shortly in that event. But at the conclusion of the race, currently on the course, which is just on its way from the 2,000 metre pontoon here at Lake Ngambie, it is another of the big races, the final of the Open Men's Cox 8 Championship of Australia. So three crews in the race, just confirming a few names to make sure we know who's in these boats. But the three clubs represented here, and currently it's a race without any composite combination. So Sydney University lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club lane 3, and Melbourne University lane 4 are the three crews racing for the title here in the Open Men's Cox 8. And as you'd expect, they're off to a flying start. We saw the under-23 men's 8 earlier this morning, which we noted at the time was the fastest race of the regatta so far. I'd venture to suggest these Open men's 8 might be able to knock a few seconds off that time as well. So Melbourne University there closest to the camera, and the two Sydney crews locked together. As you'd expect, three very strong rowing clubs here in a tussle here over the opening stages of this battle on the waters of Lake Ngambie. It does look to be Melbourne University lane 4 who've got themselves off to the best of starts. The Matt Ryan and Tom Minifie coach combination, that strong program from the Melbourne University Boat Club on the waters of the Yarra River in South Bank in Melbourne. And indeed they have in fact got about 3/4 of a length, it would be, between almost a dead heat for second between the two crews, Sydney Uni in lane 2 and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. But a great start to the Melbourne University Boat Club through in 1:26.34 their time over the first 500 metres of that race. And Chris, I think you've got some news on the athletes in this race.
Yeah, so a few late substitutions for this one. Saturday morning is a busy morning for these, for the high performance clubs, I suppose, competing in a lot of under 21, under 23 and open events, and trying to juggle your athletes around to find the best chance of winning each of them with not tiring out too many of your athletes early on. And it can be a bit of a juggle and certainly a stressful morning for coaches. So the crew list as follows after some detective work. So in lane 2 from Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs, Henry Ryan, Tom Anderson, Hamish Danks, Kieran Riak, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Ryan Gibson, their cocks Ben Dewhurst, their coaches Christopher Holliday, Donald McLaughlin and Thomas Lorich. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Max Crow, Torrin Olsen, Harry Crouch, Andy Hoffman, Thomas Hart, Angus Aitken, Declan Glendenning, Brad Graham, their cocks Tess Harris, coached by Don Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 4 from Melbourne University and supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, we have Lucas Matic, Tom Murray, Charlie Batruni, Simon Keenan, Hamish Winpope, Harry Fox, Fraser Muscamble and Nick Blacker Dimitriopoulos, coxed by Lachlan Goller and coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi.
Look at that Melbourne University Boat Club 8 there racing towards the drone. The drone will do well to stay in front of that boat, moving, you'd think, in excess of 20 kilometres an hour here over the waters of Lake Ngambia as Melbourne University continue to hold sway. And they extended their lead out to 5.17 seconds at the halfway mark of this race. So a bit of clear water now on the rest of the field. And as you can see behind there, but it's still an incredible race. We saw in the previous race, Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney Uni having a battle all the way to the line. I think the same will be the case here in the open men's Coxed 8, but they've got a lot of ground to make up on this crew from Melbourne University, who has led from the start and now has almost close to 2 lengths, it would be, over the crew from, it would be Sydney Uni narrowly, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Uni, it is lane 2, narrowly up into second place now ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew. He was Sydney at halfway by 0.3 of a second, but Sydney University just start to make their move now on lane 2.
Yeah, so no doubt about the performance of Melbourne University, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport out the front of the field. Names looking very similar to the under-23 Coxed 8 that won earlier this morning, with the addition of Simon Keenan from the Australian Men's 8 in the centre of the boat to add a little bit of horsepower and a little bit of racing experience, and it appears to definitely be paying off for the Melbourne University combination in the centre of the course. They lead by 5.5 seconds from Sydney University Boat Club in second place, who in turn have half a boat length over the Sydney Rowing Club crew in third place. Some fantastic shots there, courtesy of our friends at BMA, showing off this fantastic Melbourne University Boat Club crew at the head of the field, having a great time out there. Looking forward to coming home at the front of the open men's Coxed 8. Only the third time that this event has been run at the National Championships. It started in 2019 was the first year it was run. And
Chris is too proud to say, but the Sydney Rowing Club has won this event the only 2 times it's previously been contested. So this will be one for the Victorians for the first time. So, Sydney Rowing Club in third, Sydney University Boat Club over the far side there in second place. But the Open Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia is heading south of the Murray for the very first time to the Melbourne University Boat Club, who lead this still by the best part of 2 boat lengths, closing in on the line now. Murray, Batruni, Matic, Keenan, Winpope, Fox, Muscamble, Fletcher Dimitropoulos and Gulliver Cox as they come across and take the win. Melbourne University Boat Club win the Open Men's Coxed 8. Win it by almost 2 lengths. Second place will be Sydney University, who've just taken clear water now after a very tight battle with the defending champions from Sydney Rowing Club all the way down the course. And they've just gone under 6 minutes there too, it looks like. Melbourne Uni unofficially 5 59.74 their time, and over 6 seconds back, 6.25 to Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club in third place. So Melbourne University Boat Club win the Open Men's Coxed 8. The presentation of medals for the Open Women's Quad Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Georgia Beattie, Rowing Australia board member. Third place and bronze medalist is Sydney University Boat Club. Presented by Georgie Gleeson, Rowena Meredith, Eleanor Price, and Jamie Ford. In second place and silver medalist from the Australian National University and Huon Rowing Clubs, Eve Muir, Annika Reardon, Sophie Gerapetratis, and Alexandra Moylan. Coached by Nigel Harding, John Dreesen, and Dave Framano. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, the Sydney Rowing Club. Talisa Noak driver, Lauren Graham, Harriet Hudson, and Sarah Hoare. Coached by Lachlan Carter, Brendan Longman, and Brett Crowe. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Another eighth race will be next up on the course. So I think they're a minute or two away from the start here, looking at these pictures from the start line. A perfect T formation at the moment between a couple of the crews. So some work cut out for the boat holders here. But in any case, it is the first repechage, the sole repechage of the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8. Be followed by the repechage of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8. The next two races, then a brief break in proceedings, after which we begin with our club races as we head into the afternoon program. Well, actually, we're already into the afternoon program. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'm not sure there's a lunch break scheduled in today's regatta, actually, but luckily Ray Abbott's got the food order under control.
So we go some club races, a couple more schoolboy repechages, and then our last two finals of the day before the sprint regatta. The Open Women's Coxed 8 and the Open Men's Quad. And then our lunch break at a rather ungodly time, about 1:50.
Yes, and a short lunch break, I think it is too, Chris. But there's a lot of racing to pack in today, obviously, as we know, and some extra races due to those rescheduled time trial heats from back on Thursday afternoon. So plenty of action to look forward to today, concluding with the sprint regatta over the last couple of hours as well. So here's the field anyway in race 517, the sole repechage of the schoolgirls 8. Lane 2 Geelong Grammar, lane 3 MLCQ, lane 4 Loretto Kirribilli, lane 5 the Queenwood School from Sydney, lane 6 is Pymble Ladies College, lane 7 Wesley College Melbourne, and lane 8 is Caulfield Grammar. So the random draw has done its job because, in fact, it's not a random draw because it's a repechage, so it would be a seated draw. We've got 2 Victorian crews on either side of the course and 3 crews from Sydney in the centre lane. certainly still the case that the conditions are a bit more challenging at the start line than they have been at the finish, which has been the case throughout this week. But they're on their way in any case regardless. The boat holders and officials doing a very good job to line up these 7/8s and send them down the course. So with just one repechage in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox State, they are racing for 2 spots in the A final, the remainder through to the B final. So a field of 7 will soon become just 2 who will progress through to the race. And
it's great what our drone can reveal there. A little bit of a battle occurring
I'm not sure
on the far
Coxes,
side of the course.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want this revealed, but some very interesting steering at the left of screen there between a few of those crews, but they're straightening up now.
Yeah, it does look like after that straighten up, all crews getting away really nicely and fairly evenly as well. So it could be some great racing in the closing stages of this one. And one of the crews involved in that little tussle at the start with the steering was the Geelong Grammar combination in lane 2, and they look to have gotten away best out of this field of 7 crews. So a fully stacked course here in the sole repechage of the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8.
Yeah. So the better placed crews would be on the left of screen there on the southern side of the course. So Geelong Grammar and MLCQ, two of the 4 Victorian crews in this race. So yeah, Loretto Kirribilli still seem to be zigzagging a little, but and as a result, they just lost a bit of ground on the crews on either side of them, trailing Queenwood and Pymble Ladies. Wesley College, lane 7, not too far off the pace, but Caulfield Grammar, lane 8, who have dropped back a little. May have noticed the different tray holders required for the last presentation, but Caulfield Grammar, who have been undertaking that role throughout the regatta so far in this race, of course. So some substitute tray holders were called upon. But have a look at those crews going through the 500 metre mark. There looked to be about a third of a length between 6 of the 7 crews. So just Caulfield Grammar losing touch a little with the pace there on lane 7, but the other 6 crews separated by 0.7 of a second, 1.24, 0.59, 0.69, 0.78 as they went through the 500 metre mark. A brilliant beginning over the first 500 metres to the only repechage in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox State, racing for just 2 spots in the A final. So the race changing complexion a little here as we head deep into the second 500 metres, and it is those 2 Victorian crews there on the fast side of the course who are still very close together, Geelong Grammar and MLCQ, but do look to have opened up a little bit of ground on the remainder of the field. You do have to be careful with these drone shots to line the crews up clearly across a line of boys, but certainly there is an advantage there to both Geelong Grammar and MLCQ. The Geelong Grammar crew is Annabelle McDonald, Therese Dumani, Kitty Kisvada, Charlotte Clark, Aisha Yates, Arabella Rigney, Phoebe Sheehan, Aki Batali, Olivia Mann-the-Cox, and MLC from Q. Alongside them, Anna Jackson, Ella Hosking, Paige Rodard-Bean, Lily Zima, Isabel Laurie, Madeline Croker, Annabelle Rodford-Bean, Ella Mesley, Hannah Kilpatrick, the Cox, coached by Goldie O'Gorman, and Sarah Henderson, the top 2 crews there from the MLC school from Q in Melbourne. And also Geelong Grammar, of course, that famous educational institution located on Corio Bay, just to the north of the city of Geelong itself. And they've now moved, looks to be almost a length on the rest of the field. Probably would be Pymble Ladies just from Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli.
Yeah, so our 2 leaders just doing their best to get clear of the tussle emerging in the centre of the course. But Pymble Ladies with the push over the last couple of 100 metres really starting to become a little bit of a threat to MLCQ, and they'll be keeping their coxswain Hannah Kilpatrick will be keeping a watchful eye on that threat emerging from lane 6. But as it stands, Geelong Grammar in lane 2, MLCQ in lane 3 are 2 crews most likely to progress to tomorrow morning's A final, one of the last races on the program before we see the commencing of the interstate regatta tomorrow afternoon.
MLCQ racing there in the Lizzie Patrick on lane 3. And they would be ever so narrowly behind. There's half a canvas between these two Victorian crews over on lanes at 2 and 3. Still very difficult to separate. It was half a second, or 0.55 in fact, to Geelong Grammar at the halfway marker from MLCQ. But we're about to go through 1500 now as well. I would think we'll get an update on those numbers very soon. Pymble Ladies, Queenwood and Loretto Kirribilli, the battle of the Sydney schools in the centre of the course. But they will need to get a move on to get up into the top 2 spots, as we see there lane 6 Pymble Ladies holding sway over Wesley College, and also Caulfield Grammar there in 7th position over on lane 8. You can see too from those close-up shots how hard these crews are having to work to stay in the race. So now it is getting interesting. The Sydney schools are coming. And also we've seen a change in the lead. MLC from Q have pushed themselves ahead of Geelong Grammar, and then Queenwood charging back along with Pymble Ladies and also Loretto Kirribilli. So don't rip up your tickets quite yet on this race. The 3 Sydney schools are coming home strongly in the centre of the course.
A real change in the composition of this event as compared to what we saw at the 500 metre mark. It was looking very clearly the 2 Victorian schools on the far side of the course who would get away towards our top 2 qualifying positions. But now, as you said, Richard, Loretto Kirribilli, Queenwood and Pymble Ladies, the 3 Sydney schools in the centre of the course, coming back and saying that we haven't travelled all the way down here for nothing. And they won't be content with a spot in the B final. So all crews really bringing the challenge to the Victorians as they surge towards the line inside the last 250 metres of the course now. And I think Queenwood School, perhaps in lane 5, moving the best out of those Sydney challengers. It'll definitely still be Geelong Grammar, or MLCQ rather, in lane 2 who are in the lead. But it'll be very difficult to tell who is going to come home in that second qualifying spot, and we'll progress through to tomorrow's A final of the schoolgirl under-17 schoolgirl Cox 8.
Great interstate battle here as they come towards the line. I think you're right, Chris. Geelong Grammar in some trouble here. MLCQ are holding on, but also Queenwood and Pymble Ladies, the 2 Sydney schools, with Loretto Kirribilli just slightly further back. That Geelong Grammar respond as well and come back on MLCQ. But Queenwood there, lane 5, the centre of the course. And it's going to be very tight now as they're well inside the final 100 metres. Still, MLCQ has their boat just ahead of Geelong Grammar, who are close with Queenwood. Pymble Ladies there as well. Queenwood coming quickly at Geelong Grammar. MLC should get the win. Second will be anyone's guess. It's MLC from Q, and it is. Oh, that's a photo. That is a photo for second, but it may have been the Victorians. MLCQ certainly got the win. Possibly Geelong Grammar. Queenwood very close. Loretto Kirribilli and Pymble Ladies there as well. Pymble were 4th. Loretto were 5th. 6th goes to the crew from Wesley College, and 7th Caulfield Grammar. But MLCQ, and it looks like Geelong Grammar, the 2 that led all the way, but they worked extremely hard late to get across there. MLCQ first, unofficially 7:49.80. We're going with Geelong Grammar at this stage, but that result remains unofficial. Queenwood 3rd, Pymble Ladies 4th, Loretto Kirribilli, Wesley College and Caulfield Grammar. The top 2 go through from the repechage. Only a great race in the under-17 schoolgirls Cox 8.
The finish line couldn't come quite fast enough for Geelong Grammar there. I think they might have just edged out Queenwood, but definitely a fast finishing Queenwood school there for the 3rd place.
Presentation of medals for the Open Men's Cox 8 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Jamie Grant, Chair of Rowing South Australia. Second place and silver medalist, Sydney University Boat Club. Presented by Hugo Hobbs, Kieran Ryak, Tom Anderson, Devlin Walsh, Hamish Danks, Ryan Gibson, Lachlan Miles, Henry Ryan and Ben Dewhurst. It was coached by Christopher Holliday, Donald McLaughlin and Thomas Lorich. Gold medalists, and Australian champions for 2022, the Melbourne University Boat Club. Tom Murray, Charlie Petruni, Lucas Matic, Simon Keenan, Hamish Winpope, Harry Fox, Fraser Miss-Campbell, Nicholas Fletcher-Dimitropoulos, and Lachlan Goller. He was coached by Matt Ryan and Tom Minifee. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Back down the course, we've just seen a great race in the under-17 schoolgirls, Coxed 8 repechage. Now it's the turn of the under-17 schoolboys with a field of 4 and just 2 to go through in this race, although it looks a little clearer, although we thought the same about the previous race about this stage as well. So we'll wait and see. Lane 2 is Melbourne Grammar, who are certainly our race leaders. Lane 3, Geelong Grammar. Lane 4, Caulfield Grammar, and Lane 5, Wesley College. So an all-Victorian battle in the sole repechage of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8.
And things looking a little more decisive than in the schoolgirls under-17 repechage that just went by. It is definitely Melbourne Grammar out the head of the field by quite some margin, 6.17 seconds. It's about a bit over 2 boat lengths in the Coxed 8 over Caulfield Grammar in second place. Wesley College almost 5 seconds back in third. And Geelong Grammar rounding out the field in fourth place. So same progression for this one, first and second through to tomorrow's A final, and the remainder of the competition through to the B final, which will precede it. And Melbourne Grammar looking to be doing the best of it at the head of the field, following in the footsteps of their first 8, who had a ripping heat yesterday in the schoolboys Coxed 8, winning that heat and setting the fastest time in the event.
There's the Melbourne Grammar School remaining fairly comfortably in front here over on the far side of Lake Ngambie. What looks like still a couple of lengths as they look to book their spot in the final of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8. So Melbourne Grammar, lane 2. Max Woods, Henry Walters, Sebastian Crozier, Nicholas Brown, Gus Russell, Jack Peavy, Thomas Conroy, Charles Wake and Samuel Lavini, coached by Timothy Poulter. Still is Caulfield Grammar there in second place. Wesley College have certainly got the rating up here late in the race and looking to make up some ground, but Caulfield Grammar still look to be a length or so clear in second place. That's Toby Flinkier, Ben Weir, Sashin Kellett, Matthew English, Curtis Wilkinson, Ned Smith, Jake O'Halloran, James Marrett and Oscar Randerson in second place, and Wesley College there in third in this under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8 event, but certainly it will be Melbourne Grammar School doing it fairly easily now. It can start to focus their attention on the final to come tomorrow morning of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8, because they and Caulfield Grammar will be the last 2 crews through into that race as they take the win in race 518. So Melbourne Grammar first by about 2 lengths to Caulfield Grammar. Wesley about a length and a half further back in third place, and then fourth will be the crew from Geelong Grammar over on towards the far side of the course. So Melbourne Grammar there through, along with Caulfield Grammar. 6:50.67 the unofficial time there in the sole repechage of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8, and 7.96 seconds between our top 2, Melbourne Grammar and Caulfield Grammar, the 2 crews to move through.
See.
Stuart, do you want to run for lunch? Are you all right, Richard? I know, I mean, there is a break in there somewhere, isn't there?
No, there is a break in about 45 minutes.
So we move now from under 17 schools racing to the club events. Races 519 and 520 not required were the two semi-finals of the club women's double scull. And instead on the course now we have the first semi-final of the club men's double scull. This is race 521, the first of two semi-finals in this event, and they're on the course there now. Lane 2, Ballarat City. Lane 3, the University of Western Australia. Lane 4 is Cranbrook. Lane 5, UTS Haberfield. Lane 6, Corio Bay. And lane 7 is Adelaide. And to bring you these next races, it'll be Stuart John and Ray Abbott.
Thanks for that, Richard. And in the lead at the moment, through 1,000 metres in the first semi-final of the club men's double scull, are the crew from the University of West Australia. That's Kai Binion and William Hines, coached by George White. They had a 1.5 second lead over Ballarat City's Hamish Rowlands and Riley McDougall. Then back a little bit further to the Corio Bay crew of Lee Hall Sullivan and Aaron Tremmel. UTS Haberfield sitting in 5th place, and that was Jared Bresniak and Jack Dawson. Then back again, we've got Cranbrook's Jasper Dawson-Damer and James Scott Brown, and then Cooper Peter and Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club making up the field. In through the 1,500 metres now, it's still the University of West Australia in the lead, ahead of Ballarat City, first, second and third going through to the final. As Ray Abbott puts the headphones on, and Razor, there's only about between third, the final qualifying position, and last, we've only got about 4 seconds with 500 metres to go.
Yeah, it doesn't appear much unless you're the one that's running last, and you've got a bit of work to do to catch up. But
I've had plenty of practice of that.
the crew leading from University of Western Australia is well clear of the rest of the field. Ballarat City in next, but a cracking contest, as you allude to there, Stuart, for third place and a place into the A final of this event.
So the University of West Australia in the lead, looking good. So a little bit of a challenge coming from Ballarat City over in lane 2, but both these crews looking very comfortable to go through. First, second and third go through to the final, the rest being eliminated, and then coming across now towards the 250 metres to go. It's Cranbrook, UTS Haberfield, Corio Bay and Adelaide Rowing Clubs.
Lee Hall Sullivan in the Corio Bay crew. His son has had a very successful campaign here this week, who he coaches, yes, but Lee is in the boat now for Corio Bay along with Aaron Termel, but they're no match for this crew from University of Western Australia. Ballarat City will get through in second place in that fascinating contest for third. Looks to me like the UTS Haberfield crew have got their bow in the ascendancy.
Coming up towards the Red Boys now, confirmation of the University of WA winning the first semi-final of the club men's double scull, second for Ballarat City, and now the battle is on. UTS Haberfield have started to push and push hard. Cranbrook are also matching up with them. They've just started to drop Corio Bay and Adelaide, so it's now a battle of two, UTS Haberfield and Cranbrook. The UTS Haberfield rowers just starting to push through. They'll get over by about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Cranbrook, and then back to Corio Bay and Adelaide. That was a strong finish there from UTS Haberfield, able to absolutely fly the crew of Jared Bresniak and Jack Dawson, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti and Alex Field, just holding on against a very fast finishing Cranbrook.
Yep, unofficially first lane 3 University of Western Australia, second lane 2 Ballarat City, third lane 5 UTS Haberfield, fourth lane 4 Cranbrook, fifth Corio Bay, sixth Adelaide Rowing Club. The winning time, 7 minutes, 10.42. The margin, 3.52, 22.73 and 0.67. Just let... Semi-final 2 of the club men's double scull underway. Banks in lane 2, Sydney University 3, UTS Haberfield in 4, ANU in 5, Townsville and James Cook University in lane 6 and Pine Rivers in lane 7.
In the lead through the 1,500 metres, it was the Banks crew of Mark Putter and James Mead, coached by Thomas Creever and Tony Lee, leading Townsville JCU's Zachary Skip, Riley Williams, and then Sydney University's Sydney University's Joshua Hewitt and Sam Bristow in the final qualifying position. A little bit further back to UTS Haberfield's Cameron Ogilvie and Tate Van Heeps, and then ANU's Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton rounding out the field, and then Pine River's Michael Hart and Henry Borger rounding out the field at the 1,500 metres. Luca Hare from ANU is the club captain for ANU, and rowing very pretty at the moment.
Very pretty. Well, Banks are rowing even prettier. They're on the far side of the course. They've dropped the rate, letting the boat run between strokes there, and they have got a very nice margin, and we'll go through to the to the semi-final of the club men's double scull easily. That's pretty cruisy, Stuart, over there on the far side. Townsville and James Cook University here. Zachary Skip and Riley Williams, coached by Harrison Parks, doing a great job. And then across to the Sydney University Boat Club, is it?
Yeah, Sydney University looked like they just eased off a little bit, and then we saw it's just eased off a little bit, and then they saw a little bit of danger going on. So Townsville James Cook University will finish in second, with it will then be the Sydney University crew in third, qualifying for the final ahead of UTS Haberfield, ANU and Pine Rivers in that second semi-final of the club men's double scull. It's a confirmation of the results in semi-final 2 of the club men's double scull. First to the crew from Banks Rowing Club, second to Townsville James Cook University, third to Sydney University. Those 3 crews going through to the final, with UTS Haberfield, ANU and Pine Rivers eliminated from this race. The winning time, 7 minutes 11.6. As we move on to the club women's Coxless 4. This is repechage number 1, with first and second going through to the final and the rest being eliminated. In lane 2, it's a crew from UTS Haberfield. In lane 3, Melbourne University. Lane 4 from Buckingham. Lane 5, Mercantile. And lane 6, the University of Queensland. And we just see them there at the start. They are very, very tricky conditions at the start, particularly in the fours, trying to get them balanced, trying to deal with the gusts of winds that are coming across. A big shout out to the boat holders who are, helping the crews out as much as they can and keeping everything in place. From personal experience a little bit earlier, Ray, that was a very tricky time.
So we have UTS Haberfield in lane 2, Melbourne University in 3, Buckingham in lane 4, Mercantile in lane 5, and the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 6 in this club women's Coxless 4, with the first 2 only to go through to the final.
So crews just getting ready for the start of the club women's Coxless 4s. As mentioned, this is the repechage, the only repechage for this event, with first and second going through to the finals, with the rest being eliminated. So you can just see there the real struggle for the crews. And a lot of the issue is, even though it might not be visible on the screen, there are some fairly strong gusts of winds that are blowing across from right to left on your screen. And what it does mean is that when you are getting lined up, then all of a sudden this gust of wind will take you back too far towards your bow side, towards your left-hand side, and then you have to straighten it back up again. So a large part, the tricky thing for the people that are on the bow side in these fours is to try and have it so as that you don't use all your energy just trying to keep the boat relatively straight before the actual start. But it doesn't look like we're too far away from the start. The rowers are at the ready. UTS Haberfield, Melbourne University, Buckingham Mercantile, and the University of Queensland, and they are underway now. This is the Club Women's Coxless 4 event, first and second through to the final. As we just see there, some fantastic shots from the drone overlooking the start line, overlooking the town of Ngambie. I'm sure that if you looked hard enough, you'd be able to find the statue of Black Caviar down towards the start line there, and also the Ngambie Rowing Club. But out in front at the moment are the crew from Melbourne University: Char Will, Zara Lavery, Chloe Cooper, Isabella Booth, coached by Edward Fuller. And then they're just a little bit ahead of the very bright yellow Buckingham boat, crewed by Annika Schrader, Courtney Blythe, Signet Hornet, Charlotte Ralph, and coached by Abby Crow. Over in lane 2, UTS Haberfield, Lilla Anderton, Alexandra Quinn, Gemma Sibyllin, Jessica Salmon, and coached by Natalie Legg and Hallie Chapman.
And some nice coxing in the end there, Stuart, the way the coxswains just had their bows facing into the breeze and working with the aligner and the starter. And just as the bows came around, the starter and the aligner were able to get them off and underway quite safely.
Over in lane 5 from Mercantile, Isabel Passaris, Jess Hawker, Sophie Williams, Chloe Robertson, coached by Alistair Matthews and Samuel Fennessy. And then from the University of Queensland in lane 6, Alice Reddy, Sophie Lucas, Eliza Bridgefoot, Emily Graham, and they're coached by Gus Rodero. It is Melbourne University in the lead at the moment, just a little bit ahead of UTS Haberfield over in lane 2. Buckingham now just dropping back probably about half a boat length, and then the University of Queensland in lane 6 leading Mercantile. Through the 500 metres, it's not much between second and third. It's Melbourne University in the lead, UTS Haberfield and Buckingham in second and third, then back to Mercantile and the University of Queensland. So through the 500 metres, there's some, again, we're sort of in that gusty area of the course. Not so much development as there is sort of down towards the start line. So you do get quite a few gusts coming across the course. It does make steering interesting. In these coxless boats, it means that they're going to have to really focus on where they are within the lanes and make certain that they can take into account the wind blowing across from the top of the screen to the bottom, as you're seeing it from that magnificent drone footage from BMA. Melbourne University out in the lead though. They've still got about a half a boat length between them and UTS Haberfield, with Buckingham not far behind. And also the two crews on closest to the bottom of the screen at the moment, Mercantile and the University of Queensland. Neither of those crews giving up without a fight. They're all in it, coming up towards going past the 750 metre mark. Melbourne University have the lead though, and they've led the entire way. They've now opened it up to about half a boat length, almost 3/4 of a boat length, to UTS Haberfield and Buckingham. Mercantile and the University of Queensland sitting in behind them in 4th and 5th position. As we now look up towards the main spectator area, there are a lot of spectators out today. It's fantastic to see. There's a lot of people down here towards the finish line, ready to cheer their crews on. We've got the big screen up near the finish tower as well, and then the whole length down that little peninsula, just tents absolutely everywhere, and you can hear the cheers as you're rowing through really start to lift the rowers as they're coming past. Great view out towards as well if you're wondering where the rowers go from. It's the little lake in behind the spectator area. Through the 1,000 metres though, it is Melbourne University with the lead ahead of UTS Haberfield, Buckingham, Mercantile and the University of Queensland making up our field. Only a second between first and second, with another second and a half between UTS Haberfield in second and Buckingham in third. Maybe just dropping off the pace a little bit. They are starting to get caught by Mercantile and the University of Queensland as we just see those amazing shots from the drone coming up towards the 1,250 metre mark and then up over the hills of Victoria. Very quintessential country area around here in country Australian area here at Nagambie. We've got the gum trees over on the far bank with all the cockatoos sitting there ready to have a bit of a watch as we're coming up now towards the 1,500 metres of the Club Women's Coxless Fours. After this event, we do have a little bit of a gap until 1:25, so it won't be too far away for the start of the repechage for the schoolgirls Coxed Eights. We've got a couple of repecharges going on before we move on to the schoolboy Coxed Eights, and then the Open Women's Coxed Eight at 1:40 and the Open Men's Quad Sculls. So a couple of good races to come up there. The Open Women's Coxed Eight for the Florence Eaton Trophy, and then the Open Men's Quad Scull, which includes a few names from the bronze-winning quad sculls from the Tokyo Olympics, Ray.
Yes, it does, but the course at the moment is a crew from Melbourne University out in the front. It's a good race, really, isn't it? These 5 crews, with just the first 2 to go through to the final. And wonderful innovation, the club event of the National Championships. It's not that old. It's only been going for a few years, and it's great to see the level of interest and the amount of the number of entries in this event as Melbourne University leads through there. UTS Haberfield in second place, and a great race for third between Mercantile, Buckingham, Adelaide, and the University of Queensland Boat Club. 0.56 and 0.7 between them.
So into the last 500 metres now. It's still Melbourne University in the lead, 2 seconds between them and UTS Haberfield. And you can just see UTS Haberfield start to make a little bit of a push. So the battle on for first and for second, with the battle for third between Buckingham, Mercantile and the University of Queensland also ongoing. It's only 1 or 2 going through to the final though, with the rest being eliminated from this event. The club events, Razor, you do need to, obviously within your club, you can't have composites, and you can't have nominated for a senior Australian team.
Well, I caught up with Matt Ryan and Cameron McKenzie-McCarg yesterday, and Melbourne Uni were thinking about trotting out a few old blokes at one stage, including people like Karsten Forstling, but I think when it came to the fact that they might have to train for a little while, that they decided not to, but it would have been great to see Matty Ryan and Cam McKenzie-McCarg, silver medalists in the 4 from 2008 in Beijing, along with Karsten Forstling, who won a silver and a bronze in Olympic quad sculling, rowing for their beloved Melbourne University. Of course, in 2017, having won a silver in Rio, Karsten actually turned up rowing a Masters 8 here with his brother at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships for Melbourne University. But they're not in the Melbourne University crew. Char Wills, Zara Lavery, Chloe Cooper, Isabella Booth and Edward Fuller is the coach of that crew, and they're far too good for this field. UTS Haberfield will be second. Lila Anderton, Alexandra Quinn, Gemma Sibyllin, Jessica Salmon, Natalie Legg and Hallie Chapman, the 2 coaches of that boat. And then in third place will be the Mercantile crew. Fourth will be the fast finishing University of Queensland crew. And fifth then will be Buckingham in a time of 7:54.02. The margin's 2.54 by 4.39 by 0.96. And 2 races were removed from there, and now we have the Schoolgirls Coxed Eight repechage number 1, Progression Cutthroat. 7 boats, 2 spots into the semi-final. Geelong Grammar in 2, Seymour College in 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar in 4, Loretto Normanhurst in 5, Geelong College in 6, Loretto Toorak in 7, and Genazzano in lane 8.
And it is the Battle of Geelong at the moment. Geelong College in lane 6, leading at the early stages of the repechage for the schoolgirls. First repechage of the schoolgirls. Cox State, they're ahead of Geelong Grammar. I believe it's their second crew sitting over in lane 2. As we just see them coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark. And it will be, in fact, Geelong Grammar in the lead at the moment. Half a second between Geelong Grammar and Geelong College in seconds. Then back then to Seymour College, Loretto Normanhurst, Januzzo and Loretto Toorak making up our field. And again, the great drone footage coming through from the guys at BMA. Geelong Grammar in lane 2. The crew of Quimby Yates, Sienna Hewen, Claire Hamilton, Rosie Barber, Ava Grilovitz, Chloe Payton, Gillian Walton, Emily Pincock and Cox by Zali Dickinson. The Geelong College crew of Jazz Wiley, Ellie Campbell, Daisy Page, Bridget Delaney, Chantel Mason, Amy McLaughlin, Andy Taylor, Mia Kemp and Ella Panek Mitchell, coached by Denise Tremmel.
So no coach listed for Geelong Grammar, unfortunately. But yes, Geelong College, as Stuart just alluded to, and they're having a bold bid for victory along with Geelong Grammar in Station 2. So the rivalry between the Geelong schools is very, very healthy indeed. Down on the Barwon River, heading out towards Corio Bay. And those two schools are at the head of the field with third place, probably the crew from Seymour College from South Australia in third place at the moment.
Yeah, the Seymour College crew of Grace Foster, Carolyn McNally, Eliza Wenk, Lila McRow, Charlotte Heeson, Molly Dugan, Chloe Pocock, Alice Montgomery, Annabelle Davies as the coxswain. And then they're leading Melbourne Girls Grammar's Hannah Thompson, Sky McLeish, Ellen Thorpe, Isabella Ross, Lara Gorman, Natasha Madden, Emily McComb, M. Hardwick and Isabella Boffa as the coxswain. Through the 1500, and it's Geelong Grammar still with the lead. First two going through to the semi-finals, and it's .72 between Geelong College and Seymour College. It was a battle of Geelong. Now it's Victoria versus South Australia in that battle for the final qualification spot.
So a nice length lead there for Geelong Grammar over Geelong College, but Geelong College under pressure from Seymour College on the preferred side of the course, and they're just 0.72 back and a whopping 8.56 back to Melbourne Girls Grammar in fourth place. So again, 3 and 2 won't go, and this crew on this side, Geelong College, making a bold bid for victory now. They're still a length down on the leaders, Geelong Grammar, and Seymour College in Station 3 trying to peg back the crew on this side. They look full of running, the crew from Geelong College over on this side of the course. They're really coming home strongly.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a drop-off in the middle to 500 and the middle 1,000 metres or so, but have just started to pull back. They are in one of the least favoured lanes at the moment. It is Geelong Grammar out in the lead with a boat length over Geelong College and Seymour College, and then back again to Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loretto Normanhurst, Januzzo and Loretto Toorak making up our field. Into the Red Boys now, it's still Geelong Grammar with the lead, a boat length between them and Seymour College, who have now started to make their move. Geelong College are going to have to really up their rate to try and match it into the last 100 metres or so.
Have a look at the finish from Seymour College. Geelong Grammar are home and hosed. They're going to win this repechage number 1, but the fight between Seymour in lane 3 and Geelong College in lane 6, it's tight. It's the crew from, I think Geelong College might have got there. What do you think, Stuart?
I think you might be right, but I am going to wait for the photo on that one. There was absolutely...
sit on the fence is what you're doing.
That's, I've got the splinters to prove it. It was a very close finish there. Seymour College a couple of times completely looked out of it. Coming back, Geelong College gave it a run. First to Geelong Grammar. Unofficially, we have Geelong College as finishing second by .37 of a second. They are the unofficial results. Loretto Normanhurst in fourth.
Yeah. Melbourne Girls Grammar, Genazzano, and then Loretto Toorak in the Blue Boats, which is their custom, will finish in 7th place. So, cracking race.
That was a fantastic race. Geelong College really going out hard early, matching Geelong Grammar. Looked like they had done enough with 500 metres to go, and then just Seymour College with the sprint finish to really put a lot of pressure on them.
Schoolgirl Cox 8, Rapid Charge 2 underway. Lane 2, Caulfield Grammar. Lane 3, Furbank Grammar. Lane 4, Genazzano, so 2 crews from Genazzano. Lane 5, Walford Anglican from South Australia. Lane 6, Roseville. Lane 7, MLCQ. And Lane 8 is Loretto Marriotteville. So quite a good entry from South Australia in the Schoolgirl 8s this year.
Yeah, and those two South Australian schools sitting in second and third at the moment. It is Genazzano out in the lead through the 500 metres, and then I'll just be able to see as they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. It is Genazzano in the lead at the 1,000 metre mark, a 4-second lead ahead of Walford Anglican from South Australia. Caulfield Grammar in third place ahead of Furbank Grammar. Loretto Marriotteville just dropping a little bit off the pace over that 500 metres. Then Roseville and MLCQ. That Genazzano crew of Hannah Blackney, Natalie Bianco, Olivia Benston, Beth Hennessy, Sarah McIntosh, Ruby Vandenboom, Ella Newworth, Grace Boyd and Georgia Simmons as the coxswain, coached by Peter Somerville and Peter Campbell. And they're leading the Walford Anglican crew of Ava Morrow, Miffy Young, Imke Mentz, Ella Hamilton, Lily Richer, Alexandra Williams, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth, Lily Restus as the coxswain and coached by Patrick E.
Walford, the head of the River champions from South Australia this year. Who's the coordinator at Walford? Patrick I, who's coaching this crew, is the rowing coordinator at Walford Anglican School.
Sitting in third place in the second repercharge at the moment is the crew from Caulfield Grammar, Olivia Boyce-Ellett, Annabelle Barnett, Grace Kennedy, Amelia Pinder, Emily Condren, Ella Beast-Leong, Emma Wills, Oleg Pascoe and Ivy Jones as the coxswain. No coach listed there. And then from Furbank Grammar, it is Angelica Woodruff, Holly Dark, Zoe White, Elise Angus, Orla McCarthy, Giselle Buckley, Emily Goff, Sophia Scott, Milana Irons as the coxswain and coached by Rebecca Craggs and Emerson Street.
It's more a traditional arrowhead type formation at the moment. We've been seeing the advantage lanes, let's call them, on the far side of the course, but at the moment the crews in station 4 and 5, Genazzano and Walford Anglican, clear of the field, and only 2 will go through to the semi-finals. There is a push coming from this side though from Loretto Marriotteville, coached by Tom Dornbos in Adelaide.
Yeah, that crew of Erin Munger, Hilary Longstaff, Charlotte Illman, Francesca Lennon, Hallie Anderson, Mariah Murray, Deanna Macalino, Victoria Vins and Charlotte Lang.
They've got a bit of work to do.
They do, as we can just see there, the Loretto with the high-vis ribbons, as they've been described throughout the...
High-vis ribbons, yes, almost important as high-vis caps.
But it is out in front. Genazzano from Victoria in the lead at the moment. Put under a little bit of pressure from the South Australian head of the river winners, Walford Anglican. And then back a little bit further, Loretto Marriotteville are starting to make a little bit of a run there over in lane 8, as Caulfield Grammar over in lane 2. Then back to Furbank Grammar, Roseville and MLCQ to round out our field. 200 metres to go. It's still Genazzano's to lose.
Yep, it's very difficult to line them up when they're on the extremities of the course. So just looking out the window, you'd think that the crew from Loretto Marriotteville were right up there and maybe in third place, and they may well be, but in fact they could be fifth as well. But there's no doubt that Genazzano are in the lead over the crew from Walford Anglican in second place. Probably the crew from Caulfield Grammar, then Furbank Grammar, and the high-vis ribbons of Loretto Marriotteville in 5th place as Genovzano drive towards the line at about 36, 37 strokes to the minute. And nice polished 8-oared rowing. Genovzano will be first. Walford Anglican of South Australia will be second. Third will be Caulfield Grammar. It will be tight. I think Loretto Marriottville will have got 4th in front of Furbank. Grammar will be 5th. 6th then will be Roseville, and 7th will be 6th will be Roseville. 7th will be MLCQ. 7 minutes 20.57. The margin 3.11 by 2.53 by 1.06. And the schoolboy Cox State one and only repechage is underway. The first 2 to go through to the A final. Lane 2, Brisbane Boys College. Lane 3, Wesley College. Lane 4, Xavier College. Lane 5, St Kevin's. Lane 6, Geelong College. And Lane 7, Prince Alfred College. So a Queensland crew in 2, a South Australian crew in 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4 crews from Victoria in the middle of the field.
And through the 1,000 metres, it was St Kevin's from Victoria who had the lead, just under 2 seconds ahead of Brisbane Boys College from Queensland in 2nd place, and then back another 2 seconds to Xavier College, Wesley College, Geelong College, and then Prince Alfred College. So the only crew without college in the name in the lead at the after the first.
I'm not sure whether it's St Kevin's School, St Kevin's College, or what. But Brisbane Boys College, of course, won the under 19-8 this morning. So looking to book a place into the final of the Schoolboy 8, having finished in the bronze medal position last year. St Peter's from Adelaide winning the gold medal last year. The first time that a South Australian crew had won the Schoolboy 8, I think Phil Mangelsdorf told me, in 40 years or something like that. They were a very good crew, however. Brisbane Boys College, who are in the mix here, got the bronze medal on that occasion.
Coming up towards the 1,500 metres, it's still St Kevin's and Brisbane Boys looking good to
Xavier
qualify.
are going okay as well, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, but I believe Dave England's involved in the coaching as well at Xavier. David Stringy England, I think David was the coxswain of the Australian Men's 8 in Moscow in 1980. So I won't remind him that that was 42 years ago.
No, please don't, because I'm born in 1980 and I didn't need to be reminded that I'm 42 at the end of the year.
As is my son, so don't feel bad.
Well, great things came out of 1980, State of Origin and the Blues Brothers. But out in the lead, it is Brisbane Boys College ahead of St Kevin's, and then 3 seconds back to Xavier College, then Wesley College, Geelong College and Prince Alfred College.
So there's been a second and a half turnaround in that third 500. The crew from St Kevin's were about 3/4 of a second clear in first place going through the 1,000, and coming out of the 1,500 it was Brisbane Boys College who were 0.75 in the lead of this repechage, one and only repechage of the Schoolboys Cox State Championship of Australia.
Brisbane Boys College into the lead, passing the 250 and looking very good. St Kevin's still sitting in second place at the moment, under a little bit of pressure from Xavier College, who've started to make their move. Wesley College a little bit back behind them, and then Geelong College and Prince Alfred College into the last 150 metres. Brisbane Boys, they were head of the River winners up in Queensland this year, and they are showing a lot of class through, particularly through this last 500.
They're on about 42 strokes to the minute in the drive to the line. Monty Martin in the stroke seat, the crew coached by his dad, Randall Martin, along with Scotty Laidler, and Brisbane Boys College will go across in first place. St Kevin's from Melbourne will be second. Xavier College will be third. Fourth will be Wesley College. Fifth then will be Geelong College, and sixth will be Prince Alfred College. So well done to Randall Martin. And Scotty Laidler, who was a member of the Australian Men's 8, 2015, I think it was, and a young man from Longreach who came to school at BBC and hasn't gone back. Oh, there's Cox by Jurek, Hazelgrove's brother. There you go. He rose above that, obviously. So 6:13.51, 6:13.51 shows you what conditions can do. This crew won the head of the river in 5:38. So I think they were very favourable conditions. And today, not quite as favourable. They go 6:13.51. but a good tough win. They measured out that third 500 absolutely beautifully.
As Ray Evatt just steps out for a little bit of a break, we'll have Jerick Hasselgrove coming in just a moment. They are underway in race number 529. It's the final of the Open Women's Cox State for the Florence Eaton Trophy. In lane 2, Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 3, Melbourne University, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. And in lane 4, the University of Queensland, supported by the Queensland Institute of Sport. So, Jerick, we've got Sydney, Melbourne, Queensland Academy of Sport, sorry. In this one, we've got Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane.
Yes, and we've got, to be honest, a fairly good representation from a lot of the recent senior and under-23 teams across these 3 Open Women's Cox 8s, and I'm going to claim a few of them personally because I also coach quite a few of the girls in both the Queensland and also one in the New South Wales crew as well. Kate Rowan, an export from Queensland down to the Sydney University Boat Club and thriving under Alfie Young and Don McLaughlin's leadership down there. But a pretty good race so far as we come through the first 500. The initial race leaders, lane 3, the crew from Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Steph Gordon, Mila Marston, Sarah De Jure, Juliet Roy-Smith, Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell, Lacey Steffen and Phoebe Georgakis, coached by Mitch Nelson. Leading the Open Women's 8 field now by almost a boat length, I'd say, then very narrowly back to, you'd probably say the Sydney University Boat Club crew. They're just maybe with their bow slightly in front of the University of Queensland QAS crew in lane 4. But a great race on for the minor placing here. And if my memory serves me correctly, only 2 medals to be doled out for an event with only 3 in it. And of course, the winner of this Open Women's Cox State receiving the Florence Eaton Trophy as well. We see there now as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, 3 minutes 16.82 to Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club Composite, leading by just under 3 seconds. And it did look like there might have been a breath of clear water. Back now to the University of Queensland, holding less than a second's lead over Sydney University in lane 2. And the water, probably on that side of the course, you'd have to say, Stuart, would be fairly fair now. We're seeing the wind die off now a little bit. Beautiful conditions, certainly in the last 500.
Yeah, bodes well for the sprint events a little bit later on today when they're all just going off the 1500 start down to the finish. But it is the crew from Melbourne University and also Sydney Rowing Club. It looks like there was a late substitution, a couple of Sydney Rowing Club people in there. We've got Graham Hudson and Hoare backing up in that Melbourne University Sydney crew. And we can just see there on the screen a couple of the Sydney Rowing Club Zooties. They're looking about a boat length ahead of Sydney University and the University of Queensland. We've got the Sydney University crew, Nikki Greenland, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, Rowena Meredith, Ella Mencines, Kate Rowan, Jamie Ford, Georgie Gleeson, Talia Barnett Heppels is the coxswain, coached by Alfie Young, Jack Hanley and Donald McLaughlin.
And by the looks of it, Lucy Steffen stroking the Melbourne University boat there as they lead down through now almost 500 metres to go. We'll get the splits in just a moment as they come through the 1500. The bow seat of the Olympic Women's 4 last year, picking up a gold medal in Tokyo, and now with the keys to the Melbourne Uni 8 as they cross through 1500, 4:54.85, and the margin now stretching out a little bit as Sydney University now moves up into second position. About a second and a half, maybe just on 2 seconds changing of the guard there between second and third. University of Queensland just slipping back a little bit there from a very snazzy third 500 from Sydney Uni on the far side. But Melbourne University still extending their lead now to a little over a canvas of clear water now as they head towards about 300 metres to go. We now start to see the rate climbing in both of those 2 outside crews, starting to set the running for the race home here. University of Queensland a couple of points lower, but now starting to make their move as we come towards 250 to go. But the classes all in the pointy end of the field here. Melbourne University have led from the start in the Open Women's Cox State for 2022. And it looks like they're going to come home like a freight train here to record a win, although Sydney Uni looking like they may have something to say about it on the far side. The coxswains put the foot down. Sydney University coxswain Talia Barnett Heppels calling for a last-minute run to the line, and they may have even almost got overlap here on Melbourne University, but they're in a perfect spot to race home because they've got a controlling view of the field, and they respond in kind, still with a length to lead now and about 100 metres left to go. It's Sydney University in second, chasing down Melbourne University, the race leaders right from the go. And I don't think there's going to be any change in the placings here. With about 5 strokes left to run, it is going to be a very strong win to Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 3. The 2022 champions in the Open Women's Cox State, shortly to receive the Florence Eaton Trophy. Silver medal in second place will go to Sydney University on the far side, and third to the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport in lane 4.
Confirmation of the results in the Open Women's 8 for the Florence Eaton Trophy. A win for the Melbourne University Sydney Composite Crew in lane 3 in a time of 6 minutes 33.5. Second place going to Sydney University, with third going to the University of Queensland.
Now on our screen again, some gorgeous footage from the drone there, up a little high by the looks of it as he heads over the township of Ngambia and the starting blocks there. We can see, as Razor mentioned a second ago, the officials and the crews alike just trying to offset that slight cross headwind coming from the left of the lanes. You can see on your screen there watching on the live stream, and of course on the big screen down here in the spectator area. It's that slight offset into wind, both to help the boat holders in terms of keeping the boat straight, but also to ensure that as they do start, if you do get hit by a gust, you're not pushed immediately onto your bow side buoy line. So we're now awaiting a start in race 530. It is the final of the Open Men's Quadruple Scull. In lane 2, you have North Esk Composite with Tamar and Buckingham, Joseph Wilson, Joel Nakaranen, Jack Barrett and Connor Ryan, coached by Brendan Long, Brett Crow and Trevor Barrett. In lane 3 from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield, Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, Jackson Free and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, coached by Alex Field and Lincoln Handley. In lane 4 from Commercial University of Queensland and Toowong, the Queensland composite of Elliot Appel, Jack Armitage, Blaine Hesseltine and Adam Backer. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Victorian Institute of Sport, we have Alex Wood, Nick Lavery, Paddy Holt and Matt Curtin, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 6, making up our field in this Open Men's Quadruple Scull, ANU composite with Sydney University and West Australian Rowing Club, Jack Cleary, Dave Barthelot, Cameron Girdleston and Caleb Antill. So again, some very familiar names there, Stuart, from both senior teams and under-23 teams. There's a few lighties in the mix as well.
Yeah, look, that final crew, the ANU composite, ANU Sydney University, West Australian, 3/4 of the bronze-winning men's quad from last year.
It's and certainly probably a potential favourite in lane 6 there, although based on what we have been seeing across the course of the week, maybe not the favoured lane, so they may have their work cut out for them just in the initial start here. But we can see there as we look over the 2,000 metre start, the conditions now starting to fine up as we head towards the last day of racing tomorrow in the Interstate Regatta. And we've just been told by our team from BMA that over 100,000 people have watched the live stream that you're seeing up on the big screen there in the boat park from home. And it's fantastic to have all 100,000 of you joining us from Australia and further overseas. And it looks like we're just about ready for a start now in the Open Men's Quad. As the starter releases them there, and we can see them pushing out into fairly benign conditions almost, although maybe a little deceptive on the camera there. And crew to watch, as we said, probably lane 6 on the far side for those of you watching at home, the top of your screen. But a very good race coming up on our hands. Okay, the Open Men's Quad now starting to separate themselves out as we make our way towards the 500-metre mark. The two centre station crews there, UTS Haberfield and Commercial University of Queensland Toowong Composite, slipping back a little bit from the initial race leaders. And as expected, oh geez, they've got some tidy speed on as well in lane 6. That's moving very nicely. ANU, Sydney Uni and West Australian Composite, Cleary, Bartholomew, Girdleston and Antill leading through 500 metres by about 0.87 of a second over the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite with UTS Haberfield. Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, Jackson Free and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, coached by Alex Field and Lincoln Handling, making their way into second place. But it might actually be I think the UTS Haberfield crew of Wood, Lavery, Holt and Curtin. They had a little bit of a slow start initially, but they're now starting to make their way back into the remnants of the field as they make their way through 750 metres. Still sitting in fourth place, however, second currently to Griffith Uni Composite, North-Est Composite on the far side in third, and the Commercial University of Queensland Toowong Composite crew just slipping back from the leaders of the pack here into fifth place in this Open Men's Quadruple Scull.
And you just see there, Jurek, in that last little section, the ANU Composite over in lane 6, that's largely Australian team, all members of the Men's National Training Centre, really start to put the foot down and get a bit of a distance between themselves and the rest of the field, as you'd probably expect from this crew.
Yeah, look, very classy racing indeed on the bottom of our screen there. You can just see how tight and clean they are in these fairly nice conditions now as they make their way into the sheltered part of the course, and really dynamic in the water. And as they came through the 500, they were absolutely flying. And we can see there again still the speed on the boat now as they come through the K. The split's about to come up for us, but we can see consolidating now into second place on the far side. It's still Griffith Uni and UTS Haberfield in second place. 5 seconds now the margin though, so the ANU Composite on the inside lane has extended their lead. And it's now back to UTS Haberfield, who had quite a slow start really. They came out with Commercial and the Queensland Composite there in the centre lane, but they've certainly done some cracking work there in the second 500 to move up into third place as they come into the third 5 here.
Yeah, Caleb Ansell stroking this quads in this particular event. Last year during the Olympics we had Luke Fletcher, who's now retired, just recently announced his retirement from international rowing. He is floating around in the regatta centre.
Yeah, hasn't retired from coaching by the looks of it. He's certainly busy this week.
He's been involved with the ACT Academy of Sport program, and he's also a board member of Rowing ACT. So another one of the former rowers that have moved on into both coaching and administration. We see quite a few of those around the place. Sarah Cook, obviously a pretty major example of that.
A fantastic mentor as well to some of those young athletes down in the Australian Capital Territory. 35 strokes the minute in this leading boat from ANU, Sydney University in West Australia in rowing club here, as they now come down a little bit towards the spectator area here, approaching the 1500 metre mark. And I dare say they've extended their margin now over the rest of the field, though. Good racing still for the silver and bronze medals, as we see some very tight racing indeed between North-Est Composite, Griffith University and UTS Haberfield. 7 seconds now, so about another 2 seconds dent into the rest of the field, that ANU crew. Griffith University Surfers Paradise starting to give away a little bit of their early lead. North-Est Composite, though, moving back up into third place, so they've done a very good job in the third 5 there.
Yeah, then UTS Haberfield just sitting not far behind them. So I think, Jurek, we're in for a fascinating finish between second, third and fourth to get those minor placings. Who can get on the podium in the silver and the bronze? Out in front at the moment, it is the ANU, Sydney University and West Australian Rowing Club Composite, and looking quite comfortable. In second place at the moment, it's Griffith University, UTS Haberfield. Behind them, North-Est, Tamar, Buckingham Composite, and then UTS Haberfield Composite as well. Coming up towards the Red Boys now. Still ANU Composite out in the lead, looking quite strong. The battle for the minor placings. Griffith University, Surfers Paradise Composite. They've sat in second the entire race. They're still sitting in second. The North-Est Composite over in lane 2, moving up into bronze position. UTS Haberfield just dropping off the pace a little bit and might find themselves out of the medal placings, then back a little bit further to the Commercial Composite in lane 4. Coming through to the finish with some very powerful strokes, it will be the ANU, Sydney University, West Australian Composite crew who will cross the line and become the 2022 Open Men's Quad Scull champions. Coming through in second place and holding on to that second place throughout will be the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Composite. Just holding out in third will be the North Esk Tamar Buckingham Composite. So they'll go through with the bronze medal, finishing under a second ahead of UTS Haberfield in fourth. So strong finish there from UTS Haberfield. Just ran out a little bit of ran out of course a little bit there, Jurek, and weren't able to quite get over the top of that North Esk Composite.
Yeah, well, North Esk Composite had a bit of an off second five, you'd almost say, with the UTS Haberfield crew moving up into that all-important third spot, but they came back like a firecracker in the third five, and they've raced really well in the second 1,000. So the unofficial results there for the Open Men's Quadruple Scull for 2022. In first place, ANU Sydney University in a time of 6 minutes, 6.84, 7.1 seconds behind Griffith University Surfers Paradise and UTS Haberfield Composite. The bronze medal, 3.06 seconds the margin, back to North Esk Composite with Tamar and Buckingham on the far side. And unfortunately just missing out on the medals, UTS Haberfield and the NSWIS and Victorian Institute of Sport in lane 5 in fourth place, and Commercial Composite in the centre station lane 4 in fifth position.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Florissant Trophy for the Open Women's Cox Day. The medals and trophy will be presented by Sarah Cook Olympian, Chief Operating Officer of Rowing Australia. Second place and silver medalists from Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Nicola Greenland, Eleanor Price, Emily Shepherd, Rowena Meredith, Ella Menzies, Kate Rowan, Jamie Ford, Georgie Gleeson, Talia Barnett-Heppels. They're coached by Alfie Young, Jack Hanley and Donald McLaughlin. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing Melbourne University and the Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham, Mila Marsden, Sarah Diure, Eliza Gaffney, Jean Mitchell, Harriet Hudson, Sarah Hoare, Lucy Stephan and Phoebe Georgiakis. They're supported by the Victorian, Tasmanian and New South Wales Institutes of Sport and coached by Mitchell Nelson. The Florence Eaton Trophy will now be presented by Sarah Cook. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Quadruple Scull. The medals will be presented by Philip Mangelsdorf, President of Rowing South Australia. Third place and bronze medalists representing North-Esk, Tamar and Buckingham. Joseph Wilson, Joel Nakarinen, Jack Barrett, Connor Ryan. They're supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport and coached by Brendan Long, Brett Crow and Trevor Barrett. Second place and silver medalists representing Griffith University, Surfers Paradise and UTS Haberfield. Marcus Delamata, Oscar Williams, Jackson Free, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. They're supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport and coached by Alex Field and Lincoln Handley. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing the Australian National University, Sydney University and the West Australian Rowing Club. Jack Cleary, David Bartolo, Cameron Girdleston and Caleb Antill. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of racing here on day 6 of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships after a fairly brief lunch break. It certainly seemed to be. And racing here, Chris, in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull is just underway.
Yes, we've got the first semi-final on the course as the crews approaching or coming through the 500 metre mark now. In lane 2, Redlands. In lane 2, Royton Girls. In lane 4, Strathcona's second quad. In lane 5, Strathcona's Year 10 quad. In lane 6, Albert Park College. And in lane 7, Trinity Lutheran.
These quad sculls went through the repechages, seems like only an hour or so ago. It may have been a bit more than that, but certainly a big day for these Cox schoolgirl and schoolboy quads in the races to follow. Looking for the top 2 spots here to move through to the A final. And a very quick start has been had by the crew that is not unfamiliar with the Nationals podium here, being the Wrighton Girls School of Melbourne there in lane 3, who have gone out to what looks like over a boat length lead there in the early strokes of this race from Redlands, and the 2 Strathcona crews in the centre of the course, Albert Park College and also Trinity Lutheran. The top 2 from each of these semi-finals to move through to the A final now of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull as we start to move towards the pointy end of this event. So 3 semi-finals to determine our A finalists, and then 2 more semi-finals, of course, to follow to determine our D and E finalists. The next 5 races here in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, but certainly the Wrighton Girls combination well clear here. Grace Jansen, Louise Chia, Charlotte Crozier, Charlotte Ball and Philippa Preston, the Cox. They are coached, as they have been for many years now, very successfully by Matt Wilson, the Wrighton Girls School in Melbourne. So they'll come through here at halfway, clear by a couple of boat lengths it would be, 3:50, 3:51. The time there for Wrighton over Redlands of Sydney in second place. Georgia Bashaw, Alana Mansfield, Brian Carter, Elizabeth Holtower, Charlotte Harmon, the Cox, and Lucy Mason, the coach of that Redlands crew. Then it was back in quick succession to the 2 crews from Strathcona having a very good battle there in 3rd and 4th. And then Albert Park College and also Trinity Lutheran, the 6 crews in the race. The Strathcona crews, as Chris mentioned, lane 4 is the Division 2 quad from Strathcona. And lane 5 is their Year 10 quad scull. The Strathcona Division 1 quad comes up in a couple of races time in semi-final 3, so a deep field in this race certainly from Strathcona, who were the head of the Schoolgirls winners in Melbourne a couple of weeks ago, beating the Wrighton Girls crew in something of a surprise result, but Wrighton looking for redemption here at the National Championships.
As we admire the drone footage there showing the Wrighton Girls Grammar crew firmly at the head of the field here at Lake Ngambie. We thank the 104,673 of you that have tuned in over the past 6 days, and say hello to those of you from the United States, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Canada, India, Mexico, Singapore, South Africa and Brazil, just to name a few of the countries around the world. And Argentina, as we heard this morning, thanks to Gus Rodero. So those are just some of the countries that have tuned in from around the world to the live stream of the beautiful course here at Lake Ngambie in Strathbogie Shire.
It really is a worldwide event, and thanks to the wonder of the technology, this can be streamed live. Yes, to be watched from wherever you are. So welcome to those watching on the live stream, and great to hear the numbers already have surpassed last year's live streaming figures, I understand. So this is by far the biggest audience to watch an Australian Rowing Championships on since the live streaming service has been available. This is a significant statement here too from the Wrighton Girls combination lane 3. They are looking to, they've won the national title, I think it's 4 times in recent years, so looking for number 5. And they are extremely well placed here, certainly as far as this semi-final is concerned. So the Wrighton Girls School Lane 3 still leading from Redlands in 2, and they do look to be the 2 crews in the qualifying spots. 2 crews still from Strathcona there, fighting out 3rd and 4th. The Lane 4 combination, the Division 2 Open crew from Strathcona leading their Year 10 crew in Lane 5. And Albert Park College there in Lane 6. Crew that includes Eva Levashova and Tish Speed, the winners of the Head of the Schoolgirls double scull title a couple of weeks ago in conjunction with Mackenzie Dalton and Georgia Stacey, and Cox and Phoebe Koo in that Virginia Lee coached combination there for the Albert Park College. But it is certainly on the other side of the course, the 2 crews who will go through. Redlands there in 2nd place, and Wrighton Girls very comfortably in front, and still look to have a little bit in reserve here as they have to save up for tomorrow's A final. They'll race once again for the gold medals in the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull Championship of Australia, because it is Wrighton Girls very comfortably in front, very neat and together here in the closing strokes as well, finishing in great style, the crew from Wrighton, as they head up towards the finish line and go across to take the win. Wrighton Girls will go through to the A final. They'll be joined there by the Redlands crew on Lane 2, and then it will be the next 2 crews from Strathcona, Lane 4 ahead of Lane 5, and then Albert Park College in Lane 6 will finish 5th, and Trinity Lutheran Lane 7 will finish in 6th position.
The confirmation of results there in race 531, the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull. 1st place, Wrighton Girls. 2nd place, Redlands. Those 2 crews through to our A final. 3rd and 4th place will go to Strathcona, the crew in Lane 4 in 3rd and Lane 5 in 4th. Those 2 crews to the B final. And 5th and 6th place rather to Albert Park College and Trinity Lutheran College respectively. Those 2 crews off to our C final tomorrow morning.
18.02 seconds there, so a big win to Wrighton Girls, and we are just keeping careful count. We're inside the last 100 races of the regatta, it would seem too, Chris.
Absolutely. Not that we're counting, but I don't think we can even remember what races we're up to at this stage.
What day of the week it is, but we are looking forward to the last 100 races. There'll be some fantastic finals in there, no doubt, and the second semi-final is also on the course.
So that second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull in Lane 2, Queenwood School. In Lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. In Lane 4, Radford College. In Lane 5, Brendan Shaw. In Lane 6, Kinross Walleroy. And in Lane 7, Corowa Anglican Girls. And the progression for this one, the same as our first semi-final. 1 and 2 through to the A final. 3 and 4 to the B final. And the remainder of the field will progress through to tomorrow morning's C final.
So the third semi-final has also just begun, so that race on the course at the same time as semi-final 2 here, race 532, and it's 2 schools from New South Wales at the head of the field this time around. Kinross Walleroy in Lane 3 and the Queenwood School Lane 2 ahead, and about 5 seconds between those two, and a similar margin back to Brendan Shaw College of Devonport there in 3rd place, the Tasmanian combination, then Radford College from the ACT narrowly there in 4th place, Corowa Anglican School from Melbourne in 5th and 6th. Again, the crew from Kinross Walleroy with 2 combinations in this race in the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, racing again for 2 spots in the A final of this race, which will take place late in tomorrow morning's program. The day begins tomorrow with the F and G and other minor finals of these school events, and moving through to the A finals to conclude the afternoon program morning program, I should say, before we go through to the interstate regatta and a great afternoon of racing to come there. So Kinross still holding about a 5-second lead there over Queenwood in 2nd place, 5:56.20 their time. And 4.86 seconds it is over Queenwood in 2nd place. Radford College still 3rd, but that margin extending out now to almost 11 seconds to the difference between the qualifying and non-qualifying positions. And Brendan Shaw from Devonport 4th, Corowa 5th, and Kinross Wallaroo with 2 crews in the race in lane 6. So it is the lane 3 combination that leads here for Kinross. Lucy Scammell, Hannah Richardson, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle, and Georgia Robson, coached by Andrew Gannon. And they are comfortably in the qualifying positions there. Kinross crew out in front here leading, which we believe is an open division crew and a year 10 crew from Kinross, possibly towards the rear of the field. So certainly Kinross will go through from this semi-final, along with the Queenwood School there in lane 2. Imogen Gray, Olivia Don't, Sienna Williams-Bush, Emerson Stock and Sienna Fraser there. Our clear top 2. Tight for 3rd, Brendan Shaw lane 5 and Radford College lane 4. Pretty much side by side now, but both look set to move through to the B final. And then Kinross Wallaroo's 2nd crew, lane 6, and Corowa will be into the C final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull. So the win will go to Kinross Wallaroo on lane 3 by about a length and a half as they come across now and take the 2nd semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull. It is Kinross first, Queenwood will be 2nd, and then still tight for 3rd, but Radford College will be across ahead of Brendan Shaw. 5th then will be Corowa Anglican Girls School, and 6th the lane 6 crew from Kinross Wallaroo in Orange in New South Wales.
So a confirmation of results there in race 532, the second of 5 semi-finals in the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Skull. First place and through to the A final tomorrow, Kinross Wallaroo. 2nd, and joining them in that A final, Queenwood. In 3rd place, Radford College. In 4th, Brendan Shaw. Those 2 crews through to our B final, and then Corowa Anglican in 6th, and a 2nd Kinross Wallaroo crew in lane 6 in 6th place, going through to the C final. And coming down the course now and approaching the 1500 metre mark is the 3rd semi-final of the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Skull. Same progression in this one, 1-2 to the A final, 3-4 to the B final, and the remainder of the field, which will likely is the last 2 competitors in this race, will go through to the C final. So in lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar. In lane 3, Melbourne Girls College. In lane 4, Ballarat Grammar. In lane 5, Strathcona. In lane 6, Ballarat Clarendon. And in lane 7, Rockhampton Grammar.
And they're past halfway, and the race was being led there by the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Melbourne Girls College, in fact, I think would have been the race lead. No, Melbourne Girls Grammar. It is from Strathcona, and then also Melbourne Girls Grammar. So head up towards the 1500 metre mark now. So it is the lane 2 combination. Certainly you had the race lead here. That is Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Emily Anthony, Lily Wallace, Matilda Heyman, Sophie Johnson and Audrey Surace there in the cox seat of that boat. And then Strathcona, lane 5. We mentioned 3 Strathcona crews through to the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull. This is their highest ranked crew too. So they're a best chance you would think of a qualifying boat here. Sitting probably in 2nd place, lane 5 there. That's Jemima Taplin, Jacinta Caruso, Chloe Amling, Amy Gratian and Jackie Evans, the cox there of that crew for Strathcona over in lane 5, who've come through a repechage already raced only a couple of hours ago earlier on today's program. And the other crew to watch would be Melbourne Girls College, lane 3. Mia Harrison, Zoe Core, Victoria Trenton and Georgie Watson, coached by Lily Ritson-Morrison and coached by Jessica Hare. That was the crew that was 2nd behind Strathcona in the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. But it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School at this point and on lane 2. But Strathcona now pushing through lane 5 there in the centre of the course as well. And they've got about a length on Melbourne Girls College in 3rd place. Then Ballarat Grammar, lane 4 would be 4th. crew there of Perry Eaton, Amber McClure, Ella Flamsteed, Keela Walker and Genevieve Pittard there. And then quite a gap back to the remaining 2 crews in the race, Ballarat Clarendon and also Rockhampton Grammar School. So heading up towards the yellow buoy there to mark the 1750 metre mark. And the crew there closest to that marker is the one from Melbourne Girls Grammar School over in lane 2 who've led this race from the start. Melbourne Girls Grammar there, and then Strathcona, the 2 crews here fighting out for the lead, but in the qualifying spots in the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scale, just a bit ahead of Melbourne Girls College and also Ballarat Grammar there in 4th position, ahead of Ballarat Clarendon and Rockhampton Grammar, the 2 red coloured crews there on the northern side of the course. But very impressive performance here from Melbourne Girls Grammar School on the southern side of Lake Ngambie. The crew of Anthony Wallace, Heyman Johnson and Surace will go across and take the win by a couple of lengths here over the head of the Schoolgirls winners from Strathcona. So Melbourne Girls Grammar first. Strathcona will finish in 2nd place. They'll move through to the A final as well. 3rd place then is tight, but it'll be Melbourne Girls College, I should say, there in 3rd place, just ahead of Ballarat Grammar. And then 5th will be Ballarat Clarendon, and 6th is Rockhampton Grammar School.
So confirmation of results there, race 533, the 3rd semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. In 1st place and through to the A final, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Strathcona in 2nd will be joining them. Melbourne Girls College in 3rd place and Ballarat Grammar in 4th. Those 2 crews through to the B final. Ballarat Clarendon and Rockhampton Grammar 5th and 6th place. And both of those crews through to the C final. The unofficial time for that one, 7:54.49. Race number 534 on your programs, well underway, and a race indeed on as they approach the 1500 metre mark. It is the 4th semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. In lane 2, Gibson Grammar. In lane 3, Arana. In lane 4, Shelford Girls Grammar. In lane 5, another crew from Melbourne Girls College. In lane 6, Gippsland Grammar again, and in lane 7, the crew from Redlands. And as we cross down to the live feed, it looks like that crew from Arana on in a very narrow battle for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and a little bit of a changing in the lead going on throughout the course of the race. It's very tight at the 1500 metre mark indeed. It's Arana in 1st, Shelford Girls from Victoria in 2nd place, Melbourne Girls Grammar, or Melbourne Girls College, beg your pardon, in 3rd place. Just a second separating 1st and 2nd, and then in turn 2nd to 3rd. So great battle to see who will be contesting tomorrow morning's A final and who will be relegated to the B final. Gibson Grammar 4.5 seconds back in 4th place. Redlands in 5th. And the 2nd Gibson Grammar crew rounding out the field in 6th place. But a race well and truly on for the qualifying spots. Nothing determined yet as these 3 Schoolgirl Cox Quadruple Sculls approach the finish line. So 1, 2 and 3 will progress through to the D final and the remainder through to the E final as we've reached the fourth of our 5 semi-finals. So those top 3 crews relatively well decided at this point, but a battle on for the order of those 3 as they approach the last 400 metres of the course.
Yeah, really hard to separate these crews. About a second with 500 to go from Arana to Shelford. Another second back from Shelford to Melbourne Girls Grammar. Then Gibson Grammar, Redlands, and 2 crews here from Gibson Grammar. But these top 3 crews having a great race down the course. Arana is there on the southern side. Shelford Girls Grammar School in the centre. Melbourne Girls Grammar closest to the camera here on this side of the course with about 150 metres now to race. It's anyone's here in this 4th semi-final of the school girls Cox Quad Scull. So into the red boys now here of the last 100 metres, maybe in the centre of the course, the Shelford combination ever so slightly from Arana and then Melbourne Girls College. All 3 are going to go through to the D final, but they want the preferred lane. Shelford and Arana fighting back there over the far side. Maybe Shelford narrowly, then Arana come late and they'll push ahead. Arana with 1 stroke to go. They might just get it, they will. Arana beat Shelford Girls Grammar, and then it is Melbourne Girls College. Who said 4th semi-finals couldn't be exciting? That was a brilliant race, a length or so.
I think that was
then
you,
back
Richard.
to Gibson Grammar, who will finish in 4th place. 5th is lane 7, the combination from Redlands. 6th Gibson Grammar on the far side of the course, and I can't wait, Chris, for the 5th semi-final to come down.
Confirming the results there of the 4th semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. First place Arana by a bee's whisker ahead of Shelford Girls Grammar and Melbourne Girls College for 3rd. Those 3 crews through to the D final. Gibson Grammar, Redlands and the 2nd Gibson Grammar crew in that order through to tomorrow's E final. So race 535 on your programs on the course now. It's the 5th and last semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull. In lane 2, Lowther Hall. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies. In lane 4, Loreto Ballarat. In lane 5, Furbank Grammar. Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar. And in lane 7, Melbourne Girls College. And a pretty well decided race at the head of the field here, Richard.
Yeah, it does look to be, Chris, although still around about a third or so of the race to go. They're past the 1,000-metre mark and about at the 12:50, in fact, so a bit of racing still remaining here in race 535, but Loreto Ballarat's certainly the comfortable leading crew there. A lot of the predominantly yellow crews are in this one too. Furbank Grammar there in the front of the camera shot in lane 3rd, in 3rd place, I should say, across in lane 5. And in between those 2, also the crew from Pymble Ladies going out after our race leaders, or trying to go after our race leaders from Loreto Ballarat. We've certainly put some margin back on the rest of the field now. That is Anna Howard, Daisy Darvin, Lara Antrobus, Bridget O'Brien and Madison Kale there, coxing that crew from Loreto Ballarat, who are maintaining that very comfortable lead now. 6:09.40 their time through 1,500 metres, and a lead there of around about 2.5 lengths. It would be 8.36 seconds over Pymble Ladies in 2nd place. Tight but the 3rd spot now. Lowther Hall have made some ground up on Furbank Grammar now, and there is interest in 3rd place with the top 3 only to go through to the D final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, and they were followed then by the crew from Melbourne Girls College in 5th place. That is the lane 7 combination. And also at the tail of the field, it was Newcastle Grammar in lane 6. So just under 250 metres to go now for our race leaders from Loretto College in Ballarat. And well clear now by the best part of 3 lengths it would be from still there in second place. It looks to be Pymble Ladies College in lane 3. Furbank Grammar in 5, and then across also to Lowther Hall in lane 2. The qualifiers will come, you would think, from those crews. Melbourne Girls College leading Newcastle Grammar on the northern side of the course, passing the pretty impressive crowd here at the Lake Ngambie course here today, of this big day of racing, including plenty of schools racing, which always brings the crowd out to these national championship regattas. And it's Loretto Ballarat soon to take out the win here in the centre of the course on lane 4. Anna Howard, Daisy Darwin, Lara Antrobus, Bridget O'Brien and Madison Cale there, leading it by about 3 lengths from Pymble Ladies College. Bianca Auld, Chloe Luxford, Amy Naito, Lucy Miller and Manny Lynn as Loretto Ballarat go across and take the win. Pymble Ladies will finish in second place. Lowther Hall will be third. And then we come back to this side of the course. Furbank Grammar 4th. Melbourne Girls College in 5th place and Newcastle Grammar 6th, with our top 3 to go through to the D final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull.
And as the last crews come across the line in the 5th and final semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull, just confirming the results. First place, Loretto Ballarat. In second place, Pymble Ladies College. Third, Lowther Hall. Those 3 crews through to our D final race, 580 on tomorrow morning's program. 4th place, Furbank Grammar. 5th, Melbourne Girls College. And 6th, Newcastle Grammar. And on the course now, after the 5 schoolgirl semi-finals, we have now 4 semi-finals of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. So race 536, the first of those finals. 1, 2 and 3 will progress to our A final, and the remainder of the field, 4th, 5th and 6th in this instance, progressing through to the B final. In lane 2, Gippsland Grammar. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 4, a second crew of Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Redlands. In lane 6, St Augustine's from New South Wales. And in lane 7, Ballarat Grammar.
So Gippsland Grammar and Kinross Walleroy, the 2 in the qualifying spots at this stage. The race being led by Kinross Walleroy, Fletcher Smith, Charlie Neville, Nicholas Brown, Alec Hoskin and Angus Peterson, the Cox, coached by Benjamin Watt, who would have a bit over a length, it would seem, on Gippsland Grammar. Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne in that boat. Already been a very successful regatta for Gippsland Grammar, certainly their back-to-back wins in the under-19 double sculls, but now competing in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. And that combination there on the far side of the course, making up a little bit of ground late, possibly on Kinross Walleroy, but both set to qualify fairly easily. And it will be top 3 to go through with just 2 AB semi-finals at least in this race. So there is interest in third place, and Kinross there is again with Henry Malloy, Ethan Shaw, Magnus Cleary, George Wakeham and Henry Baker. Should be able to get 2 crews through here as their lane 3 combination goes across and takes the win in race 536. Gippsland Grammar, lane 2 will finish second. Kinross Walleroy will indeed be third, ahead of, it looks like St Augustine's there in 4th place, Redlands 5th, and Ballarat Grammar will finish in 6th. In fact, Ballarat Grammar will be 5th, I should say, and Redlands will finish 6th in on lane 5. The top 3 through to the A final from that race. So Kinross Walleroy with 1st and 3rd position either side of Gippsland Grammar.
Confirming results of that one, race 536, the first semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. In first place, Kinross Walleroy. Second place, Gippsland Grammar. In third place, the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 4, containing Henry Malloy. In 4th place, St Augustine's. In 5th, Ballarat Grammar. And in 6th, Redlands. Winning time for that one, 6:48.78. Not a bad time for the semi-final of a Schoolboy Cox Quad.
Especially when it wasn't particularly tight at the end. So Kinross and Gippsland Grammar.
A slight head breeze out in the course, although it does look like conditions have mellowed a little bit this afternoon, a little bit flatter out there. So another pretty tight race underway, or a tighter race than the last, I should say. This is race 537, the second semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. Same progression in this one as the previous race. 1, 2 and 3 will progress to the A final, the remainder to the B final. In lane 2, Launceston Grammar. In lane 3, Cathedral Townsville. In lane 4, Radford College. In lane 5, a second crew from Radford College. In lane 6, Nudgee. And in lane 7, Cranbrook.
Again, it's the two crews on the southern side of the course who look to be in the top two spots and very close between them as well. Just a third of a second at the 1,000 metre mark of the race between Radford College of the ACT. That's the lane 5 combination there. And Launceston Grammar lane 2. And then 1.5 seconds back to Cathedral Townsville. So Radford, it seems, making a bold bid for victory on the towards at least the northern side of the course. You can see there, their boat still does sit clear, certainly, of lane 3, Cathedral Townsville. Radford College it is there. The crew, with 2 crews in this race, but it's the lane 5 combination who are our leaders here, or narrowly so at least. Christopher Bush, Jake Sheeman-Rogers, Hamish Roberts, William Gregory and Ben Heatley, the Cox, coached by Craig Muller and Michael McCormack. And on screen there, the lane 2 crew also from Launceston Grammar School of Angus Farquhar, Lachlan Powen, Lachlan Dean, Archie Ralph and Grace Robertson, coached by Dean Lawler and Laurie Malcolm. The conditions certainly look pretty good for racing from here, at least. Certainly relatively calm water here in the concluding stages of the race, but looks like the first part of the course is playing a lot fairer as well today, Chris.
Well, only half an hour more racing on the first part of the course before we go to a slight break, and then we'll pick things back up at 4 o'clock with our sprints regatta. That regatta not counting towards the overall club point score or school point score, but definitely counting towards some fantastic entertainment here on Saturday afternoon at the Australian Rowing Championships. Those races conducted over 500 metres and still racing for medals, but just a mini regatta on its own on Saturday afternoon.
It is always great fun. I'm assuming the question you want me to now ask is, do you have an update on the club point score by any chance?
Not on the point score itself. Generally, that is only released at the end of the regatta, but the medal tally is unchanged from what it was this morning.
Sydney Rowing Club maintain their position in front. But good to hear that the sprint regatta will be on shortly. It's had a bit of a checkered history, unfortunately, in recent years since first coming into the regatta at about 2016 with a couple of cancellations due to weather. We had a power outage, I think, last year at Lake Barrington, which meant we ran the thing without commentary, although many would have found that probably a lot more calm and less confusing. But in any case, it'll be on this afternoon. There are no events we can see to stop that happening this year around. So they come towards the finish line here in semi-final 2 of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. Radford College still narrowly leading the crew there, lane 5, and Launceston Grammar lane 2, along with Cathedral Townsville, the third crew looking to qualify. Jaya Pratton, Aston Pratchett, Thomas Abbott, Mika Talbot and Trinity Bennett, the Cox of that crew, coached by Luke Thomas on the Ross River up in North Queensland, the Cathedral Townsville combination. So they look set to go through in third. It's getting interesting for top spot here. Radford still holding on narrowly from Launceston Grammar, who are working hard, looking for a preferred lane in the final. They're getting close to Radford, who are just still in front, and it'll be Radford College by a canvas as they go across the line. Radford College first through. That's lane 5 to the final of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. Second, Launceston Grammar. Third is the Cathedral School from Townsville. They are the final qualifiers. Fourth will go to Radford College again there with their second crew in lane 4. Fifth place will be Nudgee College in lane 6. And sixth will go to Cranbrook on lane 7.
So on the field now, the third semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. The third semi-final offering a slightly different progression as now all of our A-final berths are booked. So the third semi-final progression, first, second and third through to the C-final. And if I am correct, that is going to be all of the crews on the course here in this third semi-final, with a scratching from Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 4 and from Caulfield Grammar in lane 6. So all three crews here will progress through to the C-final, so effectively a race for lanes to secure that coveted preferred lane on the possibly on the far side of the course. If conditions do improve, we may go back to the traditional way of drawing lanes for tomorrow morning's finals. But in lane 2, Rockhampton Grammar. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar. And in lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon.
Yeah, well, Will, Chris, as we discussed earlier today with that question about medals, with three crews in a semi-final 3, does the lowest ranked crew have to go to a different division of final?
I don't have the answer, by the way, so that's why I'm throwing it to you.
I'd assume so. I mean, they still have six spots in the final to book, and it would then mean that they would need to take 4 from the next semi-final. So I'd assume that all 3 of these crews will progress directly through to the C final. We do have a recently printed draw, so I'm assuming that these 2 crews only scratched just outside of the hour window.
Yeah, I think that's right. So, and also one scratching in the 4th semi-final as well. So I think the D final will be quite a small race in the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. But it would, likely be a 2-boat race, exactly. So we'll see how that plays out when tomorrow's draw is released. But it's Rockhampton Grammar School here over on the far side of the course, leaving from Canberra Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon, the 3 schools in the race. And yes, it does seem and all 3 will be able to go through to the C final of the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. And they'll race tomorrow for a final ranking from 13 to 18. It would be the first 6 in the A final, 6 more in the B final, and then positions 13 to 18 to be determined in the C final of the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. So Joshua Sparks, Fletcher Hewitt, Carl Stanky, Jet Napper, and Jessica Cook, the Cox of that crew, coached by Angus Lillycrap and Caitlin Hawkins. About a length ahead, maybe a little less in fact here late in the race of Canberra Grammar, Edward J, Joseph Wiggum, Flynn Russell, William Robson, and Jack McDonald, the Cox, coached by Chris Polychanan and Edward Her Thompson. And they'll go to the line shortly. These first 2 crews across Rockhampton Grammar from Canberra Grammar, and then it is Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd position.
So confirming the results, that one, the 3rd semi-final of the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. First place in a time of 7:18.38, Rockhampton Grammar. 2.1 back to Canberra Grammar and Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd. All 3 crews progressing to the C final.
(7:18.38) there that time, so certainly noticeably slower than the A and B semis, which were won in 6:48 at the time for Kinross Wallaroy, 6:56 for Radford College, and 7:18 there for Rockhampton Grammar School. And 1 semi remains here in the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull.
And one last semi-final before we move to the 8s. And we have semi-finals of the schoolboys and the schoolgirls Cox State, or maybe just the semi-finals of the schoolgirls Cox State. 4 of those to come up next after this one. But race 539 is on the course. The 4th and final semi-final of the schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. 1, 2, and 3 will progress to the C final, which is race 586 on tomorrow morning's program. The remainder of crews will progress through to the D final, race 577. So in lane 2, Trinity Grammar from Victoria. In lane 3, St Peter's College of Adelaide. In lane 4, Kenmore State High School. In lane 5, Wesley College. In lane 6, we have a scratching from Northern Beaches Secondary. And in lane 7, a second Northern Beaches Secondary crew, well, the lone one on the course this afternoon.
So 5 crews on their way. That vacant lane there, yes, in lane 6, the scratching from Northern Beaches Secondary, but 3 of these 5 crews to go through now to the C final of the schoolboys Cox Quad Scull. And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, it was certainly Trinity Grammar from Melbourne, the leading crew, 3:36.27 their time at the 1,000-metre mark, 2.90 seconds ahead of St Peter's College from Adelaide in 2nd place. Then Kenmore State High School from Brisbane were 3rd. And then it's Wesley College and also Northern Beaches Secondary. So the crews across the course in lane order, as has happened a number of times today. And certainly Trinity Grammar there, Jasper Lawrence, William Thatcher, Oliver Fraser Peckham, Edward Devlin and Rudy Richardson. There it is the leading crew by not quite a length still. They haven't shaken off the challenge there from St Peter's of Adelaide in 2nd place. Eddie Hetherington, William Baroni, Will Osborne, Henry Mashall and Philippe Scalzi, the Cox, coached by Nathan Bowden and William Raven. And Kenmore State High School still sit there in third position, although narrowly so. We'll see as they go through 1,500 here, but that is a clear length lead now, certainly to Trinity Grammar over St Peter's College, 2.77 seconds as it turned out, then quite a gap back to still Kenmore State High School, narrowly, very narrowly in fact, from the crew beside them from Wesley College. So Kenmore State High is Lachlan Brooks, Angus Proctor, William Hall, Matthew Burgess and Chloe Robertson, coached by Michael Swainston and Peter Hayes. And the Wesley crew, Tom Phillips, Jeffrey Jiang, Max Guthrie, Quinton Marchiori and Indigo Walker, the cocks of that crew. And then we go back to Northern Beaches Secondary in 5th position. So 2 crews on the far side still having a pretty good battle in spots 1 and 2, but it's still Trinity from St Peter's. The real interest in 3rd and 4th here, with 3rd to go through to the C final, and it looks to be Wesley College now moving past Kenmore State High School in the business end of the race, narrowly clear to move through to the C final ahead of Kenmore State High, and also Northern Beaches Secondary not too far off the pace there either. But the crew on the far side is the one from Trinity Grammar of Melbourne, who lead this by a length and a half as they head towards the finish line now, and they will confirm a spot in the C final of the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull. Trinity Grammar first by a length and a half from St Peter's College in 2nd place. 3rd will be tight, but it looks like it will go the way of Wesley College from Melbourne, ahead of Kenmore State High School, and then 5th will be the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary.
That's our final crews come across the line. Confirmation of results there in the 4th and final semi-final of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Skull. 1st, 2nd and 3rd progressing to the C final. That is Trinity Grammar from Victoria, St Peter's College in 2nd and Wesley College in 3rd. Then followed by Kenmore State High in 4th place. They'll be joined by Northern Beaches Secondary School in the D final tomorrow morning. The winning time for that one, 7:14.75. Now on the course from quads to 8s, we have the first semi-final of the Schoolgirl 8. These girls vying for a position in the A final to contest the Sydney Cup tomorrow at the conclusion of our schools regatta. In lane 2, Melbourne Girls Grammar. In lane 3, Loreto Turak. In lane 4, Geelong Grammar. In lane 5, MLCQ. In lane 6, a second crew from Geelong Grammar. And in lane 7, Walford Anglican.
So the 6/8s are on the course in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Coxed 8, and a pretty good field here, predominantly made up of Victorian crews here, with Melbourne Girls Grammar, Loreto Turak, 2 crews from Geelong Grammar, also MLC from Kew, and the Walford Anglican School of Adelaide in lane 7, the only other representative of the race. Walford were the winners of the Schoolgirls Coxed 8 at the Sydney International Regatta Centre 4 or 5 years ago, in what I recall was something of a surprise result at the time, but they are former national champions, the crew from Walford Anglican. But the pace at this stage is on over on the far side of Lake Ngambie, where the Melbourne Girls Grammar School combination, who are the defending national champions, over in lane 2, look to lead this race by about 3/4 of a length from Loreto Turak beside them there, with the Blue Boat in 2nd place. And then Geelong Grammar, lane 4, currently sitting in 3rd with 2 crews in this race as they come up towards and now go through the 1,000-metre mark. And it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School who lead in a time of 3:31.55. They're the crew of Georgie Goff, Amelia Cogler, Hannah Glover, Isabel Balding, Olivia Nan, Lola DeHaan, Zoe McKernan, Eloise Fawkes, Alexandra Williams, the Cox of that boat from the Melbourne Girls Grammar School, who were successful on Lake Barrington 12 months ago and took the national title of the race for the Sydney Cup, of course, the trophy for the Schoolgirls Cox 8 Championship of Australia. And the Melbourne girls in front, Loreto Turak there in 2nd place, a crew that finished 3rd narrowly in the head of the Schoolgirls. a couple of weeks ago in Geelong. That's the crew of Felicity Murray, Isabella Morello, Isabel Mellor, Claire McGurr, Stephanie Bear, Isabel Thompson, Claudia McNee, Tully Walford and Jess Rawol, coached by the Cox of the Australian Women's 8 in James Rook, who's done an excellent job with this Loretto crew over the past season and has them well set now, it seems, for a spot in the final of the National Championships. Then it looks to be the crew from MLCQ now, surrounded on both sides by Geelong Grammar, but ever so narrowly being able to sneak that boat now up but into third place. That's the crew of MLC Lane 5, Dominic Lovett, Aisha Cameron, Bella Oliver, Olivia Frank, Lauren Doolan, Meg Dumbrell, Amelia Eliva, Tiffany Crosswaite and Ella Winnert, the crew there from MLC, who are also ranked in the top 4 crews in Victoria at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. And they continue to be our top 3 now as we head into the closing stages of this race. So past the 1500 metre mark now they go in the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox State, the race for the Sydney Cup, with Melbourne Girls Grammar School looking to defend their national title. They lead it by just over a length now from Loretto, Toorak and MLCQ. They're in third place. The 2 crews then from Geelong Grammar, who had great success in the under-19 Cox State, but a bigger field here in the Schoolgirls event, and Geelong Grammar currently in danger of missing out on the A final, along with the crew from Walford Anglican from Adelaide. So it's looking likely, almost certain in fact, to be a Victorian 1, 2, 3 to move the first 3 boats through to the final, the A final of the Schoolgirls Cox State, one of the big races to take place late on tomorrow morning's program at the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships, along with the Club 8 races before we move to the Interstate Regatta in the afternoon. So on the far side of the course, it's Melbourne Girls Grammar School holding on there. Loretto Toorak moving through with them. A late challenge certainly coming from Geelong Grammar Lane 6, who are responding to MLCQ, who pushed their boat in front of them through the middle stage of the race. But only 3 crews can go through here from this first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox State. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School over on the far side of the course have this field under control. They lead it by almost a length from Loretto Toorak. MLC and Geelong Grammar getting ever closer in the last few strokes of the race, but Melbourne Girls Grammar School has the line in sight and they'll get across and take the win in the first semi-final. Melbourne Girls Grammar School by a length from Loretto Toorak. Third place will be MLCQ, and they will hold off the late charge from Geelong Grammar Lane 6, who will finish in 4th place and go through to the B final. 5th place also to Geelong Grammar Lane 4, and then 6th will be the crew from Walford Anglican on Lane 7 to complete the first semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox State.
Fantastic racing there in race 540, confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Schoolgirl Cox State. First place, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Second place, Loretto Toorak. Third, MLCQ. Those 3 crews are through to tomorrow's A final to contest the Sydney Cup. 4th and through to the B final, the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 6, the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 4, 5th, and Walford Anglican from South Australia in 6th place, and joining them in the B final. The winning time for that one, 7 minutes, 6 seconds, .77. And on the field now, as we can see from above from our fantastic drone footage, race 541, the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. Same progression for this one, 1, 2 and 3 to the A final, the remainder to tomorrow morning's B final. In lane 2, Pymble Ladies College. In lane 3, St Catherine's School from Victoria. In lane 4, Wesley College. In lane 5, a second crew from St Catherine's School in Victoria. In lane 6, Genazzano. In lane 7, Geelong College.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, so another talented field here in this semi-final too, as you'd expect, of course, when we get to the business end of the School Cox State events. And what a sight there from above as we see these 6-8s working their way down from that angle, the rather murky looking waters here of Lake Ngambie. But you can see the importance of timing and sequencing in these crews as they look to move as quickly and efficiently as possible over the water here. And it is the St Catherine's School combination on lane 3 who lead this race. So second there from the top of the screen. That is the St Catherine's School first 8 with 2 crews in this race, lanes 3 and lane 5. The combination there of Zara Peel, Sienna Darcy, Lucy Green, Zara Bongiorno, Chloe Nevin, Sarah Marriott, Jemima Wilcox, Bronte Cullen, Summer Bella Kellett, coached by John Saunders and Bridget Carlisle. St Catherine's there, lane 2, the leading crew. Alongside them in lane 4 sits Wesley College. That's Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquette Walker, Lauren Mayhood, Kasim Shahak, Thea Cool, Lucy Thompson, Saskia Blackburn and Fiona Dow, and they are our top 2. So interestingly, of course, we've discussed a few times this week, the Victorian schoolgirls race in 2 separate competitions. St Catherine's were the winners of the head of the schoolgirls who won that regatta, and Wesley College the head of the river winners as well. There's some late news through on the field for this race coming to us here. The lane 7 crew is not the Geelong College. It is in fact Seymour College from Adelaide, and Geelong College have been relegated to the 3rd semi-final due to a boat weighing issue after their repechage. So the field in this race includes Seymour College in lane 7, and their place in the next race has been taken by the Geelong College instead. So Seymour College still a chance to move through here from this second semi, although sitting there in lane 7, probably back in 6th position, and the race still being led by St Catherine's of Melbourne. So as I was saying, St Catherine's the winners of the head of the schoolgirls regatta on the Barwon River in Geelong, and Wesley College the winner of the head of the river regatta at here at Ngambie just over a week ago. It was though these 2 schools have been the preeminent force in Victorian schoolgirls rowing, and certainly St Catherine's have won the national title before as well. But they sit here in a good battle with Wesley College, and then Pymble Ladies of Sydney over in lane 2, the best of the remaining crews in the race. Charlotte Harton, Catherine Gavagna, Mia Booth, Freya Carmody, Megan Wood, Lillian Huntley, Jessica Colburn, Philippa Austin, Mirin Khan, and coached by Ali Williams and Donald McLaughlin there, the crew from Pymble Ladies looking to chase a spot in the A final. Another school with multiple national titles to their name, the Pymble Ladies College from Sydney. About to come through the 1500 metre mark, and we can see that St Catherine's have stretched their lead out now to pretty much a full length over Wesley College in second place. So it is the 2 Victorian 8s, both set to make their way through to the A final, it would seem. Pymble Ladies may be the only interstate representative here to race on Lake Ngambie tomorrow for the Schoolgirls Cox State Championship of Australia title, with St Catherine's and Wesley College well placed in front of them. Then back to the second crew from St Catherine's, who'd be in 4th position. That is Jemima McLennan, Georgia Zare, Olivia Howard, Mietta Passon, Rosie Oxley, Freya Campbell, Zoe Hall, Charlotte Rogers, and Arabella Hall, the Cox crew coached by Isabella Ferrari for St Catherine's, leading Jenna Zano in lane 6. Hannah Blackney, Natalie Bianco, Olivia Benston, Beth Hennessy, Sarah McIntosh, Ruby Vandenboom, Ellen Newworth, Grace Boyd, and Georgia Simmons at the Cox there, coached by Peter Somerville and Peter Campbell. And Seymour College of Adelaide, the other crew in the race with their late change: Grace Foster, Carolyn McNally, Eliza Wenk, Lila McCrow, Charlotte Heason, Molly Duggan, Chloe Pocock, Alice Montgomery, and Annabelle Davies. But the St Catherine's School from Melbourne is in front here, seeking another national title to add to their already impressive collection. Now they'll race tomorrow for the gold medal back here at Lake Ngambie, ahead of Wesley College, the head of the river winners, so successful on this course twice in the last 2 years. And then Pymble Ladies from Sydney over on the far side of the course, likely to be the 3rd crew through. The really good race for 4th, 5th and 6th between what will be likely our B finalists, but it's the crew from St Catharines with a couple of strokes to go, and Clearwater on the field will move through to the A final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. St Catharines School win it by about a length and a quarter. Second, Wesley College. Third then will be Pymble Ladies over on the far side. Those three crews through to the A final of the race, and have a look at these next three crews coming home. St Catharines, Genazzano and Seymour College almost in sequence. It looks to be narrowly across the course in order. The St Catharines School second 8 and Genazzano late. St Catharines will get it. So St Catharines fourth on lane 5, Genazzano fifth, and 6 goes to the Seymour College combination racing on lane 7 in the second semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8.
Thanks, Richard. Fantastic racing, and as usual, once our school crews are on the course, our live streaming numbers have surged to about 800 viewers out there from around the country and around the world, as we know, joining us. So a confirmation of results in that: the second semi-final of the Schoolgirl Cox 8. First place, St Catharines School, Victoria. Second place, Wesley College. Third, Pymble Ladies College, the sole New South Wales representation in the A final. Those three crews to tomorrow morning's A final to contest the Sydney Cup. Through to the B final in fourth place, St Catharines School, second 8, Genazzano in fifth, and Seymour College from South Australia in sixth. The winning time 7:09.97. And on the course now is the third semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8, deciding who will contest the C and D final in lane 2. So top 3 through to the C final, remainder to the D final. In lane 2 would be Geelong College, so the crew originally scheduled for the second semi-final. So Geelong College lane 2, Loretto Marriotteville lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar lane 4, Roseville lane 5, and Loretto Toorak in lane 6.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, the third semi-final now on the course of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. So, as you noted, Geelong College into this race due to a boat weighing issue after the repechage.
Timely reminder there, if you haven't weighed your boat this week, which would be pretty astounding if you haven't yet, given it's the last couple of days, but especially an 8 can fluctuate by well over a kilo throughout the course of a day, because water, shoes dry up and water dries up, so definitely worth doing as you're before a training row and after a training row, and get a good idea of where you sit if you need to.
Yeah, much better to know in training than, unfortunately, as the Geelong College found out after a race when those sometimes the random checks can be undertaken. You don't want to be found to be underweight. And it does set up a fascinating race too in the final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8 for tomorrow. Recall that last year in an 8-boat final there were 4 crews from Victoria who finished in the top 4 spots, and then 4 crews from New South Wales and the AC2 who finished 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. This time around we'll have 5 Victorian 8s and 1 from New South Wales. The Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the defending national champions, will be in one of the preferred lanes, along with St Catharines School, who've certainly been dominant here in Victoria this year. So that should be a great race in the middle of tomorrow's program. The Schoolgirls Cox 8 race for the Sydney Cup. And we have now to determine also our C finalists in this race, with the Geelong College crew, despite being relegated, still of course a chance to row for their highest position possible and make it through to the C final here. That's the combination over on lane 2 of Jazz Wiley, Ellie Campbell, Daisy Page, Bridget Delaney, Chantal Mason, Amy McLaughlin, Andy Taylor, Mia Kemp, and Ella Panic Mitchell coxing that crew, which is coached by Denise Tremouille. And they would be, they were our race leaders, and still are, as they have come through the 1500 metre mark now. The Geelong College with a lead of about a length from Loretto Marriotteville next to them. Geelong College there over on the far side of the course, just passing the umpire's boat there, patrolling that section of the course, with alongside them still lane 3, the crew from Loretto Marriotteville in Adelaide: Erin Munga, Hilary Longstaff, Charlotte Illman, Francesca Lennon, Hayley Anderson, Mariah Murray, Deanne Macalino, Victoria Binns and Charlotte Lang, the Cox, coached by Tom Dornbos. The crew there from Loretto Marriotteville. And then in third place at this stage, looking also to move through to that C final, would be the Roseville School from Sydney: Charlie Grydell, Phoebe Herdman, Samaya Kara, Madeline Shadforth, Grace Bennett, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meaney, Hannah Alexander and Lucy Thompson, coached by Gonzalo Briones there, the top 3 crews in this race as they come into the final 150 metres now at the Geelong College, still maintaining their lead. They'll make the most of this second chance. It seems the Geelong College combination clear by just over a length ahead of Loretto Marriotteville, and also then Roseville there in third place. Melbourne Girls Grammar School with their second 8 in this field will likely be fourth, and Loretto Toorak also with their second 8 in fifth position. But going through, it is the Geelong College who take the first spot on offer in the C final of the Schoolgirls Cox State by just over a length from Loretto Marriotteville in second place. Third then, several lengths back, is the crew from Roseville. So those 3 crews through to the C final, and then the second 8s of the remaining 2 schools will both go to the D final. Melbourne Girls Grammar will finish 4th, and Loretto Toorak in 5th position. Well, one race to go here as Loretto Toorak approach the line. We've got Ray Ebbett coming back in soon with a very interesting interview as well, so stay tuned during this break-in racing coming up after the next event as we see the Loretto Toorak crew come through and conclude shortly race 542.
So confirmation of results in race 542. The third semi-final, the Schoolgirls Cox State. First place, Geelong College. Second, Loretto Marriotteville. Third, Roseville College. Those 3 crews to tomorrow's C final. Fourth place, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Fifth place, Loretto Toorak. The winning time for that one, 7:23.24. And on the field now will be the fourth and final semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox State, and I'm sure something that will make Richard very happy here. The last semi-final of the regatta, the last semi-final to be in a quantity of more than 2 as well. It will set him greatly at ease as our crews come down the course and charge through the 1,000 metre mark now. So in lane 2, we have Caulfield Grammar. In lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4, Furbank Grammar. In lane 5, Genazzano. And in lane 6, MLCQ.
Yes, Chris, I have to sit down and have a quiet drink after this next race, I think, when semi-final 4 is complete. But, of course, the reason we can't call them quarterfinals, much as I'd like to do so, is they are, in fact, 2 discrete sets of semi-finals. So the first 2 were to determine our A and B finalists, and these that previous race and this one to determine our C and D finalists. So semi-final 4 it is. You can almost learn to live with it now. It's the last race on the course.
I'm glad we've got a good way of describing it as well now. After describing it probably 7 times, and now we understand it.
Yes, exactly. We've all learned a lot over the last couple of days. So the top 3 here will go through to the C final. And as mentioned, there is a slight break in racing at half an hour or so before the sprint regatta begins. In fact, a little less than half an hour, I suspect it will be, but plenty to keep you entertained over that small period of time in any case. Caulfield Grammar lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst lane 3, Furbank Grammar lane 4. Our top 3 crews, not quite in that order. It would be the Sydney crew from Loretto Normanhurst who lead the race at the 1,000 and lead still narrowly at the 1,500 metre mark as well. It says 1.6 seconds, but looked a lot closer than that as Furbank Grammar were only at best, I would have thought, a bit over a canvas behind them. And also then Caulfield Grammar narrowly in 3rd place. So the Loretto Normanhurst crew, Kate Cooley, Josie Sims, Ella McKenzie, Molly Purtle, Olivia Lucas, Madison Webster, Elizabeth Powell, Alexandra O'Brien, Sarah Simon the Cox, and Jeff Patterson the coach of that crew, holding on just ahead of Furbank Grammar, lane 4, Angelica Woodruff, Holly Dark, Zoe White, Elise Angus, Orla McCarthy, Giselle Buckley, Emily Goff, Sophia Scott, and Milana Irons the Cox, coached by Rebecca Craggs and Emerson Street. And also chasing hard is lane 2, Caulfield Grammar, who've, again, we recognise them for providing the tray holders over the first 3 days for most of the presentations at this year's regatta. So thank you to Caulfield Grammar for their hard work in that important role. The crew here is Olivia Boyce-Elliott, Annabelle Barnett, Grace Kennedy, Amelia Pinder, Emily Condren, Ella Beasley-Ong, Emma Wills, Olive Pascoe, and Ivy Jones there, the Cox. And Genazzano not too far off the top 3 spot either, with 3 here to go through to the C final. It's Sienna McLeish, Alexandra Cameron, Alice Egan, Isabella Morrison, Samantha Bianco, Matilda Fulton, and Anna Stone, Mackenzie Crawford, and Aria Lanane cocking that crew, coached by Thomas Fisher and Peter Campbell. So 3 to go through, and once again, semi-final 4 is putting on a show here as you look to work out our 3 C finalists in the Schoolgirls Cox 8. It's still Loretto Normanhurst, but only narrowly in front of the yellow there of Furbank Grammar in second place, and either Caulfield Grammar or Genazzano looking for the final qualifying spot. Caulfield going pretty quickly on the far side, might even move up past Furbank into second. The race will be won by Loretto Normanhurst. Second and third is tight. It'll go the way of Furbank Grammar, narrowly ahead of Caulfield Grammar in third. So they are our 3 C finalists. Fourth place will be Genazzano, and fifth place then the crew from MLCQ.
So confirmation of results in the last semi-final for the regatta, race 543, the fourth semi-final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. First place and through to our C final, Loretto Normanhurst. Second place, Furbank Grammar. Third, Caulfield Grammar. Fourth place and through to our D final, Genazzano, and they'll be joined by fifth place, MLCQ. The winning time for that race, 7:34.97. So don't go anywhere. We'll have about a 20-minute break now ahead of our sprint regattas. We'll kick off with the heats of the PR3 Women's Single Scull Sprint. In the meantime, we do have an interview with Ray Ebbett, so stay tuned for that one.
So we've got a bit of a break now, and I'm joined in the commentary box by the new Executive Director of World Rowing. We're not FISA anymore.
We're not FISA anymore, no. Although technically, from an administration standpoint still, but the brand, the name out there is World Rowing.
Yeah. So Vincent Gaillard, welcome, and congratulations on your new job.
Thank you very much.
Now, I don't want to put you under pressure immediately, but you've got very big shoes to fill. Your predecessor, Matt Smith, was in the role for something like 26 years.
That's right.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, Matt had expressed a desire to retire after 26 years of long, great service to the sport, really.
Yep.
So hasn't fully retired yet. He's still involved. He's still out there consulting for us and obviously being very helpful to me as well, right? Because, as you know, I don't come from rowing, so there's a steep learning curve for me. But Matt's out there helping, and that's really fantastic.
Well, and before Matt, of course, he worked for FISA, as it was then, under John Bolpe, who was here at this regatta. And Matt's retired to Switzerland, I imagine. He married an Italian lady a few years ago.
Yes, he actually is retired in Rome.
Oh, okay.
He lives in Rome now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And
Lucky him.
Lucky him indeed, yes.
Now, you said you don't have a rowing background, but I do know that you work for the Global Association of International Sporting Federation, or Sports Federations.
That's right.
And at one time also the European Professional Club Rugby. So you've got a very broad sports administration, sports management background, Vincent.
That's all I do.
That's all you do?
I've started about 30 years ago with an internship with Adidas in Germany,
Okay.
which lasted 6 months, and that led me to do some studies in sports management, and I worked for the NBA for a few years in Europe. And then with Coca-Cola for a long time. I was in charge of Olympic and FIFA World Cup sponsorships with Coke.
Okay.
And then, yes, most recently, I spent 7 years with the European Professional Club Rugby, which runs the Heineken Cup, for those of you who follow rugby union in
It's
Europe.
very big in Australia, particularly in New South Wales and Queensland. Rugby union is a very popular sport. Not mine, but very popular sport. Yeah. So, new eyes. You're looking at world rowing from a new lens. You're looking at products, how we get, if I be so bold, a little less European centric.
Yeah.
Because for those of us Antipodeans like us and the Kiwis and the South Africans, we have heard for years and years and years how the Europeans think it's so difficult to come down to Australia or New Zealand or South Africa for a regatta, but we do it every year, year after year after year after year. And this year, for instance, the Australian rowing team will go to Europe, and fingers crossed, we'll go to Poznan for World Cup 2. We'll go to the Henley Royal Regatta. We'll go to Lucerne for World Cup 3. And then we'll come home for 7 weeks and do it all again. Go back to the Czech Republic. I think it's a real burden on us, and that's my opinion. And I'd like to see the Europeans maybe reciprocate a little if they could. Support regattas in the Southern Hemisphere.
That's loud and clear, and I've been hearing that, of course, from pretty much everyone, including, by the way, from Europeans. So I think there's a general understanding that that's an issue and something which we need to address somehow. That's also why I'm here, is to really try and get a better understanding as to what the constraints are for Rowing Australia as they go through the rowing season. So we have to address it somehow in the way we attribute our events. There's other ways around it, but that's certainly where we should start, right? But it's a difficult one, as you will expect. It's not just a question of political will, because it's, I think, pretty much everyone on the World Rowing, Council and Executive Committee wants that to happen.
Yep.
But of course, on the other hand, you have coaches that are, that are sometimes reluctant to travel so far, and so on. And so it's a difficult one to crack. But
I think the coaches see the physiology, and do I lose 2 weeks of training that I could be doing in a training camp somewhere?
That's it. So we have to find a way to address that, nevertheless, because no matter how you look at it, we are world rowing, not European rowing. So it's our job to service all of our members around the world. It's our job to develop the sport around the world. If you look at it from a commercial angle, which is something I've been asked to do coming into the sport, it's also something that needs to happen, right? If we want to be better commercially, we have to be truly global, and therefore address and serve the needs of Rowing Australia or New Zealand the same way we do with England or Germany or France. It's that simple on paper, and then we need to make it happen.
Monetizing, they call it, isn't it? You have products to sell, and you have to try and monetize them.
Basically, and we do have products. Can we do already better in monetizing classic rowing? I think the answer is yes. There's probably a better job we can do in a number of areas, on broadcast, for instance, on fan experience at events.
Yep.
And then we have all these other new format, new disciplines, right? Be it coastal and the two versions of coastal endurance or beach sprint, or whether it is indoor and virtual rowing, maybe city sprints. So there's a number of things which, from a sporting standpoint, and I hope from a commercial standpoint, also make sense. But we have to get on with it and develop them now.
Rowing Australia's got a great initiative going at the moment, supported by Coles, and that's to take young people in school, 10,000 ergo sessions for young people in schools who are nowhere near water. And our 8 Olympic gold medalists from Tokyo, a number of them come from towns that have fewer than 2,000 people.
Right.
That's very difficult for someone from Switzerland to understand.
True.
A town with fewer than 2,000 people in it. But places that are miles and miles away, they're on farms, and then they go to Sydney or Melbourne or Ballarat to a private school.
Yeah.
And from there they get into rowing. And sadly for their parents, they never go back to the farm. They have an Olympic gold medal. They have a degree from a very good university.
Yeah.
If they get identified at school, there's great opportunities for our youngsters to go to college in the USA. And at the moment, we have something like 161 youngsters who are at college in the USA.
Okay.
And Rowing Australia under Jamie Fernandez's remit, John Bowes, who works for Jamie, is off to the USA on the 1st of May to continue the contact with
great.
them, so that those youngsters will come back and row for Australia.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm sure there's a fair bit of border hopping goes on in Europe, but we're so far away, you know, and the opportunity is great. We can't stand in the way of these kids, so we have to nurture them and look after them.
Yes, and also to avoid what seems to be an issue now into the sport is a lot of kids dropping out once they're 18 because they think they have better things to do than to row, right? So we need to find a way to keep them engaged with the sport at a time where there's some prefer to be having a bit of a laugh and chasing girls or boys. So here you go. So that's to keep our sport relevant to the current generations, the future generations. There's a lot of work to do.
Absolutely, and you'll see in your time here the depth, the numerical depth of school rowing here in Australia is enormous. You know, right across the country from every state and the Australian Capital Territory. There's thousands of kids who row.
Yeah,
and masters rowing is a huge market in Australia.
That's why we have to give as much love to Rowing Australia as we do with the other countries around the world, and that's why why I came here this weekend as well, and to try and find a way to keep you guys engaged and helping you in growing your sport in Australia.
And of course, Southeast Queensland, where I'm from, will host the Olympic Games in 2032. What another opportunity to showcase this wonderful sport.
Yes, for sure. That's a massive opportunity for Australia, obviously, for the sport as a whole. There's hopefully some history in the making here. We hope that we'll for Los Angeles onwards have a new a new rowing discipline on the program, a coastal.
Yep.
So hopefully from Los Angeles and obviously Brisbane 4 years after, we'll have a new form of rowing, which it couldn't be any better for our sport, right? To show the different discipline in their variety. It's not a done deal yet by any means. We have to keep working with the IOC to get to that point, but we're on it and hopeful.
So in 2028 and 2032, the beaches are there; they're available.
No question about it.
And the television footage
That's it.
would ignite enthusiasm in the sport in a non-traditional way.
That's exactly the point. It just so happens to start with Los Angeles, the destination itself, the location itself, be it Long Beach in this case, is also very, very glamorous, right?
Very famous, yes.
So if we are able to put coastal rowing, obviously along with classic rowing at the same location in the heart of Los Angeles,
Yep.
it's going to say a lot of good things about the sport. And
classic rowing in 2016 in Brazil, of course, was very near Copacabana Beach and Ipanema.
Yeah.
Our team we were living in Ipanema, so that was very glamorous, that's for sure. But you still had Olympic gold medals to win, so
absolutely,
you didn't get to do much of the glamorous.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So Victoria's bidding for a Commonwealth Games, and rowing hasn't been in the Commonwealth Games since 1986. It's not a FISA decision, of course. So it can be pushed by Rowing Victoria through the Victorian government, and then it comes down to a decision by the Commonwealth Games Association. I'm not sure who's the president. I did know the president, Mike Fennell from Jamaica, previous life, but I'm not sure who he is now. So that's another opportunity, but it's a hard sell in the Commonwealth.
Yes, I mean, classic rowing has never been on that program, so we're trying to understand why that's the case, right?
Well, not since 1986.
Exactly.
Yeah. But there's so many Commonwealth countries that are very good at rowing.
Yeah.
Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. England would break up into England and Wales and places like that, and Canada, of course. You know. So there's an opportunity for not a large regatta, but a very high quality regatta.
For some reason that we haven't found the solution to that problem. So we need to understand exactly what the Commonwealth Games are after, and we need to go at it together. Obviously, starting with Rowing Australia, right?
Yep.
Because that's where the next edition is, and we have a role to play as well as the world governing body to work on the Commonwealth Game Federation in the UK, right?
Yeah.
To get to that outcome, whether it is with classic rowing or whether with coastal rowing, why not? is what we need to determine. But right now, early days, where discussions are taking place.
Yep.
That's about all we know.
So to talk about something that's very much in the news at the moment, World Cup 2 is to be in Poland.
Yeah,
And we know what's going on in the country next door to Poland.
yeah.
Will you wait a long time to make a decision, or at the moment it will be going ahead regardless?
Decision's been made. It's happening. It's taking place in Poland as planned. And the reason, for the same reason that we have another World Cup in Serbia, and this will also take place.
Yep.
As it stands anyway. No, I think and certainly begin to appreciate how the perception from this conflict may be different in this part of the world than it is from us who are a bit closer to it. As it stands, there's absolutely no concern with hosting an event in the west of Poland.
In Poznan.
In Poznan, in this case, as particularly now as we're seeing that the war seems to concentrate more on the east of Ukraine.
Yep.
So we've been monitoring the situation very closely for the last few weeks. Poznan will take place.
Okay, that's good news. I know that the Australian team is very interested in
Yes.
attending World Cup 2, and they have other options, of course. But
We have 3 events in this part of the world, right? So Belgrade, Serbia is
Yep.
obviously also,
World
but
Cup
also
one.
the World Championships in the Czech Republic,
Yep.
in Račice, right?
Yeah.
Now, clearly, Poland is a bit closer to Ukraine, unfortunately, and so on, but that's of no concern at the moment.
Okay, that's an exciting prospect. I've
Yes.
been to a couple of regattas in Poznan and really enjoyed them, that's for sure.
Yep.
So you've got a big job ahead of you, but you've got a rich history in sports administration. The first 100 days is getting out. You're pressing the flesh, we call it. You're here in Australia, knowing who's who in the
I am
zoo.
this weekend, yes.
Yeah. So it's great to see someone from our world rowing body here in Australia, other than for a World Cup regatta. You've actually made the great effort to come here to meet with our CEO, Ian Robson. I imagine you've met or will meet with our chairman, Rob Scott.
We have yesterday, yeah.
Yep. Great to
Absolutely.
see Rob's son out here rowing this morning. A sidelight, Rob's son and his pair partner from 1996 when they won the silver medal were rowing together today. Both their sons were rowing.
Yes.
One lives in Western Australia, one lives in Queensland, but the boys came together. It was a very nice touch today, that's for sure.
Met Rob yesterday, and I think we're seeing it later today. Seeing him, later today as well.
Yeah.
So
So I wish you all the very best with your role. It's a big role.
thank you.
It's a very important role to the thousands of people around the world who row. And I wish you all a very success. And hopefully I'll see you at the Underage Championships in Varese in July.
Perfect.
I look forward to being there.
Thank you very much for having me.
There's no
Appreciate
pressure
it.
on the Australian selectors, but yes, I look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you
Vincent.
for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
All
Bye-bye.
the best.
So welcome back from our brief afternoon tea break. It's great to see so many parents and supporters enjoying the fruits of the Royal Union marquee this afternoon. The second to last day, the penultimate day of the Australian National Championships. On the course now, we are starting with our Australian Sprint Championship Regatta. Race 544 in our program. The first heat of the PR3 Women's Single Scull Sprint. In lane 3 from Balmain, Lauren Webber. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker. In lane 5 also from Balmain, Bronte Marshall. In lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story. So it is it's really a Drummoyne and Balmain affair. The Battle of Iron Cove out on the course this afternoon in the first heat of the PR3 Women's Sprint Single Scull.
First, second and third going through to the final. Great to see heats for the PR3 Women's Single Sculls. 8 entrants in total. Out in front it is Julia Story. She's represented New South Wales a number of times in the interstate event. She's coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning. She's out in the lead ahead of Bronte Marshall from Balmain, sitting in second, the silver medalist from the main event a couple of days ago. So it will be Julia Story with the win from Drummoyne ahead of Bronte Marshall from Balmain. Then it'll be Lauren Webber from Balmain in third place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 through to the final, with Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne coming in fourth.
And official time for that one, or unofficial time rather, 2:13 and 45 to Julia Story, who will be joined in the final by Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber. So that race, 5:59 on the program. So in just 15 races time, these ladies will back up for yet another trip down the sprint course. And coming at us thick and fast now. We will have a start in a second in the second heat of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. That'll be lane 4, Lake Macquarie, Lisa Griesel, coached by Jeremy Smith. Lane 5's ANU's Rebecca Jones, and lane 6's Bundaberg Rowing Club's Rebecca Markwell.
Sorry, it's Greisel. Yeah, I've known her for 12 months and she only just told me about it the other day.
Now that you're saying it in front of me.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Racing now in heat number 2 of the PR3 Women's Single Scull Sprints. It's first and second to go through to the final a little bit later on, with third being eliminated. Lake Macquarie's Lisa Greisel, coached by Jeremy Smith, will be racing for New South Wales in the Interstate Regatta tomorrow. A relative newcomer to the sport and has been absolutely blitzing it. In lane 5 will be another of the competitors in the Interstate Regatta, ANU's Rebecca Jones, coached by Edwin Behan and Renee Domichez. She'll be rowing for the ACT. And then Rebecca Markwell's rowing for Queensland. So it's all interstate for the 500 metre sprint, the second heat of the PR3 Women's Single Scull Sprint.
And Rebecca Jones in the centre of the course, who will be our sculler for the ACT tomorrow afternoon, who is making really great work of it in this 500 metre sprint event, the second heat of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. Rebecca Jones there, coached by Edwin Bean and Renee Domichez out of the ACT, and moving out to probably a 4 or 5 boat length lead already in the opening stages as she completes 300 metres of the course, and probably more than that, only 125 metres or so to row down in this first heat, or second heat rather, of the PR3 Women's Single Scull.
Yeah, we saw Rebecca in the main PR3 over 2,000 metres. Strong early start. She matched it up with Jess Gallagher for the first 500 metres or so before dropping off a little bit towards the end. The sprint course should suit her, and we can really see that at the moment, leading strongly from Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, and then back a little bit further to Rebecca Markwell from the Bundaberg Rowing Club. We'll see Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg Rowing Club also a little bit later on in the men's PR3, with a few entrants in that one. But coming up towards the finish line, it will be the first qualifier, Rebecca Jones from the Australian National University Boat Club. She'll qualify in first, and then that's ahead of Lake Macquarie's Lisa Greisel in second place, and then Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg will finish in third. So a time there of 2 minutes 4.86 for Rebecca Jones ahead of Lisa Greisel, both going through to the final.
can see crews there now lining up in the first of our schoolgirl events for the Sprint Regatta. Heat 1 of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Skull Sprint. In lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 2, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3, Bridgetine College. In lane 4, Somerset College. Lane 5, Furbank Grammar. In lane 6, Albert Park College. Lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville. And in lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar. So a full field of 8 here for our Sprint Regatta. Schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull Sprint. This is a heat, so top 4 will progress through to the final and the remainder eliminated. No semi-finals or B-finals to speak of here in the Sprint Championships. It's all or nothing out here on the course this evening. And we've got to start in the first race of the event. Crews drifting slightly in front of the 500 before the start, but not to worry, obviously. No boat holders to keep them steady. And they are off and away. So Loretto Kirribilli crew on the far side, that is half their first 8, as along with the crew from Loretto Marriotteville, I believe, is the same sort of story, with half of their first 8 breaking into quads for this Sprint Regatta. It's great to have just another race for these school crews to take part in their journey down to Lake Ngambie for the National Championships, and a good head out before tomorrow's racing in the finals of the school regatta. It looks like crews on the far side of the course making the most of it in the early stages. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1 coming out to a fairly healthy lead in the opening stages, and then the crew in the centre of the course in lane 4, Somerset College. Also striding out to the front of the pack, and not to be discounted, the crews on the near side of the course, so that's Canberra Girls Grammar and Loretto Marriotteville on the northern side. That's also making good progress as they enter the last 135 metres of the course. It still looks to be Loretto Kirribilli on the far side who are making the most of things, or possibly Canberra Girls Grammar as they enter the red boys. So our top 4 qualifiers at this stage looking to be Somerset, Loretto Kirribilli, Canberra Girls Grammar, and Loretto Marriotteville at the head of the field through to this evening's A final. Canberra Girls Grammar making a good job of it and battling it out at the head of the field with Loretto Kirribilli. It'll be Loretto Kirribilli by half a boat length to take out this first heat of the schoolgirl sprint quad skull. Canberra Grammar in second place, followed across the line by Loretto Marriotteville. Somerset College in 4th. Those are our qualifiers to the final. Albert Park College in 5th place. A symphony of the Finnish hooter as 3 crews cross in quick succession. Bridgetine College in 6th and 7th place, and Furbank Grammar in 8th.
Confirmation of the results there. Loretto Kirribilli with the win in the first heat of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Skull Sprint. Canberra Girls Grammar, Loretto Marriotteville and Somerset College all qualifying for the final of the schoolgirls Cox Quad Sprints. As we get ready for the start of heat number 2 of the schoolgirls Cox Quad Sprint. In lane 1, Trinity Lutheran. In lane 2, Brendan Shaw School. In lane 3, Strathcona. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies. Lane 5, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 6, Radford College. Lane 7, Melbourne Girls Grammar. And in lane 8, another crew from Radford College. So a couple of crews from Radford joining in this race. Again, a nice little spread of geographical areas for the sprint events.
Absolutely. We've got crews from Tasmania, from Victoria, Sydney, the
Queensland.
ACT, and in Queensland, all in the same race. So pretty much the full fleet of states, just missing a Western Australian crew. I don't know if there are any Western Australian schoolgirl crews here at the regatta. Happy to be corrected, of course. But, looks like we're pretty close to a start. So the way that the sprint regattas are working, similar to what a lot of these crews would have done in their junior years at the various regatta centres around the country, is that they'll line up roughly in formation about 150 metres before the start line, and then the starters will instruct them to move up the course together slowly, just the bow seat paddling, and that will get them roughly in a line, and then some final adjustments as they come up close to the line, and they will be underway with a very quick start as soon as the starter is happy with the line.
You just see all the crews on the screen at the moment, just looking out at each other, making sure they are all in alignment. heat number 2 of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final, and we are underway. Lane 1, Trinity Lutheran. Lane 2, Brendan Shaw. Lane 3, Strathcona. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies. Lane 5, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 6, Radford College. Lane 7, Melbourne Girls Grammar. And Lane 8, Radford College. And as you'd expect at this very early stage of the sprint race, there's not much between all of our crews. We do have the crew Strathcona in Lane 3. It looks like they might just be drifting a little bit off the pace in this early point. But Radford College in Lane 6, along with Melbourne Girls Grammar in Lane 7, look to be doing quite well as Trinity Lutheran in Lane 1, Brendan Shaw Lane 2. Heading in now towards the last 250 metres. They don't take long, these races. It's 5 minutes between races and then move on to the next one. But at the moment, Trinity Lutheran and Brendan Shaw over on the southern edge of the course, away from the main spectator area, going quite well, as are Melbourne Girls Grammar in Lane 7, Radford College in Lane 6, then back a little bit further, Pymble Ladies, Loretto Ballarat, Strathcona and Radford College in Lane 8, who are also just starting to make their move actually over there in Lane 8. So the two crews at the far end, Trinity Lutheran and Brendan Shaw, looking quite good for the qualification for the final of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Sprint Sculls.
We could see two Radford College crews here moving through. We've got both of those crews in lanes 6 and 8 at the towards the head of the field. So the crew in lane 6 really making their bid, leaving their run pretty late to the line. It's Brendan Shaw on the far side of the course looking good, as are Radford on the near side of the course and Melbourne Girls Grammar. Those will be our top two across the line. Radford College to take the win, Melbourne Girls Grammar in second, Brendan Shaw in third. Trinity Lutheran just a canvas ahead of the second Radford College crew. Pymble Ladies College following them across the line and followed by Strathcona and Loretto Ballarat. So confirming the results of that one, the second heat of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Sprint. Radford College, Melbourne Girls Grammar, Brendan Shaw and Trinity Lutheran are our 4 qualifiers through to this evening's final. The second Radford College crew, Pymble Ladies, Strathcona and Loretto Ballarat in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And those 4 crews eliminated from the event this evening, resting up for their finals of the Australian Schools Championships tomorrow morning. And, quite pleased to see that these races are running off a 5-minute interval, and that we aren't constantly being bombarded with 8 schoolgirl 8s or quads coming down the course every 2 or 3 minutes. It does make our lives a little bit easier.
Yeah, and the next race down are the Schoolgirls Coxed 8 Sprints. Lane 1, MLCQ. Lane 2, Geelong College. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 4, Furbank Grammar. Lane 5, St Catherine's School, Victoria. Lane 6, Walford Anglican. Lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli. And Lane 8, Caulfield Grammar. Again, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final. This, I think, Chris, will be an exciting race.
I think so, absolutely. We've seen some great, sort of 4 or 5 brilliant semi-finals in the Schoolgirl Cox State this afternoon, just prior to our brief pause in proceedings, and they're all great races, and I'll see probably, for the most part, all of these crews out on the course again. Some slightly changed names. Makes me wonder if a few of these crews have brought reserves to the regatta and giving them a shot in the sprint championships to get their time on the course and possibly even sneak a medal.
Yeah, a couple of people might have moved up from the second 8s or some of the other lesser crews and made their way up into the main 8. So a couple of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sprints, and then we'll move on to the Schoolboys, Cox States. A couple of Schoolgirls Cox States, and then we'll move to the Schoolboys Cox Quads and this, for the heats. And then we won't be terribly far away from some finals a little bit later on, some open women's quad scull heats, and then into the finals starting at 5 p.m.
MLC crews just approaching the line there. I will comment on how good of a job our starters are doing. The last race getting off incredibly straight line. This one a little less so, but we do have crews off and racing in the first heat of the Schoolgirls Cox State Sprint. Lane 1, MLCQ. Lane 2, Geelong College. Lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 4, Furbank Grammar. Lane 5, St Catherine's School Victoria. Lane 6, Walford Anglican. Lane 7, another crew from Loretto Kirribilli. That looks to be their second 8 and a year 10-8 in this event. And Caulfield Grammar in lane 7. And we did see the Loretto Kirribilli quad get up in an earlier race in the heats of the Schoolgirls Cox quad sprints. And just look like the crews on the near side of the course. So Walford Anglican in lane 6 who made the most of things in the early stages of the race, as well as the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 7, who look to be out in front of the field.
Yeah, also St Catherine's School Victoria in lane 5, MLCQ over on the far side, doing quite well as well. And then I think we're missing the Geelong College crew in lane 2 by the looks of things. So MLCQ, St Catherine's School Victoria, Walford Anglican, Furbank Grammar, Loretto Kirribilli, Caulfield Grammar, back then to Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. It's coming in towards they're into the last 150 metres or so. It looks to be between MLCQ over in lane 1, then St Catherine's School Victoria in lane 5. There's only 4 going through. There's 5 crews all in with a shout at the moment of qualifying for the finals of the Schoolgirls Cox 8 sprint event. Over on the far side, MLCQ still with the lead ahead of St Catherine's School Victoria, now just dropping. Then we've got Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7, really starting to row through. It looks like it's going to be a photo finish at the top. It will be St Catherine's School Victoria just by an absolute canvas over Loretto Kirribilli in second place. We've got a photo for third and fourth. Then Walford Anglican finishing in 5th place. Furbank Grammar finishing in 6th. And then Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3 finishing in 7th. So a photo there between MLCQ and Caulfield Grammar for 3rd and 4th. As things stand though, St Catherine's School Victoria, the winners of that heat, and they'll be joined in the final by Loretto Kirribilli, Caulfield Grammar and MLCQ. That was an exciting race. It was 0.3 between first and second, and a photo for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. So no doubt about our qualifiers through to this evening's final. It's be St Catherine's School Victoria, Loretto Kirribilli number 1 crew in lane 7, and then it would be MLCQ and Caulfield Grammar, but the lanes for that race still to be decided. And then missing out on qualification will be Walford Anglican in 5th, Furbank Grammar 6th, Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew in 7, and the Geelong College crew, which did scratch from the race. So the second heat of the Schoolgirl Cox 8 sprint on the course now ready for starting. Just the understarters orders to bring them up all in a line. Now, looks like we might have a little bit of a head start here. A little bit of a shorter course for a couple of these crews. So in lane 1, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 2, Loretto Toorak. Lane 3, Seymour College. Lane 4, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Lane 5, Pymble Ladies College. Lane 6, Genazzano. Showing as lane 7, Loretto Toorak crew is scratching. I believe what may have happened here is that they've scratched the lane 7 crew, but meant to scratch the lane 2 crew, because I don't see a crew in the lane 2. And then the Genazzano school in lane 8. waiting, crews getting lined up on the start line. The second heat of the Schoolgirls Cox State Sprint. Looks like we had all the crews drifting over a lane or two. Still a light cross breeze at the 500 metre mark there, and crews just backing it down, and they'll get themselves realigned and move back up to the start shortly. Looks like we're pretty close to a start now. Almost all crews just waiting on like the lane 6 crew from Genazzano to realign themselves at the start. But we're almost there and almost underway in the second heat of the Schoolgirl Cox 8 Sprint. So a little bit of an updated start list on our screen there. So when I speculated earlier that it looked like Loreto Toorak had maybe scratched the wrong crew. And so it is, in fact, the Lane 2 Loreto Toorak crew. The crew coached by James Rooks. So it's their first 8. And I believe second, the Victorian Head of the River. That's the crew that is indeed scratched. The crew of Sophie Doyle, Meg Nugent, Emily Schrader, Alex Chan, Holly Thompson, Lexi Fox, Catherine Williams, Scarlett Gunn, their Cox, Charlotte Canai. It's the Samuel Fennessy coached crew. That crew is the crew in lane 7 that we'll see come down the course in just a few moments whenever they are able to get in a straight line and get going. I suspect next time they come anywhere near close to the start line, there will be a starting gun going off pretty quickly. Looks like we might be merely moments away from a start in the second heat of the Schoolgirls Cox 8 Sprint. It's to running through the start list again. Loreto Normanhurst in lane 1, Loreto Toorak 2, Seymour College 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar 4, Pymble Ladies in 5, Genazzano in 6, and the second Genazzano crew in 7th place, or rather Loreto Toorak in 7 and not in lane 2. And they are off and racing here in the second heat of the Schoolgirls Cox 8. Battling the wind for many a moment on the 500 metre mark. It looks like the crew
Looks to be Melbourne.
I reckon Genazzano there in lane number 6. Genazzano making the most of things early on in the race, and Melbourne Girls Grammar just 2 lanes over for them as well. Also leading out the field. Pymble Ladies College in between those 2 crews, making the most of things as well. That's their second 8 there. And the crew from Seymour College on the far side of the course looking rather strong as well. So it looks
So
like
Eddie-
Geelong College in lane 2 were meant to be in the last race, and they've joined in on the action in the second heat of the Schoolgirls Cox 8 Sprint, and they've joined in pretty successfully. It'll be Geelong College in lane 2, and the Melbourne Girls Grammar School in lane 4, and the Genazzano crew in lane 6. That's our top 3. The order still to be decided. It looks like Genazzano on the near side of the course in lane 6 will cross the line in first place. Geelong Grammar, or College rather, in lane 2. Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 4, and then go to a photo finish for the all-important 4th qualifying spot between Genazzano and Loreto Normanhurst. Pymble Ladies College will cross the line in 6th place. Loreto Toorak in 7th, and Seymour College in 8th place. So unofficial results have Genazzano ahead of Loreto Normanhurst for 4th place, but we'll wait for the confirmation from the starters for that one.
Exciting finish there for the final qualifying position of the Schoolgirls Coxed 8 Sprints. And then I suspect that we'll have the starters for the first heat of the Schoolboys Cox Quad Sprints coming up towards the start line very quickly. So first, second, third and fourth through to the final. In lane 1, Kinross Wallaroy. Lane 2, Cranbrook. Lane 3, Newington. Lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary. Lane 6, Radford College. Lane 7, Brighton Grammar. And then we do have a scratching in lane 8, also from Radford College.
So we've got a scratching from the Newington crew in lane 3. So 6 crews on the course, top 4 to go through to the final, only 2 to miss out. And some well-credentialed crews on the course. We've already seen racing multiple times throughout the course of the day today. In particular, the Radford College crews on the near side of the course, having already qualified for the A final of this event in the Australian Schools Championships, and they are off and racing, and all crews getting away to a relatively clean start in the opening stages of this 500-metre sprint for the Schoolboy Coxed Quadruple Scull. So it looks like Kinross Wallaroy making the most of things in the first 100 metres of the race, and that will be tested as it is pretty tight across the field with them. Cranbrook next to them, their fellow New South Wales crew on the course, and on the near side of the course, as predicted, Radford College also making really good work of it in the first 250 metres. It'll be 200 metres left to row in this 500-metre Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull sprint. And the crew in the centre of the course as well from Hunter Valley Grammar School, the Rainbow Stripes. They look to also be up in the mix for those top 4 qualifying spots. Only 2 crews to miss out, and does look like Brighton Grammar on the near side of the course will likely be one of those. Kinross Wallaroy striding out to an early lead and holding it there as they enter the last 100 metres. They'll take it by almost a boat length from Cranbrook School next to them. And then third place will be anyone's guess between Radford College and Hunter Valley Grammar School. Kinross Wallaroy will cross the line in first place. Radford College really challenging Cranbrook for second. It'll go... Oh, that'll go to a photo finish, I think. Hunter Valley Grammar in 4th place. Northern Beaches Secondary 5th. Brighton Grammar in 6th place. Now, finish line officials do have Radford College just ahead of Cranbrook for second. Cranbrook for third. Hunter Valley Grammar 4th.
Moving on to heat number 2 of the Schoolboys Coxed Quad Sprints. First, second, third and fourth again through to the final. And we do have 8 crews on the course for this race. Lane 1, Cathedral Townsville. Lane 2, Northern Beaches Secondary. Lane 3, St Bernard's College. Lane 4, Kenmore State High. Lane 5, Ballarat Grammar. Lane 6, Rockhampton Grammar. Lane 7, Northern Beaches Secondary. And Lane 8, Christian Brothers.
We're off and racing in the second heat of the Schoolboys Cox Quadruple Scull. Again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final. The remainder of the crews eliminated. Looks like we have a full field of 8, so the top half of this field will progress through to the final, and the bottom half eliminated from the event, ready to rest up for tomorrow's racing in the Australian Schools Championships. Looks like the crews on the near side of the course, bit of a change from what we've seen all week. Crews on the near side of the course making the most of things in the early stages of the race. The crew in lane 6 from Rockhampton Grammar, the crew that's travelled all the way down from far north Queensland, looking like they're in the lead in the early stages.
And Cathedral Townsville also down from North Queensland, doing quite well over there in lane 1. As well as that, we've got the crew from We've got Rockhampton Grammar and then Kenmore State High also doing nicely. St Bernard's College sitting there in lane 3 going well as well. So Cathedral Townsville in the lead coming up towards the Red Boys. Rockhampton Grammar not far behind them. St Bernard's College also in the top 3. Then we've got the battle in for 4th place in the final qualifying position. Northern Beaches Secondary, Kenmore State High, Ballarat Grammar, and over here on the closer side to the spectators, Christian Brothers as well. Out in front, though, it is Cathedral Townsville. They've come down from North Queensland, as mentioned, and they are in the lead by about a boat length ahead of St Bernard's College, who've now moved up into 2nd place. Rockhampton Grammar do need to push hard to hold on to 3rd and that qualifying position. Couple of big strokes to go. It will be Cathedral Townsville with the win in the 2nd heat. 2nd place going to St Bernard's College. 3rd will go to Rockhampton Grammar, and 4th going to Christian Brothers in lane 8. So Cathedral Townsville with the win, St Bernard's College, Rockhampton Grammar and Christian Brothers joining them. Missing out will be Kenmore State High, Ballarat Grammar, Northern Beaches Secondary. And a very tight finish there. And then the other Northern Beaches Secondary crew in lane 7, making up our field in the 2nd heat of the Schoolboys Coxed Quad Sculls.
The clearest race yet for the top 4 places there. Nice and simple one to call, as they came across pretty much almost in lane order or something resembling that. Move on now to the first of our open events here at the Sprint Championships. Race 552, the first heat of the Open Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. So ditching the coxswain and aging a few years as we progress through the Sprint Regatta. Heat 1, top 4 through to the final this evening. In lane 3, Australian National University. In lane 4, Sydney University Boat Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 5, Ballarat City. Lane 6, North Esk, and in lane 7, a composite crew between Barwon Rowing Club and Corio Bay.
First, second, third and 4th going through to the final in this race. So only one crew to miss out for the final of the Open Women's Quad Sprint event. And we do have at the moment the Sydney University sitting quite nicely, as are North Esk in lane 6. Then back a little bit further to ANU over on the far side in, looks to be lane 1, it should be lane 3. And then Corio Bay Composite and also Ballarat City battling it out for that 4th and final qualifying positions. We're past the 250, we're coming up towards the Red Boys. Sydney University, supported by N-Swiss, out in the lead, being pushed hard by North Esk, who is starting to make a bit of a move in lane 6. ANU also doing a little bit of putting the foot down over in lane 3, and then back to the Corio Bay Barwon Composite and Ballarat City. It'll be a good battle for the final qualifying position in this Open Women's Quad Scull. Sydney University looking comfortable out ahead. They've got a boat length between themselves and North Esk. Then back to ANU in 3rd. Ballarat City, Corio Bay Composite battling for 4th. Out in front with a couple of big strokes to go, it will be Sydney University with the win, followed up by North Esk in 2nd. Qualifying in 3rd will be the Australian National University. Then in 4th with a big finish, it's the Corio Bay Barwon Composite, finishing ahead of Ballarat City in the first heat of the Women's Quad Sculls.
As the first heat concludes, it looks like our second heat is almost ready to go. That second heat in lane 3, La Trobe University. In lane 4, Brisbane and GPS Composite with the University of Queensland. In lane 5, North Esk Composite with the Kentish Boat Club. In lane 6, an Adelaide University Boat Club combination. And in lane 7, UTS Haberfield. I don't think we'll be too much in the mood to call composite or read out composite too many times as these races storm down the 500-metre race course, and all crews getting away to a relatively clean start. And looks like UTS Haberfield on the near side of the course getting the best of things in the opening strokes there, and as well as the Tasmanian crew, the North Esk and Kentish Composite in the centre of the course, doing well to get off the line with some pace.
Yeah, not too many crews being dropped here. Again, first, second, third and 4th going through to the final. So only one crew missing out And I don't know that you could actually pick if there was any one particular crew that would miss out at the moment, Chris. There's pretty much throw a blanket over all four. We're just seeing some dirty strokes. Bit of a splash coming from the La Trobe University crew over there in lane 3. So as I say that, they're just dropping a little ways off the pace. Brisbane and GPS Composite sitting out in the lead now. They've started to open up a little bit of gap ahead of the North-Est Composite and UTS Haberfield. Then back then to the Adelaide Composite. La Trobe University just dropping a little bit off the pace. Looked like they might have had just a little bit of a crab or something like that.
Possibly, and it looks like the UTS Haberfield crew on the near side of the course just hit their rhythm in the middle of the race and starting to move up on the other crews. Brisbane and GPS were our early leaders, but as we were discussing before, you can't just fly and die even in a 500-metre race. You do need to have some semblance of a rhythm, and UTS Haberfield doing it pretty well on the near side of the course. They'll come home strong to challenge the Brisbane and GPS Composite in the centre of the course. It'll be really tight, and then the North-Est Kentish Composite next to them also coming home really strong to round out our top 3. It'll be hard to tell who's going to cross the line first out of these 3 crews. Brisbane and GPS moving back in the dying stages. And it'll be Brisbane and GPS over the Tasmanians. The Tasmanians in second. UTS Haberfield coming up. It'll be a photo finish on the line. Got the Tasmanians in second, UTS Haberfield in third, the Adelaide Uni crew in 4th place. Those 4 crews through to the final, and La Trobe University rounding out the field in 5th place.
It's soon to get back underway. We're racing here with the finals now of our sprint regatta, the first of which the combined event in the PR1 men's single and the PR2 men's single, a combined event here with both Eric Horry and Simon Albury to take on the 500 metre course in just very light rain here, Chris, but otherwise very good conditions, I'd say, for sprint racing.
Yeah, had a little bit of a threat with the weather and a brief pause in racing, but the sprint regatta will go on. It will continue. Last year we ran it without power, and I'm sure we can run it with in a little bit of rain this year as well. So
exactly right. I reckon these are close to the best conditions, allowing for the rain that we've had probably since Monday or Tuesday back, right way back at the beginning of the week.
exactly. So hopefully we can see this continue on to tomorrow's racing. With, a bit of a break in the wind this afternoon as well, which is always really nice to see.
It is just that reminder once again as the quick racing's about to follow that we do begin at the earlier time of 7:40 a.m. tomorrow. And please remember to set your clocks back 1 hour overnight. So we're back on Australian Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So I guess if anyone doesn't get that message, they'll just be here an hour early and just have to wait for the rest of us. But 7:40 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, with clocks changing back at 3 a.m. here in Victoria, also in New South Wales, South Australia, and Tasmania, and the ACT we can't forget, because I'm sure Stuart's listening.
So both of these scullers will be racing in their own separate discrete events, but both happening at the same time. So Eric Horry in the PR1 men's single scull representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and then his coach Jason Baker, and Simon Albury from Torrens, supported by the South Australian Sporting Institute, coached by Christine McLaren. He's racing for the national title in the PR2 men's single scull sprint. So should actually be quite a good race unfolding between these two gentlemen, both senior members of the Australian Paralympic team. Obviously the differences, Eric Horry in the PR1, that was formerly known as the Trunk and Arms, which...
They're just arms. I think PR1 is just arms, and PR2, which is Simon Albury's category, is correct, is trunk and arms.
Exactly. So Simon's capable of a little bit more movement than Eric, although the great stories of Eric rowing is that he has actually regained quite a bit of movement throughout his rowing career in his the lower half of his torso, and he's making quite good work of it as well, keeping up with Simon pretty well. It looks like Simon's just edging out in front, or at least did in the early stages, and Eric really striding into his rhythm now and upping things into the line as they approach the last 135 metres to race here on the course at Lake Ngambie. Much calmer conditions, and noticing a much emptier boat park as the rain does start to settle in slightly.
It's the triple Paralympic silver medalist Eric Horry winding into his work as he always does, and very, very close here with Simon Albury. The Torrens sculler would have his boat narrowly in front into the red boys here of the final 100 metres, but Eric Horry fighting hard here all the way to the finish line.
It's actually going to be a really tight one to call. It was Simon Albury early in the race, and Eric has really strode into his rhythm in the later stages, and Eric's just got his bow ball in front. It'll be Eric Horry in front of Simon Albury for the Para men's single scull sprint. Both will receive a medal in the PR1 and PR2 men's single scull sprint respectively, but Eric Horry just getting his bow ball in front there for Sydney Rowing Club.
Perfectly timed finish there from Eric Horry. Unofficial time 10:20 and just 0.59 of a second ahead of Simon Albury. So yes, they'll both win national titles. Eric Horry in the PR1 men's single scull and Simon Albury in the PR2. And those presentations will happen in the presentation area. They'll stay in the boat for these presentations. We may not have the opportunity to show you those pictures on the live stream, but there is a number of presenters who will hand over the medals to these athletes in their boats as they come through. It will be the full set of gold, silver and bronze for the later events with bigger fields as well.
So on the course now and lining up towards our start, just moving up together as one unit towards the start line of our sprint course is race 556, the University Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. So all of these athletes are current students at universities, not necessarily the ones listed as their club, but all current university students. So in lane 4, the Australian National University, represented by Charlotte Ryan, Eloise Lambden, Ella Kelly, Elizabeth Gregory, coached by Nigel Harding and Dave Fermano. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, we have Michaela Franz, Taylor Kerpeniotis, Sarah Fard and Olivia Bartram, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane 6, a composite crew of Toowong and Brisbane and GPS, Gabrielle Geldard of Toowong, Pina Malouf of Toowong, Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS, and Jemima Powell of Toowong. The coaches there, Leo Karadimitri and Michael Hawke. And those crews are just on the start line now, and we'll have a start in that one very shortly. Crews are off and racing in the University Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. 3 entrants here, so 2 sets of medals will be awarded to crews. And we've got ANU on the far side of the course, UTS Haberfield in the centre, and a Queensland composite crew, Toowong and Brisbane and GPS on the near side of the course. Does look like the UTS Haberfield crew in the centre of the course have gotten away best in the early strokes of this sprint race, possibly just half a boat length up on the Australian National University's crew on the far side of the course. So it's Michaela Franz, Taylor Kerpeniotis, Sarah Fard and Olivia Bartram, names that we have seen many times throughout this regatta in open under-21 and under-23 events, as well as lightweight events as well. From Michaela Franz, and that is the crew that is currently leading ahead of the Australian National University. So one crew here will miss out on the medals, and it will come down to between the Australian National University on the far side and Toowong Composite on the northern side of the course, closest to the spectators area, for which crew will be able to clinch that silver medal. At the moment, it's UTS Haberfield over a boat length out in front of the field. Not much will be done in the last 125 metres to rein in that crew, but it will come down to a race to the line for the Australian National University and the Toowong, Brisbane and GPS composite on the near side of the course. UTS Haberfield entering the red boys of the last 100 metres. They've got a little bit of overlap with their competition, but they've done enough early on to stay out in front. It looks like ANU pushing hard in the closing stages of the race to secure that silver medal, but Toowong and Brisbane and GPS coming back at them, not letting them have it all their own way. UTS Haberfield win the Open Women's University Quadruple Scull. Toowong and Brisbane GPS in second place, narrowly ahead of a fast-finishing Australian National University crew. So gold medal to UTS Haberfield, silver to the Toowong Composite, and bronze to the Australian National University.
Time there unofficially, 1:36.45 for the winning crew from UTS Haberfield. They'll take the gold medal. Silver to Toowong, Brisbane and GPS, 2.78 seconds further back. And third place will go to the crew from the Australian National University. And it'll be gold and silver medals awarded shortly for the rowers in that race. We did see during that race too the presentation of medals for the PR1 and PR2 men's singles scull sprint presented to Eric Horry and Simon Albury respectively. As I said, we don't have time with these short races to bring pictures of that race onto the live stream, but I can tell you the medals were presented by Gordon Marks, the Rowing Australia head para-rowing coach. And for the event just concluded, the University Women's Quad Scull Sprint, the presenter will be Joanne Bennett, the Rowing Australia Marketing and Partnerships Coordinator.
On the course now, race 557, the University Men's Quadruple Scull Sprint. Same lineup of 3 clubs that we've just seen in the women's competition. Australian National University on the far side of the course, Edward Wilkins, Maximilian Meyer, Luca Hare and Lucas Hempton. Toowong Rowing Club in the centre of the course, Sam Parry, Moss Murphy, Mitchell Bridge, Roden Martin, and then UTS Haberfield, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport on the northern side of the course, Tate Van Heemst, Lucas Stefanovic, Adrian Freiberg and Marcus Delamata, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti and Alex field. And in the opening stages of the race, it's pretty even between these three crews. I would expect that the UTS Haberfield crew with a strong power of Marcus Delamater up in the bow seat to really come through and see that crew to the line. But it does look like the crew on the far side of the course from the Australian National University, that's Edward Wilkins, Max Meyer, Luca Hare, Lucas Hempton, that are really making the most of the opening exchanges of the race. They'll cross the 250 metre mark now, and looks like just trailing behind and really finding their rhythm with the UTS Haberfield combination on the near side of the course, really wrenching on it in the latter half of the stroke and the latter half of this University men's coxless quadruple scull sprint race. Half a boat length up on the Toowong combination. Anyone's guess between Australian National University and Toowong in the southernmost two lanes of this race. UTS Haberfield out in front by half a boat length, with the Australian National University just edging out the Toowong Rowing Club. So a reverse of the women's results, but UTS Haberfield out the front. UTS Haberfield will take the gold. Australian National University 2 seats up on the Toowong crew in lane 5.
So UTS Haberfield make it 2 from 2 in the University Quad Scull Sprints. The women's and the men's events going the way of the UTS Haberfield Club. They're in an unofficial time of 1:28.48 for the 500 metre course. 2.22 seconds ahead of the Australian National University, and third place then the crew from Toowong in race 557, the University men's quad scull sprint. And the medals for this race will be presented shortly by Jamie Fernandez, Rowing Australia's Deputy Performance Director and Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist. Moving up towards the start here in race 558, the University men's coxed 8 sprint, just a field of 2 in this race. UTS Haberfield looking to make it 3 wins in a row. Can they sweep the University events? They are on lane 4 and Sydney University lane 5. So a battle of the New South Wales University clubs here about to take place here over 500 metres behind that. The next of our para events lining up as well, the PR3 women's single scull sprint will follow the 8s down the course. And they're off there. The two boats are on their way from 500 metres. It is closest to the camera there. Sydney University in lane 5 and UTS Haberfield beside them in lane 4. The two crews off, as you'd expect, with the rating up and the pace on in the very early stages of this race. The blades splashing as they enter the water. It's compelling viewing this as these two eights surge down the waters of Lake Ngambie. Lane 4, UTS Haberfield, Cameron Ogilvie, Mackenzie Thompson, Ned Power, Luca Roncolato, Oscar Williams, Alexander Wood, Jack Henderson, Jack Message, Nicholas Rogers, the Cox, and beside them the crew from Sydney University, maybe narrowly in front. That's Wyatt Batt, Ryan Gibson, Benjamin Bowman, Sam Bristow, Tom Anderson, Kieran Ryak, Hamish Danks, Henry Ryan, Hannah Scarborough. And those two crews now well past the halfway mark of the race, about 200 to row, and there's still very little between these two crews. Sydney University in the yellow boat, the white boat there of UTS Haberfield. Sydney Uni seem to have the narrowest of margins as they come through now with 120 metres to race. A great finish coming up here in the University men's Coxed 8 sprint. It is Sydney Uni holding on ahead of UTS Haberfield, who just look to try and lift weight and make up a third of a length or so on the crew from Sydney Uni, who are holding on in front here into the red buoys. The last few strokes of the race, it is Sydney Uni by a third of a length, a couple of strokes to go, and they'll get the win, Sydney Uni. Sydney Uni first, UTS Haberfield in second place. A great race there, the University men's Coxed 8 sprint, and it is Sydney University who's dropped the streak of the UTS Haberfield club. Sydney Uni there unofficially 1:22.24 is their time. 1:22.24 the time. Just adjusted slightly to 1:22.42 now for Sydney University, winners by 1.12 seconds over UTS Haberfield in the University men's Coxed 8 sprint. And the medals for that race will be presented by John Johnson, who is the boat driver coordinator here for the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. Boat driver coordinator extraordinaire is his official title, who has done a great job keeping us all on the water here at the 2022 regatta. And while talking about presentations, a happy wedding anniversary to Lynn and Bruce McCarthy. 39 years of happy marriage, and where else would you rather be, Lynn, but here in the light rain at wonderful Lake Ngambie. But Lynn and Bruce have been involved in rowing for many, many years, so I know there is nowhere else they would rather spend their anniversary. So congratulations to Lynn and Bruce McCarthy. Bruce working here as a boat race official, and Lynn, of course, in charge of the presentations. So race 559 is the PR3 women's single scull sprint. A field of 5 here in this race. So a big field again in the women's para rowing events, as we saw in the 2,000 metre races earlier in the week as well. Lane 3 from Drummoyne is Julia Story. Lane 4 from the Australian National University, Rebecca Jones. Lane 5 from Balmain is Bronte Marshall. Lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel. And lane 7 from Balmain is Lauren Webber. And they are through now the first 200 metres of this race, being led, it would seem, by Rebecca Jones of the Australian National University there, leading, I think, by probably more than a length or so at this stage already of the race, heading up towards halfway.
Does look like Rebecca Jones, who did post the fastest time in our heats that we had earlier this afternoon in the opening stages of the sprint regatta here at Lake Ngambie. And so she did post the fastest time. Got the most advantageous lane, and is currently at the head of our field of the PR3 women's single scull sprint. Once again, like the traditional racing we saw earlier in the week, heats for the PR3 women's single scull, and great to see the growth of para rowing over the last couple of years. But Rebecca Jones, coached by Edward Bean and Renee Domashens of ANU, leading the charge.
Fight for silver, I think. Maybe Lake Macquarie's Lisa Greisel just. And it's the Balmain sculler in between those two. Bronte Marshall there, lane 5, looking at least at a bronze medal and possibly going after a silver as she lifts up the rating too and puts in some big, powerful strokes.
Yeah, Bronte Marshall, a really fierce competitor, and definitely not letting it go at this stage in the race. It'll definitely be Rebecca Jones from the Australian National University in first place. Lake Macquarie's Lisa Greisel will come home for the silver medal. Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, Barbara Ramjam will take the bronze medal. Drummoyne's Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning in fourth place. And Lauren Webber of Balmain Rowing Club in fifth. And the medals that will be presented for this event in just a couple of moments' time will be presented by Gordon Marks, Rowing Australia head coach for para rowing. And I would like to introduce a special guest to the commentary box for the next race. And that next race is one close to his hood.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought, Chris. We got one to go here first. Well, just for those keeping records at home, unofficially the time there 2:00:56 for Rebecca Jones, winning it by 3.71 seconds. And we have the schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull Sprint to come next, and then a special guest commentator for the following race, which I can assure you will be worth the wait. But they're away in this one, Chris, 560 with Radford College in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli in 2, Canberra Girls Grammar in 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar in 4, Brendan Shaw in 5, Loretto Marriotteville lane 6, Somerset College in 7, and Trinity Lutheran in lane 8.
Yeah, we had heats for these races earlier on, from 16 entries down to 8 for the final. 8 boats across here at the Australian Sprint Championships on day 6 of the Australian Rowing Championships at Lake Ngambie. It does look like the crews in the centre of the course are our early race leaders. It's Brendan Shaw and Melbourne Girls Grammar, it looks like, at the opening start stage of the race at the 250 metre mark. Possibly as well Trinity Lutheran on the really near side of the course in lane 8. This would definitely be their first medal of the regatta if they were to pull this one off, and leading the field as they enter the last 220 metres of the course.
Starting to fall off a little bit there, possibly Trinity Lutheran. Maybe Brendan Shaw from Tasmania too, looking for a gold medal here alongside their Melbourne Girls Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loretto Kirribilli as well, lined up right across the course with 150 to row. And there's about 6 chances here lined up across Lake Ngambie. And Trinity Lutheran still in it here as well on the spectator side. It's very hard to pick the leader here. Brendan Shaw may beside them. Melbourne Girls Grammar School lane 4 sneaking in front. The Sophie Johnson stroke crew possibly narrowly ahead of Brendan Shaw of Devonport. On the far side, Radford College from the ACT and Canberra Girls Grammar as well. Trinity Lutheran now probably back in 5th or 6th place with Loretto Kirribilli there, but pushing clear in the centre of the course is the crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School. Who've got 2/3 of the length and will take the win. Anyone's guess for the minor placings, maybe lane 1, Radford College. Brendan Shaw, Trinity Lutheran were there as well. 5th will go to Loretto Kirribilli. 6th place looks to be the crew from Loretto Marriotteville, and 7th will be Somerset College of the Gold Coast, but a couple of places to be determined there. It is certainly Melbourne Girls Grammar School, the race winners. We think Radford 2nd, and then Brendan Shaw College of Devonport 3rd, Canberra Girls Grammar School next time, Trinity Lutheran 5th, and an unofficial time of 1:43.25 in the Schoolgirls Cox Quadruple Scull Sprint.
So the medals in the Schoolgirl Cox Quadruple Scull Sprint will be presented by Ian Robson, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Australia. So confirming results again for the Schoolgirl Cox Quadruple Scull Sprint. So it was Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 4 in first place, Radford College in lane 1 in second place, Brendan Shaw in third, Canberra Girls Grammar 4th, Loretto Kirribilli 5th, Loretto Marriotteville 6th, and Somerset College in 7th place. So just getting acquainted with the start line now is race 561, the Schoolgirl Cox State Sprint, and we do have a bit of a guest commentator in the box for this race, someone whose heart is very close to this event. I'm joined up here this afternoon by James Rook.
Chris, how are you, mate?
Absolutely fantastic. How's your regatta been going? What have you been up to?
My regatta's been going fantastically. Had a win in the lightweight 8 yesterday. I've been chasing that one for 7 years, and the Victorian boys brought it home. It was a fantastic race.
That's great. So first national championship last year, and then first national championship win in the men's lightweight 8 this year.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes it's not the number of medals, but the quality of rowing. So I'll just take that one.
Absolutely. All right, so we've almost got a start in the Schoolgirl Cox 8 Sprint. They are just getting lined up and moving up to the start line now. In lane 1, St Catherine's School from Victoria. In lane 2, Genazzano. In lane 3, Melbourne Girls Grammar. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 5, Caulfield Grammar. Lane 6, the second crew from Genazzano. Lane 7, Pymble Ladies College. And in lane 8, MLCQ.
This one's going to be a fantastic race, actually. I'm not going to put my money on anything, but I know if we were speaking to Max Arundel back at home, he'd be putting his money on the St Cath's girls. I know he's been very close to those ones, and he's been getting out with guest coaching appearances with Belle Ferrari as well. So watch out for them on the far side, and we'll see what happens here, Chris. I'm not sure.
Any words for Loretto College, Turak in... Oh, gotcha.
Got the Loretto Kirribilli in lane 4. Loretto's definitely going to be close to my heart, and we'll see what happens. But as I said, absolutely anyone's race. One coach used to say to me, as long as you make the start line on time, you've got a chance to win. So I think they're all lining up and getting ready to rumble. So hold on to your hats. This one's going to be good. Well, Chris, let's see if all those trips down in Flemington's done me any help here, and we'll see how we can go with the call.
That's good. That's good. Looks like we're going to have a pretty fair and even start across the line. Probably one of the best ones of the afternoon here at the Sprint Champs. A majority Melbourne-dominated field here, just the exception of Pymble Ladies College there in lane 7, the blue bow that we can see, just tapping up and getting ready here. Start in just a moment. There's a couple of crews just yet to bring it up to the line. Big crowds just come out of nowhere. I think you might have drawn them out, mate.
No, mate, no one's here. No one's here to listen to me. They're all here to watch the kids fly.
That's exactly right. We've seen a surge in our live stream numbers every time the schoolboys and schoolgirls come on this week. And shout out to the probably close to 110,000 people now who have joined us throughout the week.
Cox is doing a good job there. This is a difficult task. Fingers crossed we don't get anyone stuck in boys. Another tip that a coach often said to me, if you're not clashing, you're not doing it right. So I wouldn't stress too much if we have a few crews starting on a bit of an angle, because as I said, if you're not clashing, you're not doing it right. A few crews catching it up. Good Coxes there, making sure they're starting in front. That's the way.
Let that sound.
Here we go, off and racing. We've got Genazzano in lane 6. Seem to have got off to a good start. Don't forget to watch out for the far side of St Cath's. Genazzano as well with St Cath's taking it off well. I think it looks like Loretto Kirribilli in front there. Maybe Caulfield Grammar off to a good start. Ooh, I think we might have a clash in Pymbles and Melbourne MLC. I wouldn't stress about the blades. They're stronger than you think. Good start in the middle. I'm liking the look of Loretto Kirribilli, or is that Caulfield? I'm not sure. I think it's Loretto Kirribilli. Don't forget to watch out for St Cath's and MLC on the outside lanes. Geez, you can throw a blanket over this, Chris. You've done this more than me. I think you need to take over here, buddy.
The correct expression is it's bow ball to bow ball here at Lake Ngambie in the final of the Schoolgirls Cox 8 Sprint. A little bit of a clash of blades early on in the race, but MLCQ on the near side of the course coming out really well in their early tussle with Pymble Ladies College. Loretto Kirribilli in the centre of the course also looking a chance for a medal here, and along with Genazzano in lane 6, they won one of the heats earlier on this evening. Genazzano in lane 2 as well, coming home really strong as we enter.
Here come the cavalry. Coming down, Genazzano in the far side looking good. MLC in a really good tussle. Don't knock out anyone in the middle. Genazzano again looking for a minor medal. That's it. Genazzano in lane 2 seem to be in front. I reckon MLC have got that silver medal. Maybe Melbourne Girls coming home strong. St Cat's on the far side also finishing. I'm definitely not going to call this. We have all crews in the middle looking for a minor medal. Is that Caulfield coming through now? Genazzano 2. No, is it going to be St Cat's? I think that's going to be just Genazzano, then Melbourne Girls, and is that going to be Genazzano in the middle? I'm not going to call this because I definitely don't know what I'm doing, and I reckon I need to put this down and let the professionals do it. Well done to Melbourne Girls there.
Oh, thank you for your contribution there, James Rook, everybody. And it was Genazzano with the gold medal in the schoolgirls Cox 8 sprint. Melbourne Girls Grammar for the silver medal. That we can tell you for sure. It is a photo finish for 3rd and 4th place between the crews.
Straight away, we're racing now on the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull Sprint. We don't yet have official results from the previous race, but we'll get them as soon as we can down to the presentation area. They're underway here in race 562. Cathedral Townsville lane 1, Kinross Walleroy the Blue Boat in 2, Radford College lane 3, St Bernard's College lane 4, Cranbrook in 5, Rockhampton Grammar School in 6, Christian Brothers 7, and Hunter Valley Grammar racing in lane 8, a full field of 8 quad sculls across the course here. And as Rookie was saying in the previous race, you really could throw a blanket over the field. They're very hard to pick a leader. Maybe the red colours of Rockhampton Grammar School narrowly from Cranbrook. Alongside them in Sydney, Kinross Walleroy narrowly from Radford over on the other side of the course, and St Bernard's College in between there as well. Cathedral Townsville over on the far side. Hunter Valley Grammar doing a good job in lane 8, but Rockhampton Grammar School and Cranbrook lanes 4 and 5 it looks to be as they come through with about 150 metres to row now in the schoolboys Cox Quad Skull Sprint Championship of Australia. The Rockhampton Grammar School looking for another medal to take north to the Fitzroy River. They lead narrowly from Cranbrook, and on the other side still Kinross, Radford College and Cathedral Townsville all thereabouts as well looking for the medals. They hit the final 100 metres now. Kinross certainly pushing clear with Radford and Cathedral either side. Rockhampton Grammar School leading Cranbrook and St Bernard's on this side of the course, but Kinross and Cathedral and Radford College will be on the far side. It's going bow ball for bow ball again, stroke for stroke. They hit it. Kinross Walleroy. Just, I think, Kinross from Cathedral and Radford College look to be the top 3 there, and then they crossed the line in very quick succession. Rockhampton Grammar School, who looked a good thing, 200 out, probably back in 4th place, narrowly from Cranbrook, and then the remainder of the field yet to be officially sorted out. Hunter Valley Grammar 7th, Christian Brothers 8th, but a couple of photos also required in the schoolboys Quad Skull Sprint. We will get that result to you as soon as we can. Still await official results too from the previous race, 561. Genazzano coming in for their medals.
Well, definitely the Genazzano crew that was in lane 2 certainly won gold. Melbourne Girls Grammar in lane 3, certainly for the silver medal position, but we're still deciding whether it was the Genazzano crew in lane 6 or the Caulfield Grammar crew in lane 5 that were able to take home the bronze medal. So we'll just wait till we get official confirmation of that one from our judges.
Here we go. It's 2, 3 and 5 for the benefit of our presenters. 2, 3 and 5 are the numbers in 561.
So first place was Genazzano in the Schoolgirl 8 sprint, Melbourne Girls Grammar in 2nd, and then the Caulfield Grammar School in lane 5 in the bronze medal position in the Schoolgirl 8 sprint.
Still awaiting a photo here in 5:62 for the win. So hold your tickets there on Kinross Walleroy and Cathedral Townsville. Looks like Radford College of the ACT have finished third. So a photo for first and second, and then lane 3 third at this stage in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull Sprint final. As we go over to the next race, Chris, the Schoolboys Cox 8 Sprint. This will be thick and fast as well.
Right, race 562. They're on the course and just getting ready as we speak. Geelong College in lane 2, Launceston Grammar in lane 3, Brighton Grammar in lane 4, Xavier College in lane 5, Caulfield Grammar in lane 6, and St Augustine's College from New South Wales in lane 7. These crews not racing heats, so this will be the first time that they've been on the course unseeded. We could see a result coming from absolutely anywhere here in the Schoolboys Cox State Sprint.
Thank you to our presenters too for the Schoolgirls Cox 8 Sprint just completed. It's Lynn Charge, my list says, the graphics operator for this regatta, who was listed as the presenter. Lynn's not the shy retiring type, but I can't see her. Yes, I can see her down there handing over the medals. Well done, Lynn, in many years of service to Victorian and Australian rowing. And Ian Robson is also presenting there for the other event, the CEO of Rowing Australia, as we're about to go in the Schoolboys 8 Sprint. And we do have the results through in the quad, it looks like, as well. Chris, I think in 5:62, and it is Kinross Walleroy who's got it there, so it has gone to lane 2. Kinross Walleroy, the winners on the photo of the Schoolboys Quad Scull Sprint. Cathedral School Townsville in second place, and Radford College third. So it is 1, 2, and 3. No, it's 2, 1, and 3. I can't read my own writing. 2, 1, and 3. Actually, that's changed again.
2, 1, and 3.
2, 1, and 3.
Kinross Walleroy,
No.
Cathedral Townsville, Radford College.
Thank you.
Podium for the Schoolboy Cox State Sprint. Just 1.12 of a second between first and second. We're off and racing in the Schoolboy Cox 8 Sprint. Geelong College, Launceston Grammar, Brighton Grammar, Xavier College, Caulfield Grammar, and St Augustine's from New South Wales will storm down the course over the next minute and a half. Looks like Xavier College in the centre of the course, having gotten away best alongside Brighton Grammar, not to discount St Augustine's on the northern side of the course, closest to the grandstand, who have made the most of the early exchanges here in the Schoolboy Cox 8 Sprint. It does look like St Augustine's definitely getting away the cleanest with possibly just a canvas lead over Brighton Grammar, or Xavier College rather, in the centre of the course, but Xavier College coming back really strong over the top of St Augustine's. Those will almost undoubtedly be our top two, but Launceston Grammar finishing really strong as well, along with Geelong College on the far side of the course. The only two that I can say won't be in the medals be the two crews, Caulfield Grammar and Brighton Grammar, but Xavier College at the head of the field as they approach the red boys of the last 100 metres. They'll go stroke for stroke with St Augustine's on the near side of the course. St Augustine's from New South Wales, Xavier College from Victoria. It'll be Xavier College who've just got their bow ball in front, but Geelong College and Launceston Grammar on the far side of the course having a great battle for third. It'll be Xavier College to come across in first place, St Augustine's in second, Launceston Grammar in third, Geelong College in fourth place, and then it'll come down really tight between Caulfield Grammar and Brighton Grammar. That'll go to a photo, but I do believe it was Caulfield Grammar in fifth place, Brighton Grammar in sixth place in lane 4.
The photo for fifth and sixth. But just to confirm, just going back a race, some confusion there. It was definitely Kinross Walleroy, the winners of the Schoolboys Quad Scull Sprint. So Kinross Walleroy first by 12 hundredths of a second ahead of Cathedral Townsville and Radford College of the ACT in third. So Kinross from Cathedral and Radford College, those crews now receiving their medals in the Schoolboys Cox Quad Scull Sprint from Ian Robson, the Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Australia. And less of a photo needed, fortunately, for that last race. It was definitely Xavier College in the unofficial results ahead of St Augustine's of Sydney and also Launceston Grammar School. Oh, racing now in the PR3 men's single scull sprint. Aaron Skinner from Nestles, James Talbot from Sydney Uni, Christian Lane Krebs of Bundabergs, and our very own Stuart John from the Australian National University in lane 6 of this race. And it is the middle lane starting to push ahead here. James Talbot from Sydney Uni and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who's coached by Christopher Holliday, and Thomas Lorich leading this by Clearwater, it would be. From a pretty good race behind him for the minor medals, a full set of 3 medals, of course, to come from this race as they fight out still for the silver and bronze. Bundaberg's Christian Lane Krebs, who's coached by Alan Goff, and the red boat, the distinctive red boat of Aaron Skinner, the sculler from the Nestles Rowing Club in Warrnambool, over on the far side of the course. They're in 3rd place ahead of Stuart John from the Australian National University. Here comes James Talbot, coached by Christopher Holliday. He is leading this race for Sydney University and will take out the gold medal in the PR3 men's single scull sprint. So it's first place to James Talbot, another medal for his collection. Aaron Skinner from Nestles gets the best of the finish. He'll come across a length clear in 2nd place and take the silver medal. 3rd will go to Bundaberg's Christian Lane Krebs. And it's Stuart John of the Australian National University about to finish in 4th place in the PR3 men's single scull sprint. So James Talbot, the winner there for Sydney University. And happy birthday to Nathan Bowden, former Australian team member, celebrating his birthday here today.
Very proud Sydney Rowing Club member as well, I might add.
Oh, the counter ticks over again. Are you on commission, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well over this week at the moment. So out on the course now, we've seen the schoolboys and schoolgirls race, and the school sprints races have now concluded. We'll have race 565, the final, the Open Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. We saw 2 heats emerge earlier on in our sprint regatta. So in lane 1, a Brisbane and GPS composite with the University of Queensland. Lane 2, Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Lane 3, UTS Haberfield. Lane 4, North Esk. Lane 4, a composite of North Esk and Kentish rowing clubs. Lane 6, the Australian National University. Lane 7, the Adelaide and Adelaide University composite. And in lane 8, a Corio Bay and Barwon rowing club composite crew.
Thanks again to our medal presenters. Lynn Charge not wanting to leave the podium now, it seems, busily handing out the medals there. Also to the St Augustine's crew there from the Cox 8 sprint. And it will be Gordon Marks again for the PR3 men's single scull sprint presentations to follow shortly as well. But they are off, Chris, in the Open women's quad scull sprint event.
Yeah, it's set to be some fast and furious racing, the Coxless quad scull. Especially for our Open athletes here this afternoon. Looks like the crew on the near side of the course, the composite of Corio Bay and Barwon Rowing Club, getting away really well. It does seem to be a little bit of a trend that our crews on the northern side of the course getting away really well, a little bit different to what we've seen all week so far, but they'll definitely be joined at the head of the field by the Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course, who look to be making great work of it as they approach the 250 metre mark, the halfway point of this 500 metre sprint race. Corio Bay composite on the near side of the course, and ANU in lane 6 also making good work of it in the opening stages of the race. The North Esk and North Esk composite crews as well in the centre of the course, also looking quite dangerous in a race for the medals as they approach the last 150 metres of this sprint final. The Open Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. The North Esk crew in lane number 4, that's the solely North Esk crew, not the composite crew next to them, look to be out in front having a battle with Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course in lane 2. Sydney University Boat Club pushing through now, starting to find a little bit of rhythm in the closing stages of this 500 metre race. Sydney University Boat Club getting their power balls in front. Nicola Greenland, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Ella Mencines, about half a boat length from the North Esk crew in lane number 4. Anyone's guess for the bronze medal position will be Sydney University, North Esk. Bronze medal will go to the North Esk composite, narrowly ahead of the Brisbane and GPS composite crew UTS Haberfield in 5th place, Australian National University in 6th, Adelaide Uni in 7th, and the Corio Bay Barwon Composite Crew rounding out the race in 8th place.
Late change to the medal presenters list. It is Amy Fernandez there, who wears many hats, but mainly as the Rowing Australia Deputy Performance Director and also a Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist.
So confirming the results of race 565, the Open Women's Quadruple Scull Sprint. First place, Sydney University Boat Club. Second place, North Esk. And in third place, we have the North Esk and Kentish combination for the bronze medal.
Still a photo there for 6th and 7th. They're not determined yet there between ANU and the Adelaide composite combination, but certainly it's 2, 4 and 5. The numbers in race 565, 2, 4 and 5. The numbers there for the benefit of our presentation team. As we now wait the, after all that, we're up at the anti-penultimate race of the day already. It's been a thrilling day and ending with some great racing here. The Sprint Regatta, such an important part of the Australian Rowing Championships.
We were in a little bit of danger earlier on, seeing another Sprint Regatta going the way of the thunderstorm, but I'm really glad that we've got to continue here this afternoon, and we'll continue to see the Open Women's 8 Sprint coming down the course now. Star-studded composition here. 3 crews racing. Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club in lane 4, the Kinross and Sydney Composite in lane 5 has scratched, but the Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport and as well as the New South Wales Institute of Sport there. And they look to have gotten off the best, along with Sydney University Boat Club in the centre of the course. Mercantile possibly just dropping behind, but no doubt staying with them in any capacity. Sydney Rowing Club really winding things up in the second 100 metres of the race now. That's the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Laura Seifer, Ella Huber, Evie Thompson, Sarah Hoare, Eliza Dunlop, Star Rose Miller, Neve Graham and Freya Neville. Their Cox, Hannah Cowap. We'll see a number of those girls in the New South Wales Youth 8 tomorrow. But Sydney Rowing Club out having a really great battle with the Sydney University crew. Grace Livingston, Ella Casson, Chelsea Prout, Tiffany Botha, Olivia Natley, Alyssa Vickers, Alexandra O'Brien, Stephanie Peller, and their Cox, Elizabeth Bolster. A largely schoolgirl combination in the centre of the course there from Sydney University Boat Club as they lead out the Mercantile crew on the far side of the course. But Sydney Rowing Club are coming home incredibly strong here in the closing stages as they approach the last 110 metres of the Open Women's Cox 8 Sprint. It's Sydney Rowing Club who lead half a boat length from Sydney University Boat Club, who are in turn 1 boat length ahead of the Mercantile Rowing Club in third position. So Sydney and Sydney University to be our medal receivers, our medal winners in the Open Women's Cox 8 Sprint here at the Sprint Championships of the Australian Rowing Champs in Lake Ngambie. Sydney Rowing Club for the gold medal, Sydney University Boat Club in silver, and Mercantile Rowing Club just a length and a quarter behind in third place.
Well called, Chris. If only they counted for points overall, you could claim some more there.
Oh, Richard.
I can hear the joy in your voice in any case as they charge home their other win to Sydney Rowing Club from Sydney Uni and Mercantile. 1:34.13, the unofficial time there for those crews. And 2.62 seconds, one of the bigger margins of victory that we've seen in recent races in the Open Women's Cox 8 Sprint, with just 2 races to go now to conclude the program here. We'll still be a little bit away from a start in this next race. The crews yet to be moved up quite onto the start line. And in fact, a couple of crews still to come on the course, only 6.5 crews currently in their lane, and we're still waiting on one more to get our field of 8 in race 567, the Open Men's Quad Scull Sprint. While we wait, we're happy to report that Randwick today, Nature Strip took out the TJ Smith Stakes over Eduardo in a good result there, and a very good result for those who backed Mr. Brightside in the Doncaster, a winner at $23, and I may have been one of those.
including
But,
yourself?
I'm the only one up here, it seems. So Chris is collecting the cash from the Sydney Rowing Club, but if you're on Mr. Brightside in the Doncaster, it's been a good afternoon as well. Thank you also to the executive director of FISA, of World Rowing, as they're now known, who we just call in Australia here Vince, for passing over the medals here to the Sydney Rowing Club. The winners there of the Open Women's Cox State Sprint, and a very interesting discussion between Vince and Ray Ebbett before, and it is great to have him here at this regatta and enjoying this this sprint racing, which it looks like we may be just about to get underway. Now, there was movement of boats, but that was just moving up to the start still. But at least we now do seem to have something resembling a full field of 8. So we'll be underway shortly in race 567, the Open Men's Quad Scull Sprint over 500 metres. Big day of racing tomorrow, of course, beginning from 7:40 a.m. A lot of school finals in the early part of the day. Moving through to the A finals later in the morning of both the school and the club events. And of course, after the lunch break, the Interstate Regatta takes pride of place. 10 big races between the states to conclude the regatta. The Queen's Cup, the Women's 8 at 3 o'clock, and the King's Cup, the Men's 8 at 3:20 tomorrow afternoon. And moving up to the line here in the Open Men's Quad Scull Sprint, and they are on their way. Sydney Rowing Club lane 1, Centenary in 2, Sydney Rowing Club again in 3, Corio Bay Composite lane 4, North Esk lane 5, Sydney Uni in 6, UTS Haberfield in 7, Ballarat City lane 8. The crew's on their way. Certainly Ballarat City back a little in the early stages, as seems to be possibly the crew over on the far side of the course, but in the centre lanes there, North Esk and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, along with the Corio Bay Composite, that's the red-coloured crew there, including Yarra Yarra and Essendon, but beside them, North Esk ahead of Sydney University. UTS Haberfield lane 7, certainly up there in the early exchanges, and 2 crews here, Chris, from the Sydney Rowing Club, certainly big medal chances, lane 1 and lane 3 it would seem, but I reckon it is lane 6 there, lane 5 I should say, the North Esk combination from Tasmania. Laurie Dean, Rue Colley, Jack Barrett, Connor Ryan, coached by Trevor Barrett, and then UTS Haberfield, Jared Bresniak, Oscar Williams, Adrian Freiberg, Marcus Delamata, and Sydney Rowing Club with 2 crews. The lane 1 combination coming quickly, Maximilian Crowe, Bradley Graham, Harry Craich, and Torrin Olsen there for Sydney Rowing Club, who may have stolen a march on the whole field here with UTS Haberfield in second, the battle with North Esk, and also Sydney Rowing Club there for 4th place, along with Yarra Yarra and the crew from Ballarat City. But over on the far side, Sydney Rowing Club, on this side UTS, but Sydney Rowing Club lane 1 have got that boat in front, and they'll win it by almost a length. Sydney Rowing Club take the race out very tight for second place, North Esk and UTS Haberfield. Then it was Sydney Rowing Club again, may have snuck into 4th or possibly Ballarat City, Corio Bay, Sydney University, and the crew then from Centenary Rowing Club up in Queensland. So another gold medal to the Sydney Rowing Club as the cash register chimes one more time. A great win there to the lane 1 crew, Chris.
Yeah, redemption for the under-23 men's quadruple scull, who had a bit of a shocker of a race earlier on in the afternoon, but they'll be glad to get out and get a gold medal in the sprint championships this afternoon. So the unofficial time there, 1:12
off the screen actually, but
122.48 in the margin, 2.27 seconds, so pretty significant margin. They're back to second place, Northwest. Third place, UTS Haberfield, 0.27 of a second behind them. Ballarat City fourth, Sydney Rowing Club fifth, Corio Bay Composite sixth, Sydney University seventh, and Centenary eighth. And as we say that, we have a start in the final event of today's racing. The race number 568, the Open Men's Cox State Sprint. Lane 3, UTS Haberfield. Lane 4, Mercantile Rowing Club. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, the Australian Defence Force Academy. Lane 7, a Fremantle Composite, better known as the Western Australian Kings Cup, to race in the Interstate Regatta at 3:20 tomorrow afternoon. It looks like the Western Australian Kings Cup has gotten out to an early lead. The Open Men's Cox 8 Sprint. Sydney University Boat Club, or Mercantile Rowing Club rather, in lane 4 going with them, to be joined by the Sydney Rowing Club combination in lane 5. David Crawshay in the Mercantile combination, Mr. Victoria himself battling it out with Sydney Rowing Club for the silver medal. Looks like the West Australian Kings Cup have taken a bit of ground in the middle of the race as they approach the red boys of the last 100 metres. It will be the WA Kings Cup fending off a late charge from Mercantile Rowing Club. They've got their bows a quarter of a length in front. Mercantile Rowing Club, a bow ball in front of the Sydney Rowing Club crew in the centre of the course. UTS Haberfield will be out of the medals. It'll be the Western Australian Kings Cup crew coming across the line in first place by 3 seats over Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 4. Sydney Rowing Club by half a length, the bronze medal. And UTS Haberfield finishing in 4th place, just outside the medals.
Great race there to conclude today's racing. The Open Men's Cox 8 Sprint over 500 metres, and an early preview of what you can look forward to tomorrow afternoon as the West Australians take out the last race of the day in the guys this time of the Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club, Sydney and Swan River Composite combination. So Fremantle Composite first place. Second goes to Mercantile with David Crawshay there appearing in the boat, and the bronze medal will go to Sydney Rowing Club for finishing in 3rd place. 4th was UTS Haberfield. Unofficially there, 1:19.83 the time. The margin 1.73 and 1.17. So another fantastic race to conclude the day here. And Olympic gold medalists, yes, in the field there. So plenty of entertainment and something to look forward to at next year's National Championships as well, the 500 metre sprint regatta, which will be held fittingly at the home course of the crew that's just won the Champion Lakes course in Western Australia at around about this time next year. We do thank our presenters too for the last couple of races. The Open Men's Cox State Sprint will be presented by David Grubitz, the boat holder coordinator and a hard-working boat race official here in Victoria. The Open Men's Quad Scull Sprint by Paul Diggerson, the boat park coordinator. And on my list, Carolyn Schomburg, the president of the jury, was also presenting, but I suspect she might be undertaking official duties with the boat race officials in a very important role, being in charge of the regatta. But I think that's the day done, Chris. We need to sit down for a couple of minutes and draw a breath.
Sit down. That was standing up for the last hour calling that. That's got to be some of the most enjoyable commentating that I've done in the last couple of years. And great to see what the sprint racing can be. And great to see such a fantastic atmosphere here at Ngambie Lakes and around the finish line this evening.
And we saw, yes, how the school events brought out the crowds earlier in the day, and the sprint racing did the same in the afternoon, despite a little bit of light rain, but nothing to be concerned about, and we're able to get through the regatta program safely, and it was great to see. So we usually finish with our highlights of the day. It's hard to think back to 8 a.m. As to what was going on right back then, but anything spring to mind from where you've been sitting for the last few hours, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I could be. I think I've collected enough commission today. And I won't mention all the quad scull wins earlier in the day from my own club. But I think the under-23 men's Cox 8 was probably my favourite race to watch of the day. We had 3 really strong crews at the head of the field, and Melbourne University really dominating that race, and a really good indicator of the depth that program's developed. over the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
All looking forward to tomorrow now. What are you looking forward to the most, Richard?
Oh, look, tomorrow's it'll be a great day. Before I do, because I've got Pine Rivers on one side and Sydney Rowing Club on the other, I must recognise the great work of the combined Pine Rivers and Sydney Rowing Club Quad Scull, collecting another set of medals to go with a very good regatta for those under 19 girls. But tomorrow's a great day. Lots of minor finals beginning at 7:40 in the morning, and then we go through the A finals of the school and the club events through tomorrow, and the interstate regatta. As always, will be some great racing to conclude the regatta just after the lunch break. So 10 races, the para single, the single sculls as well, the lightweight quad, and 4 for the men, the youth eights, of course, and then the interstate eights. I know New South Wales swept the eights a couple of years ago. You're leaning towards that happening again, or
it'd be a big ask getting it to happen again. I think we could see some challenges from all over the country in a few of the eights races. I've got my own picks. I'll keep it close to my chest.
Yeah, well, I know the Victorians are very keen to perform on their home water here at Lake Ngambie as well. So if you've collected on Mr. Brightside this afternoon, you could put some of that back on the Victorians in the interstate regatta too. Yeah, our best wishes certainly to the absent Lizzie Chapman today. I'm sure you've watched every minute on the live stream because I know you're as much of a rowing tragic as the rest of us are. We hope you're back with us early tomorrow morning at 7:40 a.m. and that you and Ray Abbott will call us through the interstate regatta to conclude the regatta tomorrow. But it is an earlier start. Don't forget the end of daylight saving tomorrow morning, and then our first race at 7:40 a.m. So I think that's all we need to say, Chris. It's been a great afternoon and great fun to share this sprint regatta with you. And we look forward to everyone joining us for our coverage just before the first race at 7:40 tomorrow morning.